141. After drinking the water, the two started to work again. However, when Mo Ran swung the hammer, Chu Wanning knew that something was wrong. The large movements made the lines of the young man's body tighter and tighter. The golden light of the sun was like a waterfall rushing over his body, flowing down the clumps of sexy muscles. When he raised his arms, his shoulders were wide open, and his chest was smooth and tight like a hot rock, containing an amazing amount of heat and strength. The wooden hammer smashed into the stone mortar, and was sucked in by the wet and soft rice cake. When it was lifted up again, it was connected with the sticky white paste. He exerted his boundless strength again and again. His strength was so great that Chu Wanning even felt that if he was really unlucky and accidentally touched her, she would probably be crushed to pieces under him and crushed to pieces. Mo Ran's expression was focused as he panted slightly. His chest and heart rose and fell at the same time. There was sweat between his dark eyebrows and his Adam's apple moved slightly from time to time. The muscles on his upper arm relaxed and contracted. Chu Wanning watched his movements and suddenly couldn't help but recall the dream she had repeatedly had. In the dream, he was on Mo Ran's bed, and like the rice cake in the stone mortar, he was invaded, kneaded, humiliated, and turned into mud. He was in a daze until Mo Ran called him again. Shizun. Or perhaps he called a few times. Shizun, Shizun. He suddenly came back to his senses, but his heart was beating wildly. There was a glimmer in his eyes, and his Adam's apple moved. His eyes were a little out of focus, yes. Mo Ran's cool eyes looked down at him. Because his body was hot, it was especially hot. He said, Shizun, come, turn over. Chu Wanning only felt that in this gaze, in this sentence, the dream and reality were infinitely overlapping. He suddenly felt a little dizzy, and there seemed to be a scarlet light flashing in front of him. He saw two people rolling around on the red bed embroidered with golden phoenixes and dragons. A strong man was pressing down on the other, and the red waves were rolling. The man below was tensing his toes, and his calves were spasming. Shizun, come, turn over. He seemed to hear the man's hot breath, as if it was just behind his ear. Let me look at your face and fuck you. Chu Wanning was shocked by the inexplicable shadow that flashed in front of him. He suddenly closed his eyes and shook his head. What was going on? Was it an illusion? Or was it too detailed a memory of that wet dream? His heart trembled, and his blood surged, but cold sweat dripped. Mo Ran felt that something was wrong with him, and he put the hammer down, and went to his side. Shizun, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? No. His voice made Chu Wanning's heart go numb, like an insect biting an ant. Chu Wanning fiercely pushed him away and raised her angry phoenix eyes. The corners of her eyes were slightly red. He gasped for breath, hating himself for being so restless. The sun is too strong, so I'm just seeing things. Don't stand so close to me, it's all sweaty. Mo Ran looked down, and as expected, he felt uneasy. He knew that Chu Wanning was a clean freak, so he immediately moved to the side, but his eyes were still following that person, unwilling to look away. After that, Chu Wanning remained silent, and by the time the rice cakes were ready and everyone was sitting around, he was already gone. Oh, you asked Chu Xianjun? He said he had a headache, so he went back to his room to rest. The village chief said, I saw that his cheeks were a bit red when he left, maybe he had a fever. When Mo Ran heard this, he was very anxious. He didn't help store the rice cakes, and hurriedly ran to the small courtyard where the two of them lived. When he pushed open the door, there was no one on the bed, and he became even more anxious. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water coming from the kitchen, and Mo Ran hurriedly lifted the curtain and rushed in. Then he saw that Chu Wanning had already taken off his clothes, and was holding a wooden bucket full of water, standing barefoot on the red brick floor to take a shower. It was the end of October, and the frost had already passed. Chu Wanning, Was F*King taking a cold shower? Mo Ran was stunned. His face turned green, then white, then red. He stared at his master who was naked. He could only hear the rumbling sound of blood flowing in his ears. It was like the surging tide of the Chien River. He could not hear anything else. What did he see? This was the first time after his rebirth that he saw Chu Waning's body clearly, and completely. There was no fog, no concealment, nothing at all. There was only this familiar physique. This body had soaked through the defenses he had built, and he had tightly shut the floodgates of his memories. He felt the hot blood in his entire body burning, like magma gushing out, trying to break free from his flesh and skin. Everything was exactly the same as he was familiar with, and nothing had changed. He suddenly found that he couldn't breathe. He saw Chu Waning's shoulders, and the angle and strength were just right, like a bow that was pulled to 70% full, ready to shoot. He saw Chu Waning's shoulder blades moving under the thin, delicate skin. Then he followed the flow of the water. Yes, he followed the flow of the water. The water washed away his gaze, and brought his gaze down. Then he saw Chu Waning's thin and slender waist, and 2 shallow dimples behind his back, filled with wine, ready to kill those who desired him. Then he saw the firm buttocks, like a plump honey fruit in autumn. He knew what kind of ecstasy he would get when he touched them, and when he joined them, he shuddered, and his soul seemed to split open, and from then on, he rubbed together with the person under him, and it was hard to get rid of the addiction. Mo Xianjun. Suddenly someone shouted, Mo Xianjun, are you here? Mo Ran was shocked, and turned around, but before he could stop it, the door curtain was pulled open. Ling leaned in, and said as she walked, why did you leave in such a hurry? My mother asked me to call you to eat sweet rice cake. She saw Chu Waning taking a bath, and suddenly became speechless. Chu Waning, Ling, The girl screamed, and hurriedly covered her eyes. Chu Waning's expression was also very bad, and it was rare for him to rush to get his clothes, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 uninvited guests barging into his room when he came back to take a cold shower. It was really like seeing a ghost. He had always been a casual person, and after taking off his clothes, he would just throw them at the entrance. Did he have to walk through the entire kitchen naked, and pick up his clothes under the eyes of the girl? Just as he was at a loss of what to do, Mo Ran walked straight towards him, and actually raised his hand to hold the wall, shielding him in his arms. Mo Ran turned to Ling and said, get out. Yes. Yes. The girl was also scared silly, and was stunned for a while before she staggered out the door, and ran away in shock. Chu Waning, Mo Ran's expression was gloomy, and when he was sure that she was really far away, he let out a sigh of relief and turned around. He saw Chu Waning's cold face. He realized that his actions were very similar to a vicious dog protecting its food, baring its teeth to scare away the intruder, and then whimpering as it turned around to lick the hard-earned food. His hand was still on the wall, and in order to cover Chu Waning tightly, he stuck very close to him, so close that he could easily smell Chu Waning's scent. He couldn't help but freeze, his head was very hot, and he was very dizzy. Smells were the easiest to evoke memories and desires, just like how one would feel hungry when smelling meat, or think of winter snow when smelling plum blossoms, and so on. It was the same for lust. Mo Ran only felt that his spirit was agitated, and the wall of willpower that he had painstakingly built was about to be overturned. Chu Waning's scent was like a spark that fell into his dry chest, igniting his beastly nature and burning him to ashes. Usually, when he was so close to Chu Waning, even if he was dressed neatly, he couldn't help but be moved, let alone this person in front of him, who was completely naked. He hated that he couldn't grab Chu Waning's cold, wet wrist, turn him around, and press him against the wall, then directly tear off his clothes, fiercely stick to this person, and hold him up, so that his back was pressed against his chest, and then violently enter him. Just like in his previous life, Life and death were taken, and in the midst of sweat and panting, everything returned to its original state. He really couldn't take it anymore. He really wanted him. Mo Ran's breathing suddenly became heavy. He didn't say anything, and Chu Wanning didn't say anything either. The two of them stuck to the wall, standing very close to each other, almost touching, but Mo Ran's arm muscles tightened, and his meridians bulged, trembling slightly as he forced himself to hold on. Can't touch him, can't touch him. Respect him, love him. Can't commit the foolish act of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors, can't. He repeatedly said to himself, mechanically repeating it in his heart. The weather was very cold, but his forehead was gradually dripping with sweat. Can't. Mo Ran, you can't, don't let your imagination run wild. His Adam's apple moved, and he trembled as he closed his eyes, closing the burning gaze under his eyelids, but his face was full of confusion. If it was the usual Chu Wanning, how could he not see Mo Ran's abnormality? But at this moment, his situation was not much better than Mo Ran's, and was even worse. He looked cold, but heaven knows how much willpower he used to maintain his position, to be able to pretend to be calm. Mo Ran's breathing was so hot and heavy, with a strong smell unique to men, almost burning him. And those arms against the wall, they were so sturdy and strong and powerful. After his rebirth, he had not fought with Mo Ran, but he knew that if he only fought with strength and not magic, then in front of those arms, he would only be crushed to pieces. He didn't want to look into Mo Ran's eyes, so he lowered his gaze, and it fell on Mo Ran's chest. Although they were not pressed against each other, Mo Ran was so close to him that they were only separated by a thin line. He could clearly feel the masculine tension emanating from Mo Ran's hot chest. It was broad and hot. It was like it could melt the coldest ice in the world, and turn it into a spring tide. Shizun, the young man suddenly called out to him. He didn't know if it was his own misconception, but he felt that the other person's voice was a bit hoarse, full of moist desire and heat. Mo Ran had called him Shizun countless times, calmly, respectfully, angrily, ridiculing, too many to mention. However, this was the first time he had heard a different form of Shizun. It was mixed with the fishy smell of lust between his lips and teeth. It sounded so dirty and bewitching. Chu Wanning felt as if even the joints of her bones had gone numb. Impossible, Mo Ran would not call him that. He had heard wrongly, he had thought too much. The dirty one was his own heart. He subconsciously stepped back, his naked back bumping into the cold wall. He couldn't help but shiver, his lips trembling, slightly opening. He seemed to be at a loss. Mo Ran's eyes darkened. He looked at those moist, lightly colored lips. Although he didn't move, his mind was already filled with fantasies. He imagined himself lowering his head and kissing, prying open Chu Wanning's lips and teeth, his hot tongue coarsely invading that forbidden area that no one had ever attacked before. He imagined his hands grabbing Chu Wanning's waist, vigorously rubbing, exposing violent red marks on his skin. No matter how much he suppressed it, Mo Ran's blood was still surging with the blood of a wolf. The sex he released was always hot, violent, and even wanted to tear the person he slept with into pieces on the pillow. He wanted to eat the other person clean from the inside out, licking away every last drop of blood, every inch of flesh. He couldn't change his habit of being a vegetarian. Closing his eyes, he suppressed the boiling lava in his chest. He knew that he was in a bad situation, he knew how similar a man's desire was to a beast. He had to rush before the tide of passion became uncontrollable, he had to chase away the ignorant rabbit. He withdrew his hand, almost hoarsely saying, "Shizun, I'll go get your clothes." A heavy breath brushed past Chu Wanning's eyelashes. Mo Ran turned and strode to the door, picking up the clothes that Chu Wanning had thrown there. Chu Wanning was still leaning against the wall, but he felt like he had run 100 miles. His whole body was exhausted, and he couldn't breathe. He slightly narrowed his phoenix eyes and saw that Mo Ran had his back to him, flipping through the clothes he had taken off. He suddenly remembered the state of a certain part of his body. He was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly woke up. When Mo Ran came in, he was showering with his back to him, and when he turned around, Mo Ran was close to him and didn't look down, so he didn't notice his desire. But if Mo Ran took the clothes now and turned back, then Elder Yu Heng's high and noble reputation and Chu Waning's noble and ascetic image would crumble in an instant. Chu Waning was instantly anxious. He saw that Mo Ran had already separated the clothes and was holding them in his hands. He saw that he was about to turn around. Chu Waning only had two choices left. 1. Pretend that his legs suddenly hurt and squat down. 2. Poke him blind. Before he could make a decision between these two terrible choices, Mo Ran had already turned around and said, "Shizun, you what?" He didn't finish speaking. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, the rest of his words were all cut off between his lips, sinking deep into a quagmire, unable to be pulled out. 142. It turned out that at the critical moment when Mo Ran turned his head, Chu Waning's mind had a flash of lightning. Almost at the last moment, he turned his body around, his arms crossed and braced against the wall, leaving his opponent with his even and strong back. This way, Mo Ran wouldn't be able to see his front. Chu Waning felt that he was really quick-witted. This idiot didn't know that what he was exposing to Mo Ran was his sexy waist, his full and firm buttocks, and his pair of slender and strong legs. He was like a rabbit that had been skinned and roasted over a fire until it was golden brown and crispy. He was just short of saying, "Please eat, thank you." Mo Ran felt his throat go dry, and his eyes seemed to be bloodshot. After a while, he said, "Shizun, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" This posture is really a bit strange. How can I say it in a way that won't change my expression? Chu Waning turned half of his face, his expression cold and solemn. Trying to hide something only made it more obvious. Mo Ran had already put down his clothes and was walking towards him. Perhaps it was because the light was against him, but he felt that the expression on Mo Ran's face made him shudder. It was like a hungry wolf in the forest who saw a piece of fresh meat, but the meat was hanging on a trap. The wolf hesitated. The hunger and thirst in its stomach fought fiercely with the rationality in its brain. The flames of war spread from its body to its eyes. Mo Ran's black eyes were very bright, emitting a dim light. Chu Waning finally felt that something was wrong. Two words were drawn, and his tone was sharp, piercing through the treacherous silence. "Back rub." Mo Ran's moist voice condensed in his throat, with a slight nasal sound, making it seem very sexy. What? This was really the excuse that Chu Waning thought of when he was anxious, but since the voice had already entered his ears, he couldn't pull it out. He could only pretend to be calm and coldly said, "Since you're here, then rub my back before you leave." "Mo Ran, I've been busy these past few days. My body is sweaty, and I feel uncomfortable." Chu Waning tried his best to appear casual and calm. "It's always good to rub it clean." He didn't know whether he was able to fool Mo Ran or not, and whether his lie was still natural. But in the end, Mo Ran still listened to him. He obediently took a towel, soaked it in warm water, and began to rub Chu Waning back. Wanya had always been wise. This was really the stupidest thing he had ever done. What was the most torturous thing in this world? It was when the person he loved was standing behind him, separated by a rough towel, and a pair of large hands rubbing his entire body. Every place that was touched was like a sail on spring water, leaving behind a dry red mark. Although Mo Ran had already restrained his strength, it was still very strong. Moreover, his flesh had never been touched like this before. He felt every inch of his muscles tremble, and he had no choice but to tighten his body to maintain stability and not let the person behind him see that he was different. He leaned his forehead against the wall, in a place where Mo Ran couldn't see. He bit his lips tightly, and the ends of his phoenix eyes were red. His desire was so hot that it was as thick as the dew on a branch, and it was already slightly moist. He was still a person who had never had sex before, so what? In front of the person he loved, he endured such stimulation and pretended to be aloof. It was too unbearable, but if he were to ask Mo Ran, what was the most torturous thing in this world? He was afraid that the answer would be very different. He would probably say that it was when that person stood in front of you naked, hands against the wall, shoulders and back relaxed. That person didn't doubt himself at all, and just magnanimously handed everything over to you, letting you use a towel to rub his entire body with filthy and dirty thoughts. Of course he knew that he was scrubbing Shizun's back, but when he used just a little bit of strength, that person's skin turned red, and had the sexiness of being bullied and abused. His hands touched his shoulder blades and lingered around his waist. Involuntarily, his strength gradually became stronger. He felt the person beneath him tremble slightly, but he didn't know if it was his own misconception. But he stared at that fair and full curve, restraining himself until his eyes were bloodshot. Only then did he not throw away the towel and directly grab it with his hands, leaving 5 soul-stirring red marks. He had already tasted the ecstasy of the person in front of him, but so what? In front of this person, he endured silently and forced himself to be a gentleman. It was too unbearable. The two of them suffered for a long time, and if they continued to rub, they were afraid that there would be a fire. Chu Wanning finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and said with a hoarse voice, "Okay, you can go out. I can rub the rest, I'll do it myself." Mo Ran suddenly let out a sigh of relief, his forehead full of sweat. He said in a low voice, "Yes." Shizun, the door curtain was lifted, and Mo Ran went out. Chu Wanning didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He was still leaning against the wall, his forehead against it. His ears were blood red, just like the scars on his back. He didn't know if Mo Ran saw it or not. He opened his eyes slightly, as if because of the humiliation, he bit his lower lip. After hesitating for a long time, he still reached out and held his swollen and painful desire. Originally, he ran back to take a shower to suppress these filthy feelings. Unexpectedly, man proposes but God disposes. By chance, Mo Ran pushed him deeper into the waves of the sea of desire. Chu Wanning, who had always relied on the clear heart mantra to resist her human nature, finally couldn't help but use the most ordinary and most embarrassing form of a mortal to relieve herself of the overflowing love that was about to overflow. His lips were slightly open, and his eyes were half closed. His expression was a bit pitiful, and also a bit wronged. He was leaning against the cold wall, but his forehead was burning hot. His beautiful back and shoulders were hunched, and his Adam's apple was rolling, suppressing his deep breathing and whimpering. So sinful, but so beautiful. Like a white butterfly that fell into a spider's web, in the tight tide of passion, he weakly shook his wings, but couldn't get away. He was dirty in the end. Dirty to the bone, dirty so miserably, so pitiful, so tempting to violate, so addictive. In the end, Chu Wanning was so angry that he punched the wall. He was so ruthless, so angry, so unwilling that he used so much strength that his knuckles were bruised and bleeding. Bastard. It was unknown whether he was scolding himself or Mo Ran. Chu Wanning's eyes were wet. There were feelings, hatred, and confusion. In the blink of an eye, they had been in Jade Cold Village for more than half a month. The busy farming season was coming to an end. Since the day he took a shower, Chu Wanning had avoided Mo Ran like a snake or a scorpion. He didn't notice Mo Ran's abnormality, but he couldn't stand the change in himself. A person who was simple and elegant for a long time would be especially easy to hold back. Otherwise, why did Chu Wanning always look down on others for dual cultivation partners? It wasn't jealousy, but Elder Yuheng really couldn't stand it. He felt sick and disgusted. He didn't look at erotic images because he really didn't want to, not because he was pretending. For Chuaning, things like liking and kissing were acceptable. However, when it came to the next step, such as consolation or invasion, his face turned green. He couldn't accept it. It was like a vegetarian. If you secretly put some lard in his bowl, he would probably think it was delicious. However, if you gave him a piece of roasted meat that was brown on the outside but still had the smell of blood on the inside, he would probably be disgusted to death. After venting in a daze that day, Chuaning woke up. He gasped for breath and looked at the stickiness on his hand. He felt as if a handful of cold water had been poured on his head. His face turned green. What was he doing? He couldn't control himself from being teased by a little brat in his early 20s. He had to rely on self-consolation to calm the surging tide in his heart. Chuaning had goosebumps on his back. Therefore, when he met Mo Ran in the future, he would retreat 3 feet away. He was afraid that he would carelessly release the scourge in his heart and do something that he would regret. When he retreated, Mo Ran also retreated. Mo Ran was also really scared. He realized that his desire for Chuaning was much higher than he expected. The dam he built before couldn't hold back the turbulent waves. The passion in his bones was about to overflow at any time. He knew that there was only a slight difference between human nature and bestial nature. He didn't want to hurt Chuaning again because of this slight difference. Therefore, he also subconsciously avoided Chuaning. The distance between the two of them increased. Instead, it gave the illusion that the disciple was respectful and the master was kind. The days passed peacefully. One day, the hunters in the village killed a fat deer in the mountains. The villagers suggested that they hold a bonfire party at the small sun-dried field at the entrance of the village at night. Therefore, every family took out some food, whether it was pastries or dried meat. The village chief even opened 2 jugs of sorghum wine. Everyone sat around the bonfire and smelled the fragrance of the roasted deer. They ate and drank noisily, very happy. Chuaning and Mo Ran didn't sit together. The two of them were a little far apart. There was a fire burning in the middle. They looked at each other through the fire, but didn't want to be seen by each other. They glanced at each other, thinking that it was silent. However, their gazes always met halfway. Therefore, they pretended that it was just a casual glance and lightly lowered their eyes. After a while, they sneakily climbed up to each other's cheeks when they weren't paying attention. The orange flames were surging and the firewood was crackling. The surroundings were filled with laughter and toasts, but they couldn't hear or see anything. The moon in the sky illuminated only their hearts. The wine that the village chief opened was quickly finished, but everyone felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy them. Mo Ran remembered that he still had a jug of good quality pear blossom white wine in his house. He greeted them and got up to go get it. Halfway there, he heard movement behind him. He turned around. "Who is it?" The sound of footsteps immediately paused. Then, a pair of green shoes embroidered with yellow flowers slowly came out from the corner. Mo Ran was stunned. "Miss Linger? It's you." Linger drank a little too much wine. Her snow-white cheeks were flushed red and her lips were plump and bright. She stood under the moonlight, gazing at him with emotion. Her full chest rose and fell with some hurried breathing. She said, "Mo Xianjun, wait. I have something to tell you." 143. No matter how slow Mo Ran was, when he saw her burning eyes, how could he not understand? He immediately said, "Miss Ling, you drank a little too much. If you have anything to say it tomorrow. I insist on saying it today." This girl was also fierce when she was being stubborn. Her hair was a little messy, but her eyes were shining. Mo Ran was afraid of being pestered, so he wanted to use his qinggong to escape, but she pulled on the corner of his sleeve. Mo Ran was angry and amused at the same time. He said, "Let go of me." "I'm not letting go." As the saying goes, alcohol strengthens one's courage. Moreover, Ling Er's courage was not small to begin with. She had been wanting to cling to the quintessence of life and death for a long time, so she said loudly, "I like you." "Do you like me?" Mo Ran, seeing that the man did not respond, Ling Er was a little anxious. Ever since Mo Ran first came to Yuliang village, she felt that this man looked mighty and heroic. Later on, when she found out that he was the famous Grandmaster Mo, her heart fell even deeper, and she could not control it. The busy farming season was almost over, and Mo Ran would be leaving soon. She was just a little girl in the lower cultivation world, and the only thing she had was a pretty face and a good figure. Although she did not know what Mo Ran thought of her, if she did not express her feelings now, it would be very difficult for her to have another chance in the future. Therefore, with the help of the alcohol, she was able to muster up the courage to follow Mo Ran and confess her love to him. To be honest, even Mo Ran was a little taken aback by this flood of courage. Ling Er's pretty face was flushed red. She thought, if only Mo Ran would agree. Not only would she have such a handsome lover, but she would also be able to climb to the peak of life and death. Then, she would not have to stay in this small broken village and be bullied. She could live a comfortable life, but, "I'm sorry, Miss Ling you should let go." However, his words easily shattered the floating castle in her mind. Ling Er's face was still red, but now it was pale again. For a moment, her face was very ugly. After a while, she anxiously said, Am I not good-looking?" "You look good in every way." Mo Ran was very polite and gently shook off her hand. "But I don't like it." If it could be said that he had left some face for her just now, then this sentence of, "I don't like it," could be said to be like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, tearing off the last of her face. Ling Er's eyes were filled with tears. She was sad. Although she admired Mo Ran, it wasn't to the point where she was deeply in love with him. Instead, she wanted to rise to the top. Thus, she was more disappointed that her dream had been shattered. "Then you?" She held back her tears and asked, "Then what do you like?" Her question stumped Mo Ran. What did he like? Out of habit, he felt that he liked women like Shamai, but when the words came to his mouth, he suddenly felt that this was not the case. For a moment, he was at a loss and could not answer. "Then tell me, what do you like?" Lina stepped closer, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Mo Ran's face, not letting go of any change in his expression. She was also a pitiful person. She had an older sister who married an ordinary cloth merchant in the upper cultivation world and moved to Leiju a few years ago to live a good life. She went to visit her older sister with her mother and brought back a pile of dried pepper fish from the countryside. However, her brother-in-law disliked the fishy smell of the dried fish and felt that it was very shameful for them to live in his house, so they were driven away after a few days. This matter deeply carved a knife into Linga's heart. From that day on, she was not willing to accept her poor life and vowed to live better than her older sister. In the future, she would repay all the grievances that she had suffered. Therefore, she had been looking for a hero all these years, wanting to give herself to him and change her fate. She really did not want to let go of Mo Weiyu. As a result, she was almost a little anxious and crazy. Under the influence of alcohol, she leaned on him in a daze. She had a soft and curvaceous body. In the summer, when she walked through the fields, men would steal glances at her. She was betting, wanting to use her soft and warm body to tear open Grandmaster Mo's armor. "What's wrong with me? You don't even want to think about it, you won't even consider it, and you're rejecting me just like that." Her hot and soft body pressed against him, but Mo Ran felt uncomfortable all over. He pulled and pulled her away, his face darkening. "Miss Linger, how long have we known each other?" Why would I like you? Why would I consider you? How would you know if you don't try? When Mo Ran saw that she was about to come over again, he immediately said, don't come any closer. You don't like it that much. Linga opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, you don't like it at all, I don't like it at all. Mo Ran felt that he had not said it clearly enough. It was better to be thorough with this kind of thing. Therefore, although it was cruel, he still added, I'm not moved at all. Linga was speechless. Not liking it, she could understand. But not being moved, how many unmarried men could face a woman with an extremely good face and figure, face a woman who had taken the initiative to throw herself at him, and say that he was not moved at all? Could he not have any desire in front of such a soft and gentle woman? She stood there in a daze for a while, then said, how could you, she found it hard to say. She actually wanted to say, how could you not have any desire at all? This was not normal. Mo Ran could tell what she was thinking from her hesitation, but he didn't want to explain it to her. They were just strangers who met by chance. While the concubine wanted to have a one-night stand, the man didn't want to do so. She could think whatever she wanted, as long as she liked it. Mo Ran said to her softly, sorry. Then he disappeared into the night. The night wind blew against his cheeks, and he could not help but squint his eyes. After talking with Linga, he suddenly realized that he might have been wrong about one thing when it came to love. Linga asked him, what kind of woman do you like? It seemed that he had never asked himself this question. People who received little warmth did not have much choice. As long as someone treated him especially well, he would offer up all his passion. What kind of woman do you like? This was a question that he did not dare to ask subconsciously. Actually, everyone in this world had their own special tastes and hobbies. When Mo Ran was young, he often heard other children tugging at their parents' clothes and saying, I like to eat this, it has chopped green onions. Or, Mom, this red lantern looks better than the yellow one, I like the red one. But he could not say that. Even if he said it, it would be useless. The only thing he could afford to eat was the cheapest white pancakes, and he had to break them up and share half with his mother. Later on, when he was in the restaurant, he would also steal glances at the rich young masters who came to watch the opera. He saw them waving their silk fans and leisurely saying things like, I like that from last time. This time, I want her to sing. She's delicate and has a sweet voice, and so on. In fact, in Mo Ran's eyes, was not as beautiful as Byron, but who cared what he thought? No one would ever ask him, what do you like? Whether it was aesthetic or choice, these words only concerned the rich. For Mo Ran, he would eat whatever others gave him. If there was food to eat, he should be grateful. If there was clothes to cover his body, he should cry, like. He was afraid that he was a fool. How could he like? How could he dare to like? What qualifications did he have to like? He only had a lowly life that he had to struggle with all his might to survive. After a long time, this habit of holding on to whatever he got was deeply ingrained in his bones. Later, no matter how much gold, silver, and jewels he wore, or how much ambergris made him sneeze, it could not cover up this layer of poverty in his bones. Throughout Mo Ran's life, when he was young, he was poor. His emotions were like dirt on the soles of his shoes, worthless. Therefore, no one would ask him, what do you like? Later on, when he achieved meteoric success, he was in the emperor's heart, accompanying the king and accompanying the tiger. His thoughts could only be speculated by others, so no one dared to ask him, what do you like? And just now, Ling Er had suddenly asked him this question. It was just a few simple words, but it had actually stumped him. He used to think that if he liked someone, he would be respectful and hold them in the palm of his hand, not daring to have any wild thoughts. Just like how he treated Shamai. He felt that this was love, as if there was nothing wrong with it. But at this moment, he vaguely understood that things didn't seem to be as he had thought. Did he really like gentleness, more than stubbornness? Did he really like gentleness, more than strength? Did he really like peach blossom eyes, more than fierce phoenix eyes, two blades of frost? Did he really like Shimingjing? Instead of, he did not dare to think about that name, but his heart was beating uncontrollably, and his blood had become hot and boiling. Mo Ran was shocked by his own love. Love and lust, love and lust, love and lust were inseparable, inseparable. He was attracted by the other person's appearance, by the other person's voice, by the other person's smell, and even by the other person's gaze. He wanted to invade, wanted to possess, wanted to leave his own breath on the body that originally had nothing to do with him, wanted to insert his own passion into the other person's body. He had always believed that love was sacred, and that the person he loved could not be profaned. But how could he really not be profaned? When a body that he loved, longed for, and yearned for appeared in front of him, how could he not feel his whole body heat up? Of all the love in the world, only love had nothing to do with cleanliness. It was destined to be stained with sticky sweat, to have the color of flesh, to be tangled with hair, to have the smell of heather. It was related to moaning, to passion. It was destined to be in a muddy and humid hotbed to be able to grow into a delicate flower stamen. Mo Ran was running in the night when he suddenly stopped. His eyes were frighteningly bright, and his expression was aghast. It was as if something in his brain had broken. The wild flow that had always been suppressed by his stubbornness and foolishness had drowned him with an earth-shattering momentum, swallowing him up. He stood in place in horror. Desire, lust, love. Chu Wanning, he finally dug out this name. The sand and mud were washed away, and the treasure was revealed. It had always been Chu Wanning. This kind of private emotion, this kind of burning love, had always belonged to Chu Wanning. He felt his vision darken. The obsession of 2 lifetimes had been shattered. The broken brick wall was washed away by the violent tide, slamming into his heart, making him almost unable to breathe. He was aghast. Could it be? So, it was actually like this, the person he liked, his so-called love, had it always been wrong? When Mo Ran returned to the bonfire party with Li Huabai in his arms, Linga was no longer there. Of course, no one noticed that a young girl had left the party. Naturally, no one knew that Mo Ran and her had a conversation just now. They continued to drink and chat merrily, and it was very lively. After 3 rounds of drinking, the villagers began to play a game. They used rice stalks to weave a straw ring and ask someone to go up and beat the drum. When the drum stopped, whoever the straw ring passed to would be asked a question and could not refuse to answer. This was a kind of entertainment that the farmers of the lower cultivation world would think of when they had nothing to do. The game was simple and easy to learn. Even people like Chu Wanning who had no interest in playing would not find it difficult to integrate into the game. Okay, it's Lao Bai's turn. Come, Lao Bai, let's draw lots. With a bitter face, Lao Bai grabbed a folded piece of paper from the big bowl. He unfolded it and read, "Is a woman with big breasts prettier, or a woman with a fat butt prettier?" The people around him immediately roared with laughter. Lao Bai was so angry that his face turned red. He raised the piece of paper and cursed, "Which idiot wrote this kind of question?" and threw it in. "I'll F***CKU. Don't." A villager laughed and pulled on his clothes. "Don't be in such a hurry to F***CK him. You should answer the question first." Lao Bai's wife was also sitting below. She was staring at him with her pair of bullfrog eyes. Lao Bai's hair stood on end. He stuttered for a long time before whispering, "I think they're all about the same." Immediately, someone laughed and shouted, "What are you talking about? There's no point in lying. You clearly told me a few days ago that you think women with big butts are prettier and that they're easy to give birth to." Why didn't you tell the truth? Drink, drink. Drink as punishment. Lao Bai had no choice. He grimaced in pain and drank the wine. After drinking, he was pulled by the ear by his wife and scolded. Chu Wanning was hidden in the crowd. He felt awkward and curious at the same time. However, this kind of question was too vulgar. If he was asked, he would definitely not be able to answer. At this time, the village chief happened to be holding a foot of black cloth. He said with a smile, "Let's find someone else to beat the drum. Take Lao Zhong's place and let him play." "Who's going to take his place?" Chu Wanning immediately said, "I'll do it." He walked to the side of the drum that was tied with cowhide. He took the drumstick and sat on the ground. The village chief carefully tied the blindfold around his eyes. He adjusted it left and right and asked, "Is it tight?" "It's not tight." "Will it leak out?" "It won't leak." The village chief smiled and said, "Then I'll ask Immortal Monarch to beat the drum. Whenever you want to stop, feel free to stop." Chu Wanning said, "Okay." He picked up the wooden hammer and knocked on the leather surface. Then, he agilely beat out dense drum beats. It was noisy and messy. He was blindfolded and did not notice Mo Rant's gaze across the bonfire. It was so complicated, so confused, and so confused. Mo Ran looked at him. The sparks flew, like orange fireflies scattering into the night. He looked at the man in white. Inch by inch, his gaze swept across Chu Wanning's forehead, the tip of his nose, his lips, and his chin like a sharp knife. Chu Wanning, who was blindfolded by the black cloth, had an indescribable temptation to him. But this time, Mo Ran did not let this temptation slip away. He carefully chewed and licked. He tasted the taste of love in it. He once again felt his heart tremble. He once again confirmed that he was not wrong. He had love for Chu Wanning. That kind of love had nothing to do with the relationship between master and disciple. It had nothing to do with kindness. He just purely admired him, longed for him, wanted him. He finally realized in hindsight that he loved Chu Wanning. It was love. He was actually so muddle-headed, so stubborn. He was actually so stupid, so unable to see clearly. It was only today that he was finally enlightened. He loved Chu Wanning. Now that he had thought it through, the layer of earth that had been accumulating in his mind finally broke down. There were many things that he couldn't understand and many answers that he couldn't get before, but they all came one after another in this love that had come so late. But he did not have time to savor it. He did not have time to think deeply. He heard a dong sound. The drumming stopped. The remaining sounds spread like ripples. That grass ring fell on his knee at this time. He picked it up in a daze. When he looked up, he saw Chu Wanning breathing a sigh of relief. He took off the black bandage with one hand. He opened his pair of phoenix eyes that shone with moonlight and looked at him with pure and flawless eyes. He was also curious. He wanted to know whose house the flower fell on when he stopped the drumming. So he met Mo Ran's gaze. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran, there was nothing more awkward than you peeking at him when he was peeking at you. Their gazes met and they both avoided each other's eyes. But Chu Wanning soon stopped avoiding them. Because he suddenly realized that Mo Ran's handsome face was shrouded in confused and complicated feelings. Beyond the burning bonfire and the bustling crowd, it was exposed so straight and hot. It was not concealed and could not be concealed. Chu Wanning widened his phoenix eye slightly. Good luck, Celestial Master Mo, the village chief smiled and pulled Mo Ran up. Mo Ran hesitated for a while. Then he followed the rules and put the grass ring in his hair. His black eyes were very bright, but he was at a loss. He put on the crown and carefully looked at Chu Wanning. That tanned handsome face gradually turned red under the light of the fire. Chu Wanning was shocked by his abnormal behavior. So he opened his eyes even wider and stared at him. Under Chu Wanning's undisguised gaze, Mo Ran lowered his eyelashes and pursed his lips without saying a word. He looked a little obedient and a little shy. He looked like a slow-witted young man who had reached the age of knowing his first love. Everything seemed so clumsy. So clumsy that it was a little pitiful, but also a little cute. Chu Wanning, if he was shocked just now, he could be said to be shocked now. He was probably going blind. Otherwise, why would he feel that this burly bear suddenly became so pretentious, as if he had taken the wrong medicine? 144. Mo Ran took out a piece of paper from the bowl and spread it open. When he saw the content on the paper, he first heaved a sigh of relief, then became a little nervous. "What is this?" asked the village chief. Mo Ran showed him the paper. The village chief looked and said, "Ha ha, luckily there are no senior or junior sisters from the same sect as Mo Xianjun, or else we would have offended them." Chu Wanning was originally very curious about what question Mo Ran had found. When he heard the village chief's words, he became even more curious. He stared at the paper as if he wanted to bore a hole through it. Mo Ran smiled and said, "But village chief, look at what's written on this paper. It should be against the rules." Others asked one question, but he asked me 3 questions. "Who asked Immortal Jun to pick this one?" said the village chief. "If Immortal Jun is not satisfied, then throw it away and pick a new one." If he picked a new one, he might get something like, "Women with long legs are prettier," or "Women with thin waists are prettier." Mo Ran smiled and said, "Forget it, I'll pick this one." As he spoke, he passed the paper back to the village chief and said, "I picked 3 people I like the most in my life." Chu Wanning was speechless. At this time, Ling came back with red eyes. She did not move forward, afraid that others would see that she had just cried. She sat at the outermost edge of the fire pit, so Mo Ran did not see her. In fact, after Mo Ran finished his question, he did not look at anyone. He felt that such a question was too personal, and anyone would feel awkward looking at it. No one would be able to say anything, so he just stared at the fire. The bonfire flickered in his black eyes, illuminating his handsome face. He stared at the flame, lost in thought for a long time. Then he said, "Then let's talk about my mother first. My mother passed away relatively early. Actually, I don't really remember what she looked like. I only remember that when she was around, I could always eat and sleep well," Mo Ran said. "So if we were to talk about 3 people, she would be one of them." Village chief nodded. "Good, I'll count 1 for you, Immortal Monarch. The second one is my elder brother. He treats me warmly, and even though we aren't related by blood, he treats me better than any of my brothers." Regarding this answer, Chu Wanning had long expected it, so whether it was on his face or in his heart, there was not much of a ripple. It was obvious that Mo Ran liked Shimingjing. When he was at the Jin Chenkai, he had heard it with his own ears, so he wasn't surprised. She looked at the man under the illumination of the night fire. He had a hard outline that looked like it had been carved by a knife and an axe. He looked extremely handsome, but there was some stubbornness in his bones. To a large extent, a person's spirit could be reflected in their eyes. Mo Ran's eyes were black, bright, and extremely spirited, like a lamp that would never be extinguished unless it ran out of oil. A person with such a pair of eyes was destined to be extremely stubborn. Chu Wanning was obsessed with such stubbornness, but unfortunately, this stubbornness didn't belong to him. Mo Ran said that Shimingjing was so good, but Chu Wanning didn't listen. He felt that the wind at night was a little cold, so he poured himself a cup of hot tea, held it in his hand, and slowly drank. The tea warmed his throat and fell to his stomach, warming his flesh and blood, and even his heart softened. He silently poured himself another cup. Just as he was about to drink again, he suddenly heard Mo Ran finish talking about Shimingjing. Mo Ran paused and said, "There's one more person, and the third person I want to talk about is my master." Cough cough cough. Chu Wanning seemed to have been scalded. He choked on the tea and coughed repeatedly. His face was flushed red. He buried his head in wiping the water stains, but he didn't raise his head to look at Mo Ran. For a person who was used to being lowly emotionally, if you pulled him up from the ground, he would only panic because he was covered in dust. He would want to hide in the dark again, curl up, and hide. But Mo Ran clearly didn't intend to give him a chance to escape. Chu Wanning was too stuffy. If he was allowed to do as he pleased, he would always show you his back, the back of his head. He seemed to be blazing, fierce, with purple lightning and green frost between his eyebrows, faintly showing a thunderous intent to attack. But Mo Ran knew that this was nothing more than an exquisitely polished human skin mask. He had seen Chu Wanning's gentle human soul, so pitiful and helpless in the steam rising from the Meng Po lobby. He didn't want Chu Wanning to ruin himself like this anymore. Chu Wanning couldn't wear such a sinister and terrifying mask anymore. If this guy with low self-esteem wasn't willing to take it off, then he would reach out for him. The tea had only spilled a little, and he had already wiped it clean. But Chu Wanning still kept wiping the dried water stains. He was used to being trapped in a cocoon of his own making, so he didn't raise his head. Gradually, he felt that the surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that it was a little strange. Then, he heard a child giggle. The voice was very low, but anyone could hear it. Chu Xianjun is so silly. Hurriedly covered her child's mouth. Shush, but Chu Wanning still heard it. Silly, no, Wan Yi Yuheng would never be called silly in his life. He was arrogant and sharp, fierce and cold, and, Shizun, if you keep wiping, I'm afraid you're going to make a hole in the table. The black cloth boots walked in front of his table. They were very close, so close that it could be considered offensive. Then, they stopped. Chu Wanning saw a pitch-black shadow cover him like a mountain pressing down on him. The pressure was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. The pressure made him feel a little humiliated, and also a little angry. He suddenly felt a little resentful, angry at his sudden weakness. Thus, he threw the handkerchief aside and abruptly raised his head. His eyes were filled with provocation as he glared at Mo Ran with unbridled anger. It was as if he was about to draw his sword. Almost at the same time, Mo Ran said respectfully and gently, "I'm sorry, Master." Shizun, pay attention to me. This sentence was like a curse, growing and growing together with Chu Wanning's reaction. Only Chu Wanning knew that he didn't raise his head because Mo Ran said, "Pay attention to me." This was just a coincidence. But what was the use of this? Besides him, whether it was Mo Ran or the people around, they all felt that Chu Wanning quickly agreed to his disciple because of this request. Quickly. There was nothing more humiliating than these two words. They felt that they had lost all their face. Chu Wanning's face was as cold as ice, but his eyes were burning with fire. But what met his eyes was only Mo Ran's gentle and warm gaze. Like endless spring water, it easily wrapped up his anger and his sharp mouth. Mo Ran said, "Shizun, the third answer is you." Chu Wanning had nowhere to vent his anger, so he became expressionless. Yes. He was really calm and indifferent. He was very calm and had a bearing. He was really worthy of being Grandmaster Chu who didn't care about worldly affairs. Chu Wanning secretly cheered for himself. But Mo Ran looked at him amusedly. Grandmaster Mo thought that this Grandmaster Chu couldn't be a little fool, right? Chu Wanning didn't know that in his disciple's heart, he had already pasted the label of a little fool. Because he was nervous, he became more and more cold and arrogant. He said, "So, what do you want to do here?" This question hit the nail on the head. The smile on Mo Ran's face froze for a moment. Moran wanted to do everything. But he couldn't do anything. So what if he liked Chu Wanning? He found out too late. This person was too far away to be chased. Moreover, he had already spent 2 lifetimes chasing after Shamai's footsteps. Suddenly, he was told that he loved the wrong person and wanted him to turn back. In fact, his own heart couldn't accept it so easily. If he had understood his own feelings at the beginning of his rebirth, perhaps everything could still be in time. Until now, this discovery was actually just increasing his suffering. In his previous life, Chu Wanning had suffered too much physical torture. He was used to seeing the joy of the bed as the cruelest torture for this proud and unyielding man. Therefore, in Moran's heart, Chu Wanning had always been the image of an immortal. He didn't eat the food of mortals, and he wouldn't have any feelings of love or lust. If he wanted to destroy Chu Wanning, he had thousands of intimate methods. But, he had to be good to Chu Wanning. He couldn't think of much. Suddenly, he became very stupid. He only knew that he should keep a distance from Shizun. He should put Shizun on the altar and kneel down to welcome him. This word of like actually contained a burning and secret love. But Moran couldn't let Chu Wanning feel it. He could only control himself and use the relationship between master and disciple to carefully disguise this love. Then, he respectfully presented it to Chu Wanning. Moran then replied, "I just want to let Shizun know." Chu Wanning looked at him quietly. Moran said, "It's just that, I can't help but want to let everyone know." "Know what?" Moran smiled. His black eyes were very bright, and the flames were very scorching. It could cover up the desire that was surging in the undercurrent. "Know that my luck is good," he said with a smile. "I have the best Shizun in the world." He used 3 best words. They were very clumsy and very forceful. It was quite like Moran's simple and crude style. Chu Wanning looked at him with an unfathomable gaze. Only his eyelashes moved. Moran took a deep breath. He didn't know where his courage came from. He only felt that if he missed this chance, he would not have another chance to express himself so freely in this life. He suddenly half knelt, wanting to be level with Chu Wanning, who was sitting in front of the table. Unfortunately, his figure was still too tall. Kneeling like this, he still looked down at Shizun. He couldn't care so much. He felt that his heart was beating so fast, and his blood was flowing so fast. Shizun. Chu Wanning suddenly felt that something was wrong. This man's eyes were too anxious. He couldn't help but lean back a little. But in the end, the arrow still pierced his heart. "I like you." He had no way to escape. The deer leaping in the forest had its leg pierced by the hunter's arrow. Then, it fell to the ground. Chu Wanning stared at him in a daze. There was a boom in his head. He couldn't hear anything else, and couldn't see anything, this word was very implicit and vague. It wasn't as straightforward as love. Once it was said, it could burn someone's heart. It had many ways to understand it. It gave many opportunities to infatuated men and resentful women. They could pretend to be calm and express their feelings, and let out the overflowing love in their hearts. Moran silently thought, "I like you, but I won't disturb you or force you." You think that the like I said is only the relationship between master and disciple. Although that is a pity for me, for you, it couldn't be better. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, silently thought to herself, "You said you like me because of pity, because you taught me, and because you saved my life. This isn't the kind of love I want, but in exchange for your good feelings, I've already done everything I can do. I don't have the strength anymore, and I don't have any bargaining chips to exchange for more of your feelings. To be able to get a word of recognition from you as Shizun, a word of love, is enough. I won't force it." They didn't say anything more to each other. The people around them who were watching the show only praised the deep relationship between master and disciple. Only Ling, who was in the corner, vaguely felt that something was wrong. She looked at Mo Ran's handsome face. There was a suppressed desire on that face, and there was some enthusiasm that made her feel strange. But after all, she was pure. She grew up in a small village, and had never heard of the good feelings between men. Therefore, she only felt that it was strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange. In this world, there were always some people who were heartless and unrestrained when they didn't like something. They could walk sideways, and even if the heavenly king came, they wouldn't be afraid. But once they fell in love, it was like adding oil to the fire. Their hearts were hot and their eyes were red. They constantly longed for their love to be discovered by the other party. They wanted to sink into the sea of desire with the other party, and they couldn't bear to part. But what if the other party really did discover it? They were in fear and trepidation. They were afraid that the other party didn't like them, afraid of being rejected, afraid of this and that. Not to mention the heavenly king, this time, even if a cicada on a tree chirped, something completely unrelated, they would feel uneasy. Heavens, a cicada on a tree is chirping. Damn, does that mean he doesn't like me? The most hazy of love was often you guessing and I guessing, you hiding and I hiding. Even from 2 miles away, you could smell the pervasive sour stench. Mo Weiyu was the Emperor Ta in his past life, and in this life, he was Grandmaster Mo. He was notorious, and wise for his entire life. He was the evilest ghost, and now he was the kindest person. But in the end, he still couldn't escape this sour stench. What about Chu Wanning? That guy was forever a fish in a net. Even the slightest disturbance in love was enough to give him a headache and make him feel conflicted. But he still wanted to save face. With a snort, he said, "What's there to talk about such a rotten thing?" He was really courting death. 1:45, the forest was dyed red, and the busy farming season was over. The villagers of Yuliang village prepared several large and small bags filled with dried meat, rice cakes, spices, and coarse cloth. They kept stuffing them into the arms of Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. Although there was no lack of food and clothing at the peak of life and death, this was the goodwill of the villagers, and it would be bad if they didn't accept it. Thus, the two didn't stand on ceremony and helped the village chief fill up the bags. Ling also came with a bamboo basket in her arms. The basket was covered with a small piece of blue cloth, and when the cloth was lifted, it was revealed that there were steamed buns and 10 or so boiled eggs with green shells. She walked over to Mo Ran's horse, her clear eyes darting around. She wanted to look at him, but when she thought of her bold confession when she was half drunk and half awake, she felt embarrassed. After dawdling for a while, she finally walked over and raised the basket over her head. She said to the handsome man who was already on the horse, "Immortal Master Mo, these were all cooked by me this morning. Take them with you and eat them with Immortal Master Chu on the road." Mo Ran didn't know why she was doing this, so he hesitated, not knowing whether to refuse or accept. Ling understood his concerns and suddenly raised her head. Her cheeks were red, but there was stubbornness and hurt in her eyes. Although she used all her strength and wanted to get close to an amazing immortal master, she wasn't a girl without dignity who would continue to pester after being rejected. She said, "Immortal Master, don't worry. Ling doesn't have any other intentions. I just want to thank Immortal Master for taking care of Yuliang village this past month." Only then did Mo Ran accept the bamboo basket. He sat on the horse and looked at her with lowered eyelashes. He said sincerely, "Many thanks, Miss. Immortal Master is too polite." Mo Ran saw that she was able to let go and felt a little touched. He asked, "Miss, what do you plan to do from now on?" "Immortal Master, why do you ask?" "I don't think Miss is someone who is willing to stay in the village for long." Ling smiled, and fighting spirit appeared in her eyes again. I want to go to the upper cultivation world to have a look. I heard that the Confucian Wind School's sect leader is kind and benevolent, and he's willing to help all the poor people in the world. As long as people like us from the lower cultivation world can find a job in Lini, he won't drive us away. I'm not bad at needlework, and I can cook too. I'll be able to survive for a while. Of course, she didn't mention the most important thing. Confucian Wind sect had the most disciples among the 10 great cultivation sects. Their sect was vast, and they had a total of 72 cities, big and small. Lini was also the capital of an immortal sect. Out of 10 people walking on the road, 5 of them were cultivators. If she went there, it would be easier for her to find a good husband. Chu Wanning did not know what she was thinking. Hearing that she wanted to go to Lini, he knitted his brows and said, "The Confucian Wind School is very deep, it is not as simple as Miss thinks. If you want to stay in the upper cultivation world for a long time in the future, you might as well consider Lin Lingyu in Yangju." "I can't survive in Yangju. The food and clothes there are too expensive," Ling said. "Thank you for your kindness, Sir Immortal." Ling has her own considerations. Since she already said this much, Chu Wanning knew that it would be useless for him to say anything more, so he dropped the subject. The two of them carried a lot of parcels and spurred their horses. When Chu Wanning passed by the vicinity of colorful Butterfly Town, he paid special attention to the barrier there. Fortunately, the spiritual energy flow was abundant, so everything was stable. Therefore, the horses kept galloping all the way until noon. They finally returned to the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning went to report the situation to Xue Zhenyong. Mo Ran had nothing to do, so he strolled around. On the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness, he bumped into a person who was wiping the stone lions on the bridge's pillar. Mo Ran wondered who made a mistake and was punished to come here to do manual labor. Those who were punished would generally feel embarrassed, so Mo Ran didn't plan to walk to the bridge. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard that person call out to him from not far away. "Mo Ran!" When he took a closer look, he realized that the person wiping the stone lions was none other than Shamai. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, but he felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. First, it was strange that someone like Shamai, who always followed the rules, would actually be punished to wipe the Bridge of Helplessness. Second, it was strange that Shamai looked like now. It had been a long time since he saw Shamai in his full form, but he still couldn't recognize his current appearance. Instead, as time passed, he felt more and more unfamiliar with him, so much so that he didn't recognize him at first sight on the bridge. "Why are you here? Did you do something wrong?" Mo Ran walked in front of him and asked. Shamai looked a little embarrassed. "Yes. I was punished together with young master. Meng Meng." Mo Ran paused and smiled. This wasn't strange. Xue Meng made a mistake, so it wasn't anything new. "What did he do with you?" "He said he wanted to go to the forbidden area behind the mountain to catch a few ghosts to practice. In the end, he almost broke the crack in the barrier that master had sealed before he left." Mo Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does he think ghosts are like cats and dogs? He catches them as he pleases, and raises them as he pleases. You too, if he's messing around, you shouldn't be messing around with him. Why didn't you persuade him? Shamai sighed, his face full of helplessness. Of course I tried to persuade him, but it was useless. I was afraid that something would happen to him, so I could only go in with him. Forget it, I won't talk about it. Fortunately, I didn't cause any trouble. Mo Ran, let's talk about you. A few days ago, you and Master went to Yuling village to do farm work. Yes. How was it? Did everything go well? Yes, everything went well. The two of them chatted for a while. After bidding farewell to Shamai, Mo Ran walked alone on the tree-lined path. When he looked back, he realized that his feelings for Shimai were more of an obsession, a habit, and not love. He used to think that when he looked at Shimai's appearance, he felt that he was beautiful, shocked, and comfortable. This was his desire, but it wasn't. People always appreciated beautiful things. He admired Shimai's appearance, but when he looked at it carefully, this admiration didn't carry any sense of intimacy. He liked to look at him, just like he liked to look at the red leaves that covered the mountains in autumn and the lotuses that filled the ponds in summer. All these years, he didn't have any improper thoughts. He was still the same as before, cherishing Shimai and loving Shimai tenderly. But it was also different from the past. The current Mo Ran finally understood what love was all about. He wasn't Liu Xiaohui. His love should be moist and hot, accompanied by invasion, the collision of flesh, and the rush of blood. He was a wolf dog, so he could smell roses. But his teeth were ferocious. If he really wanted to eat, of course he wouldn't eat flowers, but flesh and blood. During dinner, Xue Meng finally finished editing all the books in the second scripture area of the library. He was so tired that he sighed. He lay on the Mengpo lobby and complained. Even his favorite spicy chicken couldn't make him happy. He was playing with his chopsticks in boredom when he suddenly saw Chu Wanning enter the dining hall. His spirits were finally lifted. He straightened up and shouted, "Shizun." Chu Wanning glanced at him and nodded. Mo Ran sat beside Xue Meng. He, Xue Meng, and Shimai usually ate together. But today, when Chu Wanning walked in, Mo Ran moved all the plates on the table away, leaving a large empty space. "What are you doing?" Mo Ran smiled at Xue Meng but didn't say anything. He stood up and beckoned to Chu Wanning, "Shizun, come sit here." Xue Meng, Shimai, respect was one thing, but having a meal together was another thing. Most of the people who could sit at the same table and chew on bones often didn't have a stiff relationship with each other. At the very least, they had to get used to each other smacking their lips. They had to be able to tolerate each other's ugly table manners and occasional loss of self-control. Looking at the expressions on Xue Meng and Shimai's faces, although Chu Wanning's table manners were usually calm and aloof, they were still not used to and did not accept sharing a meal with him. To them, having a meal with their master occasionally was the same as having a social gathering. Both parties had to be tense and courteous. After a meal, their backs would often be stiff and they wouldn't be able to taste the food. Chu Wanning also understood this. He glanced at Mo Ran in surprise and shook his head. He still carried some light vegetables and went straight to his usual spot. It had been 5 years since he last ate at the Mengpo lobby. As soon as he sat down, Chu Wanning saw a small engraved copper plate on the corner of the table. On it were engraved the words, "Elder Yuheng's exclusive seat," in small characters. "Is Xue Yong crazy?" Chu Wanning slammed the wooden tray on the table and sat down gloomily. Before he could eat 2 mouthfuls, someone suddenly pulled out the wooden chair across from him and sat down at the Elder Yuheng's exclusive seat. The tray was placed very close to Chu Wanning's plate, almost touching each other. Chu Wanning looked up. "Why are you here?" "It's too crowded over there," Mo Ran said, smiling as he picked up his bowl of rice. "Come and eat with Shizun." Chu Wanning glanced at Xue Meng and the others and was a little confused. "How is it crowded?" Not only was he confused, but the other 2 people who were left behind by Mo Ran also had complicated expressions. They quietly looked at Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's table. Xue Meng muttered, "Is that dog crazy?" Shimai was speechless. Mo Ran didn't care so much. He felt uncomfortable when he looked at Chu Wanning just now. Chu Wanning was a picky person and was especially pretentious when it came to food. He would often feel uncomfortable after eating this or that. Mo Ran felt that this wasn't good. He would get sick when he got older. He used to be too lazy to care about what Chu Wanning ate, but it was different now. Not to mention liking him, He had to properly feed his Shizun out of respect for his teacher. But feeding Chu Wanning was a skill. It was like feeding a cat. He couldn't force it. If Chu Wanning didn't want to eat it, he couldn't force it. So Mo Ran had an idea. He picked up a piece of red braised pork and put it in Chu Wanning's bowl. Shizun, try this. As expected, Chu Wanning frowned and said, I don't like streaky pork. Take it away. Mo Ran was prepared. He smiled and said, I heard that it's very sweet. It's a Jiangnan style. Chu Wanning said, Jiangnan cuisine is different from this. You haven't eaten it. How do you know it's different? You can tell from the looks of it. But the chef said that it's a Jiangnan style. Mo ran through the net and was waiting for the cat to take the bait. He smiled and said, the chef of Mengpo Lobby is an old chef. How can he be wrong? Shizun must have been away from home for too long. He must have forgotten what the red braised pork of his hometown looks like. Chu Wanning said. Nonsense. How could I possibly be wrong about this? Mo Ran ate a piece himself. He seemed to be tasting it seriously. He said sincerely, I think that Shizun is wrong. This meat is very sweet. If you don't believe me, why don't you try a piece? Chu Wanning didn't notice Mo Ran's ulterior motive at all. He was a little indignant. He picked up the red braised pork in the bowl with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. How is it? Mo Ran held back his laughter and looked at the big white cat that took the bait. Chu Wanning frowned seriously and said, no, the star anise taste is too strong. I'll go tell the chef. Jiangnan's red braised pork is not made like this. Hey, Mo Ran immediately pulled him back. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Who knew that this guy would be so serious? If he really went to argue with the chef, wouldn't he be exposed? He hurriedly said, Shizun, don't worry. The chef is busy right now. Since Shizun has tasted it and it's not, then it definitely isn't. I'll go tell him in a while. Let's eat first. Chu Wanning thought about it and agreed. He sat down again and continued to eat. Mo Ran began to plan to coax him again. This time, he picked up a piece of fish. Chu Wanning's chopsticks paused. Shad? Yes. Not eating. Take it away. Why not? I don't like it. Mo Ran laughed. Is it because it has too many bones? No. But every time Shizun eats fish, he always picks those without bones or those with big bones that are easy to pick. Could it be that Shizun doesn't know how to eat small bony fish? Ha ha ha. He knew the weakness of Chu Wanning's personality very well and grasped it very well. As expected, Chu Wanning fell for it again. He was a little angry and said, that's ridiculous. He picked up the shad that Mo Ran gave him and ate it. He showed that he was not someone who did not know how to eat fish with many bones. Just like that, under Mo Ran's coaxing, Chu Wanning unknowingly ate many more dishes than usual. He ate almost all kinds of vegetables and meat. What was supposed to be a fast meal for one person was dragged on for more than an hour without finishing it. By the time they cleaned up and left, Xue Meng and the rest had already left. There were only 2 or 3 disciples left in the Mengpo lobby. Mo Ran accompanied Chu Wanning on the path back to the Red Lotus Pavilion. The sun was setting and dusk was everywhere. The evening wind blew. He put his arms behind his head and walked leisurely. Suddenly, he smiled. Shizun. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm just calling you. I think you ate too much tonight. Mo Ran smiled even more gently. Yes, I'm very full. Shizun, can I eat with you in the future? Although he knew that Mo Ran did not mean anything else, Chu Wanning's heart could not help but skip a few beats. Fortunately, his gaze remained calm. Why? Did you have a fight with Shuemeng? No, no. Mo Ran waved his hand and smiled. It's just that it's been too long since I ate with the two of them. After 5 years, it's a bit awkward to sit together again. If Shizun thinks that I'm a hindrance, then I'll find another seat tomorrow and eat by myself. Of course, he could not say, I feel pity for you to eat by yourself. Nor could he say, I want to feed you more food. These words did not need to be said. Mo Ran knew that it would not work. He could only soften. He had to say that he was pitiful to be alone. He had to say that he needed someone to accompany him. Chu Wanning had always had a kind heart. He would not refuse. Mo Ran could practically see the wavering in his eyes. He was just a little bit away from being convinced. Thus, he continued, but actually, I really don't want to eat by myself. Why? Mo Ran lowered his soft eyelashes. Half of the emotions in his smile were real, while the other half was made to coax Chu Wanning. Shizun, don't you think so? If a person casually eats something, that's called filling the stomach. He paused. Under the beautiful red clouds, he swept away the strands of hair that had been blown to his forehead by the wind. His dimples deepened as he gazed at the other again. If two people eat together, chat, and talk, the food will taste in the mouth and be warm in the stomach. That's what eating is. Shizun, can I still eat with you tomorrow? The little wolf dog's heartwarming words were really irresistible. Mo Ran's stubbornness moved people's hearts. He said, Shizun, I spent 5 years alone outside. When you woke up, I always ate with you. I'm not used to not having you. I don't eat rabbit heads, and I don't eat duck necks. At the end of his words, he burst out laughing. He tugged at Chu Wanning's sleeve like a rascal. I'll eat shallot tofu with you, osmanthus and sugar lotus root with you. Just promise me, okay? It would have been better if he had not said this. Once he said this, Chu Wanning suddenly thought of some old grudge. His face sank. In the end, he laughed coldly and said, I can, but you have to eat the same as me in the morning. Mo Ran did not react. He first agreed, then said, okay, what's the same? Salted tofu pudding. Chu Wanning was cruel. Add seaweed. Mo Ran, it turned out that this was a grudge from when they ate hot pot together when he was still Shia Cyan I. Chu Wanning grinds his teeth and says, and dried shrimps. 146, from that day onwards, a strange scene appeared in the Mengpo lobby. The elder Yu Heng's exclusive seat, where no one dared to sit without permission, had an additional Mo Wei Yu. The disciples passing by could always see Mo Ran and Chu Wanning eating together. The two of them sat facing each other, and Mo Ran would always put some food into his master's bowl. Look, senior brother Mo is giving the elder another piece of beef sirloin. Wow, such a big piece, I bet elder Yu Heng won't eat it. Not far away, a group of disciples whispered and made their bets in low voices. I also bet he won't eat it. Elder Yu Heng doesn't seem to like beef that much. Then I bet he'll eat it. After all, he also accepted those pigeon eggs from before. A group of people stole glances over there. They focused and held their breaths. They saw Chu Wanning frowning and poking at the beef with the tip of his chopsticks. He said something to Mo Ran with a sullen face. They were a bit far away, so they couldn't hear clearly, but Mo Ran seemed to have said a few words. Chu Wanning's expression became even more unfriendly. The disciples who bet that Chu Wanning wouldn't eat immediately lit up with joy. They were so engrossed in watching that the ladles in their hands almost went up their nostrils. Look, the elder isn't eating, he's not eating. Don't poke me with your elbow, keep your voice down. If elder Yu Heng hears you guys betting on him, he'll skin you alive. Heh, I don't care, these 20 silver leaves are mine. As the disciple spoke, he wanted to reach for the silver leaves on the table to be used as chips, but before he could touch them, he heard the people beside him whisper nervously, "Wait, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. The elder is moving his chopsticks again." "What?" Looking over again, sure enough, Chu Wanning had picked up that piece of beef brisket. The group of gamblers stared anxiously, feeling that their hearts were pinched by that pair of white jade chopsticks. It was neither moving up nor down, and it was very painful. "He's going to eat, he's going to eat, he's going to eat. 20 silver leaves, 20 silver leaves, 20 silver leaves." The disciple who bet that Chu Wanning would eat the sirloin kept muttering, nervously shaking his legs. Suddenly, his gaze froze and his entire body froze. Ah! Elder Yuheng actually threw the beef that he had already picked up back into Mo Ran's bowl without any explanation. "Ha ha ha ha, a narrow victory, a narrow victory. I told you that the elders wouldn't eat it. Come, the leaves are mine." The disciple who had lost the bet sighed and suddenly became dispirited. He slammed his head on the table and stared blankly in the direction of Chu Wanning. "Elder, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bet on you. I lost so much that I don't even have the money to buy spirit stones this month." Just as he was feeling sorry for himself, he suddenly saw Mo Rant's elbow move. His tall body leaned forward slightly, and he said a few words to Chu Wanning. Then, the defeated disciple saw with his own eyes that their senior martial brother Mo picked up the beef brisket with some vegetables and handed it to Chu Wanning again. The disciple was stunned. Senior martial brother Mo was planning to directly feed the elders. Obviously, Chu Wanning was also not used to it. He rudely knocked Mo Rant's chopsticks with his chopsticks and said 2 words with a serious expression. The shape of his mouth was too easy to understand. "Put it down." Mo Ran smiled and put back the vegetables and beef. However, he didn't put them in his own bowl, but in his master's. Chu Wanning had no choice but to sigh. Under the thieving gazes of more than 10 people that he didn't notice, he silently ate the vegetables and meat. The gamblers at the table were all dumbfounded. The disciples who thought that they would definitely win were all flabbergasted. The silver leaves in their hands slipped out of their hands. On the other hand, the guy who was lying on the table immediately bounced up with full health. His eyes lit up and he enthusiastically said, "Ha ha ha, I turned defeat into victory. I turned defeat into victory. Senior martial brother, junior martial brother, I'm sorry, these leaves still belong to me. Ha 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 ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Let's gamble again tomorrow, ha ha, let's gamble again tomorrow." On the other side, the master and disciple were completely unaware. Mo Ran raised his chopsticks and slowly ate the rice in his bowl while watching Chu Wanning eat the beef brisket. It was a little hot in the Meng Po lobby. Mo Ran's left sleeve was rolled up to his elbow, revealing a strong and slender arm. The muscles on his arm rippled under his honey-colored skin. He scooped a bowl of soup and deliberately added a few pieces of pork ribs in the bowl when Chu Wanning wasn't paying attention. The meat was at the bottom of the soup, so it wasn't easy to see. "Master, finish the soup. It's cold." "Clear soup." Mo Ran blinked his eyes. "I think so. I didn't pay attention when I was playing, so I forgot." Chu Wanning looked at the soup. There was a green leaf floating on top of the soup. It looked very delicious, so he didn't refuse and took a spoonful. "Is it good?" "It's not bad." "Then don't waste it." Mo Ran smiled and said, "Drink more." Chu Wanning glanced at him faintly. "You still dare to say that? Next time, don't order so many dishes when you eat. You can't finish it, so I have to share the burden with you." "Ha ha, okay, then I'll order less next time." Seeing Chu Wanning nod, Mo Ran picked up his own bowl of soup. The soup was a bit hot, so he blew on the soup noodles. The dense steam dispersed, reflecting on his resolute face, making it look very gentle. Hot soup was an extremely wonderful food. It was clearly just a bowl of boiled water with some meat and seasonings, but it could warm one's entire body from the stomach to the heart. And drinking soup with the person you love, that kind of satisfaction was like throwing a small stone into the water, causing ripples to spread out on the surface of the lake, flickering with light. Mo Ran couldn't help but sigh softly in the midst of the hard-won peace in this life. So it turned out that time was leisurely. When he drank it, it was just the taste of a bowl of soup. For this bowl of soup, he had once ground his teeth and sucked blood, killing people like flies. It was also for this bowl of soup that he now regretted it to the bone. He held the bowl of soup and drank it very quickly. Whether it was the uneasiness in his heart, the uncertainty about the future, or the regret and guilt, at this moment, he was not willing to think too much. His good days were too few, to the point that he needed to fight for them day and night. It wasn't that he didn't want to slowly savor it, leisurely and carefree. In fact, he was very envious of people like Shui Meng. Because he was born with wealth, he was always calm and unhurried. Mo Ran couldn't be calm. He often had so few things that he was always fighting for them. He was afraid that the things he snatched would be snatched away, so he could only immediately, wolfing them down. In this aspect, he almost retained his primitive bestial nature. He felt that only when he ate and hid the food in his stomach could he be at ease. Only then would he truly have something that no one could take away. When he was young, he fought for food with other children. In his previous life, he fought for the world with other immortals. And in this life, he only wanted to snatch this bowl of soup. He knew that he had done a lot of evil, and was afraid that fate would one day settle accounts with him. So he only wanted to snatch a little bit of his pitiful happiness, and then run away, leaving fate far behind him. Like all those who wanted to repent and start over after committing a serious crime, Mo Ran was always smiling, but his heart was still uneasy. He knew that good and evil will eventually be repaid was not a lie. When the excitement died down, he always felt that the peace in front of him was very fake, like a mirage, like the moon in the water. In the end, he would still wake up and return to that empty shaman mountain palace, back to hell. So, he wanted to drink a few more mouthfuls before the soup turned cold. This way, if one day, he really did get his retribution, was despised by the world, was judged by fate, and was once again pushed into the deep abyss of the cold pond, he could rely on this breath of hot air and walk on alone. "What are you thinking about?" Chu Wanning asked him. "Ah." Mo Ran came back to his senses, softly responded, and then smiled, "Nothing, I like to daydream after eating." Chu Wanning glanced at his empty bowl. "Have you finished drinking?" "Yes." "You seem to like today's pork rib soup very much." "Ha ha, yes." Chu Wanning took his bowl and said, "I'll go get you some more." He quickly returned, and as expected, he brought a big bowl full of meat soup. It was a little hot, and after putting down the bowl, Chu Wanning used his fingertips to touch the tip of his ears, warming his ears and lowering the temperature of his fingers. He sat down again and said, "Drink." "Okay, a full bowl." "Drink slower." Chu Wanning said, "If it's not enough, there's more, no one will take it from you." Mo Ran was moved by this simple sentence. He held the bowl of soup, his thick black eyelids drooping, and with a faint nasal voice, he smiled and replied, "Okay." Chu Wanning did not know, but in that moment, Mo Ran did his best to not hold the bowl full of soup, and to not cry when he heard that, "If it's not enough, there's more, no one will take it from you." Chu Wanning had been gone for 5 years, and he had been tormenting himself for 5 years. 5 years later, his Shizun had told him to take it slow. Mo Ran's heart suddenly hurt very, very much. The closer he got to Chu Wanning, the more upset he felt. In fact, if one did not pay attention to many things, they would not be able to see the feelings behind them. But now that he looked carefully, he saw that Chu Wanning was so tolerant, so gentle, so good to him. He had actually ruined this kind of person in his previous life. What right did he have in this life to be able to accompany His Highness forever? His heart trembled, and he struggled bitterly. On one hand, he felt that he was not worthy, that he should stay far away from Chu Wanning. He felt that where did he get the face to smile at Chu Wanning, to be good to Chu Wanning? Shameless. But, on the other hand, there was not a moment when he did not yearn, is this how it is? Can this be how it is? They still have a long life, let him redeem the sins he once committed bit by bit, okay? I return from the mountain of corpses with a body full of sin. I use my hands full of blood from my previous life to hold the mellow and warm soup of this life. I am willing to kneel for the rest of my life, and when I die, my soul will go to hell. I only hope that you are still willing to hold this cup and taste it. Shizun. At some point, Xue Meng had arrived. Mo Ran returned to his senses. In fact, ever since Chu Wanning's death, he had spent almost all of his days and nights blaming himself and feeling uneasy. If he immersed himself in these emotions for too long, his entire person would become very heavy. For other people, this was not a good thing. Thus, he had always been working hard to adjust his emotions. In the past year, he had only slightly improved. But occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 points in life that would still touch him. He would still fall into conflict and self-loathing because of a sentence or a matter. When he raised his head and looked at Xue Meng, the gloom on his face had not yet disappeared, scaring Xue Meng. "Aya, you dog, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I owe you money?" Mo Ran knew that his mind had wandered just now, and he could not take it back immediately. He forced a smile and said, "I ate a bit too much. Do you have something to say to Shizun? Then tell me, I'll go out and get some fresh air." Don't go. Sit here, this matter is related to you." "Related to me? What matter?" Xue Meng's expression was a bit subtle. "Don't be disappointed when I tell you," Chu Wanning said. "All right, Xue Meng, just say it." Oh. Xue Meng, who had originally wanted to keep him in suspense, immediately said, "It's like this. I just received an invitation. Song Chietong is getting married." Mo Ran's expression changed, and all the blood drained from his face in an instant. But this trembling was not because of Song Chietong, but because of Xue Meng. In this life, Mo Ran knew very well what kind of person Song Chietong was. Thus, he hated that he could not avoid her. Right now, the two of them were even more distant than clear water, and had nothing to do with each other. But Xue Meng, why did Xue Meng think that he would be disappointed when Song Chietong got married? Mo Ran's heart clenched. He almost instantly thought of the fake North Pole that had been causing trouble all this time, the mastermind behind the scenes who had never revealed himself. That person was also very likely to have been reborn. If that was the case, then that person was very clear about Mo Ran's past, and knew the sins of Mo Ran's previous life like the back of his hand. Mo Ran's face paled, and he forced himself to remain calm. He looked at Xue Meng without batting an eyelid. "How does this have to do with me? Don't you know yourself?" Xue Meng's expression was a bit strange. Today, the Confucian Wind sect came to deliver the wedding invitation. That Miss Song even asked someone to deliver a letter to you. If you don't have any interaction with her, why would she write a letter to you? Mo Ran, it's not that I want to criticize you, but when did you provoke her? Mo Ran found it difficult to calm down, as if there were thorns in his back. After a long while, he said, "She wrote it to me. Could it be that there's a mistake? It can't be wrong." As Xue Meng spoke, he took out an envelope from his lapel and slapped it on the table in front of Mo Ran. "It's written in black and white, and it's addressed to Chietong personally. How can there be a mistake?" Mo Ran glanced at the envelope, his heart beating like a drum, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It was indeed Song Chietong's handwriting. But why would Song Chiotong, who had met by chance in this life, write a letter to him before the wedding? Xue Meng crossed his arms and was very unhappy. Do you want to go back and open it privately, or do you want to open it here with us? Mo Ran turned his head and saw that Chu Wanning was also looking at him, his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed. Open it. Xue Meng was angry. He hated people who messed around with men and women, so he was a bit overbearing. If this was really the case, then there was no way to avoid it. Mo Ran only felt waves of weakness, and the fingertips that he stretched out were cold. He did not make a sound, and silently took the letter and opened it. 147. There was only a thin piece of paper inside, and a few short sentences were written on it. Mo Ran glanced at it, and his heart dropped to his stomach. He almost secretly let out a long sigh of relief, and only then did he realize that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Xue Meng also came over to take a look. What? He frowned as soon as he saw it. Why is it this kind of thing? What else could it be? I already said that I'm not familiar with her. In his relief, Mo Ran really laughed. He put the letter on the table. You made it sound so strange, and you really scared me. As it turned out, Mo Ran had been running around outside these years, and he had killed many notorious demons. Among them was a carp demon, which had plagued Dream Cloud Swarmland for many years. Because of its high transcendence energy and its remote location, many cultivators went to fight it, but in the end, they all became bones that it used to decorate its cave. Dream Cloud Swarmland was filled with demonic aura, and it was very easy for demons to cultivate into demons, but carps were not animals with high attack power. Logically speaking, a demon that cultivated wouldn't have such a strong killing intent. Mo Ran fought it for more than 80 rounds, and finally killed it under seeing ghosts. He cut open its stomach, and only then did he know the reason. That carp demon had a Wangshu crystal in its abdomen. Mo Ran smiled. This crystal has been condensed with 1,000 years of moonlight, and it's a supreme grade spirit stone. It's used to refine weapons or cultivate spiritual cores, and it's the best choice. Chu Wanning said, she's a butterfly bone beauty, why would she want this? She said that she wanted it for her husband. Her husband has a fire spiritual core, but he's been cultivating too quickly these years, and he's in danger of going mad. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to ask me to buy the Wangshu crystal as a dowry, and bring it to her husband as a dowry to suppress his evil aura. Xue Meng nodded. She wants her husband to be safe, and her heart is hard to come by. Mo Ran smiled. Where did she get the money? Didn't she just reach out and ask Confucian Wind Sect for it? She's so pretty, and if she says a few words softly, which martial brother can refuse her? If it were you, would you? Xue Meng immediately widened his eyes. Don't make it sound like I'm blinded by lust. Don't be angry, I'm just saying. Mo Ran said, and returned the letter to Xue Meng. Mo. Xue Meng was stunned. Foul? No. Xue Meng was a little anxious. She's getting married, and she's asking you for spirit stones. It's not like she's asking you for free. She said that she's willing to pay any price, and her intentions are sincere. Why don't you sell it? That's right. Mo Ran smiled and pointed at Dragon City's saber at Xue Meng's waist. He said, didn't I give you a crystal a few years ago so that I could refine Dragon City for you? Dragon City is no longer what it used to be. If you use it well, it won't be much different from Divine Martial. Why don't you thank that carp spirit? Xue Meng's mouth fell open, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. He only knew that Mo Ran obtained a gem when he was traveling the world, but he never cared about the origins of the gem. He always held a grudge against Mo Ran. Regardless of whether he was an evil person or someone who had turned over a new leaf, he still held a hint of dissatisfaction and rejection. Therefore, when his father said that the gem Mo Ran gave him could upgrade Dragon City, although he was grateful, he also felt very sullen. He felt that he had been treated well by his competitor for no reason, so he didn't want to ask about it and directly asked his father to take Dragon City to the snow-treading palace to refine it. Unexpectedly, Mo Ran gave him the priceless Wangshu crystal. Xue Meng's feelings became even more complicated. He couldn't say what he was feeling. After a long time, he said dryly, "Thank you." "You're welcome, you're welcome." Mo Ran smiled and waved his hand. "It's just a coincidence." Xue Meng's expression became even worse. He said stubbornly, "I'm not thanking you. I'm thanking that carp spirit who died. I'm thanking him." "Ha ha 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 ha, then don't eat carp meat in the future. It's a kindness." HMPH. After joking around for a while, Mo Ran suddenly thought of something. His dimples deepened, and he asked, "By the way, I was so scared by you just now that I forgot to ask. Who's Song Chiateng going to marry?" "She's just a junior sister, but she's actually able to make the Confucian Wind sect send so many invitations. She's amazing." "Is she going to marry Jade Pool Mountain Villa?" "No. Not Jade Pool Mountain Villa. I thought that the old villa master was so lecherous that the Confucian Wind sect wanted to be on good terms with him, so they gave Song Chiateng to him," Mo Ran said with a smile. "Then which sect is it? To be able to marry Confucian Wind sect and make such a big fuss about it. It can't be Snow-Treading Palace, right? What are you thinking?" Xue Meng glared at him. "Why does it have to be a marriage alliance?" Mo Ran was stunned, and his smile froze. "Then who else could she be with?" "Nan Gong Sai, of course. Did you forget? Scholar Wind sect's wild horse Gongzi is of marriageable age. Song Chiateng is so beautiful, it's not a loss to marry him." Before he could finish muttering, Mo Ran suddenly stood up and said in shock, "Nan Gong Sai." Xue Meng was shocked. "What? How could she be married to Nan Gong Sai? How?" It was too shocking. Mo Ran was unable to calm down for a long time, and he muttered, "Nan Gong Sai." It was no wonder he had such a reaction. It had to be known that at this time in his previous life, Nan Gong Sai had already died of a serious illness. All these years, he had wholeheartedly bowed his head in the chaos of war and didn't pay attention to the affairs of the righteous sects. He didn't have much interaction with the Confucian Wind sect, so he naturally didn't worry about it. Until now, when Xue Meng suddenly announced the marriage between Song Chiateng and Nan Gong Sai, he suddenly realized, something was wrong. Everything was wrong. The fate of this world had changed, and it didn't only happen to him. Even the Confucian Wind sect, which didn't seem to want to close, had changed. The person who should have entered the coffin long ago didn't, and instead, the white matter became a red matter. He actually wanted to marry the empress of his previous life as his wife. This news was somewhat frightening. He couldn't swallow for a while, and he almost choked. Also, was Nan Gong Sai blind? Why would he take a fancy to such a woman? But what should be celebrated still had to be celebrated, and what should be given still had to be given. Since sect leader Nan Gong had delivered an invitation to him, how could he not go? The wedding banquet was set for the 15th of the month. Xue Xingyong arranged all the affairs of the sect and handed them over to the two elders, Tan Lang and Xuanji, and prepared to leave for Lini. Aside from him, Madame Wang, Xue Meng, and Mo Ran all had to attend due to etiquette in the cultivation world. In addition, Nan Gong Sai specifically invited Chu Waning, saying that when he was young, Chu Waning received elder Yu Heng's advice and asked him to show up. Therefore, Chu Waning also had to go. The Confucian Wind sect is the #1 sect today. Their young master is getting married, so I'm afraid all the influential figures in the world will come to celebrate. Shizun said, the peak of life and death usually doesn't care about trifles, but in this kind of situation, we still have to follow the rules. We don't want to make a fool of ourselves. Shizun asked, what rules? I think I'm already following the rules. Shizun tugged at his hair bun and said, you're wearing the wrong headdress. You're wearing a golden headdress. What's wrong with a golden headdress? Madame Wang smiled gently and said, Meng, this is your first time attending a wedding banquet, so there are many things you don't understand. Mother will tell you, so you better listen carefully. In the upper cultivation world, only the groom can wear a golden headdress. If you wear a golden headdress, you'll be stealing the bride. You'll make a big joke of yourself. Shizun's face immediately flushed red. He stuttered, stealing the bride? No, I'm not stealing the bride. Mo Ran made fun of him. When the time comes, we'll catch you and Miss Song and lock you in a small room. Are you scared? You're the one who's going to be locked in a small room. Shizun was both embarrassed and angry. I won't wear it. Shizun said, I see that you're not very clear about the requirements of the wedding banquet guest's attire. How about this, I'll have someone make one for each of you. You can wear it when the time comes. He paused, especially looking at Chu Wanning, and asked tentatively, Yu Heng, is that okay? Shizun wasn't afraid of the others. At most, he would just make fun of them. However, Chu Wanning was used to wearing white clothes. If he didn't remind him, it wasn't impossible for him to attend someone else's wedding banquet dressed in white. At that time, Nangong Liu might be so angry that he vomited blood. If that happened, the Life and Death Summit and the Confucian Wind sect would become enemies. Chu Wanning said, okay. The night before they left, the wedding banquet clothes that Shizun ordered for everyone arrived. These clothes were specially made by a tailor in Lini that he had specially invited. The standards were strict, the stitches were dense, and the appearance was very beautiful. Even a picky person like Shizun nodded in satisfaction after receiving the clothes. Mo Ran carried a stack of clean clothes and went up the Life and Death Summit's south peak. He entered the Red Lotus Water Pavilion and said loudly, Shizun, Uncle asked me to bring these clothes to you. He walked to the side of the lotus pond and saw Chu Wanning practicing with his sword. He remembered that Chu Wanning's second weapon was a sword, but that sword was full of murderous aura and had the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. Chu Wanning never used it lightly. However, if the sword wasn't sharpened, it wouldn't be sharp, and if the sword wasn't practiced, it wouldn't be skillful. Even if the sword didn't have a chance to be unsheathed, Chu Wanning would still take other swords and practice from time to time. At this moment, the moonlight was chilly. Perhaps because he was too hot from practicing the sword, he took off his outer robe, leaving only a white silk inner robe on. The silk material swayed slightly with the evening wind, looking lively and elegant. He didn't wear his usual high ponytail, but instead tied up his hair into a neat high bun, making his face look particularly spirited and thinner. The long sword hummed, the blade was as sharp as snow. His posture of swordsmanship was firm yet gentle, his feet were tight and restrained. When the frost was pulled up, it was as light as a lotus reflecting on water. When the cold lightning was released, it was like a flood dragon breaking through the sky. Stretching and relaxing, retracting and releasing, it was all pointed at the best points. Mo Ran stood not far away and watched, but unexpectedly he couldn't find a single flaw. Suddenly, Chu Wanning's eyebrows trembled. He pointed his long sword at the lotus pond and saw that the movement was swift and fierce. The ripples in the pond were divided into two by the sword's aura. It was actually forced by the sword's edge, and for a long time it didn't come back together. It was the saber cutting the water. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, his long body swept up, lightly and gracefully flying through the middle of the water ripples. He opened his arms, his white sleeves fluttering, and like an immortal, he floated to the pavilion on the opposite side of the pond. Shizun. Mo Ran was afraid that he would run far away if he swept away again, so he quickly chased after him to the pavilion and called out. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the night was slightly cold. The tall begonia tree beside the pavilion had white petals as gentle as snow floating down. Chu Wanning stepped on the sharp corner of the pavilion. The lapel of his robe was a little loose, letting in the jade-colored moonlight. He heard movement and lowered his head. His eyes were dark and bright. He was panting, his lips were red from the sword dance, so it was rare that he looked very gorgeous. Why are you here? The night wind blew the scattered strands of hair on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes. I'm here to give you clothes. Try it on and see if it fits. Chu Wanning lightly hummed. He suddenly remembered that Mo Ran was now respected by the world as a great master. After he woke up, he still hadn't fought with him. He couldn't help but feel moved. In a flash, he floated down with his sword in hand. He shouted in a low voice, "Try to see if you can catch my sword first." 148, Mo Ran was shocked. He didn't expect this move. He hurriedly dodged, and the sword brushed past his chest. If Shizun wants to spar with me, we should at least try on the clothes first. Uncle is still waiting for me to reply to him. Spar first, then try on the clothes. Uncle is anxious. The tailor is still in the hall. If there's anything inappropriate, we'll have to change it. Then let's hurry up and start. On this point, Chu Wanning and Xue Meng were very similar. Once their hearts were set, it was extremely difficult to suppress them. As the two spoke, their swords had already pierced through several of Mo Ran's vital points. Fortunately, Mo Ran had been honed for a long time and dodged in time. Otherwise, he would be fine, but his clothes would have been riddled with holes by Chu Wanning. Suddenly, the sword pointed at Mo Ran's shoulder. Chu Wanning stopped in time, only using the side of his sword to attack him. He coldly provoked, "Grandmaster Mo, is this all you've got?" Mo Ran was forced into a corner by this person. He didn't know where to put the clothes in his hands. He bitterly smiled. Shizun doesn't plan on going easy on me now, but instead wants to bully me. Chu Wanning's eyes were like daggers. He frowned. Do you want me to go easy on you for the rest of my life? Haha, that's right. Are you going to fight or not? Okay, I'll fight, okay. Mo Ran smiled and shook his head. A flame appeared at the tip of his finger. Ghost, summon. Ghost answered, but Chu Wanning only had an ordinary weapon in his hands. Thus, Mo Ran didn't pour any spiritual energy into Ghost. Just as he grasped the willow vine, a sword came from the front. Mo Ran jumped back a few feet and suddenly waved a vine whip, wrapping it around Chu Wanning's sword hilt. However, Chu Wanning didn't mind at all. With a flick of his wrist, he broke free from the restraints. His figure flashed behind Mo Ran like a ghost, and with a sweep of his long blade, he pressed it against Mo Ran's neck from behind. Chu Wanning stuck to his back, looking slightly gloomy. You didn't put in the effort. Let's do it again. His soft and warm breath brushed past Mo Ran's ears, and Mo Ran felt a burst of dryness. His Adam's apple bobbed under the blade, and he laughed in a low voice. Shizun, don't be so quick to speak so confidently. Take a closer look, have I put in the effort? As soon as his voice fell, Chu Wanning was shocked to find that Mo Ran's willow vines had unknowingly wrapped around his arm, firmly holding him in place, unable to move even half an inch. Chu Wanning stared at his arm for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a sharp light. That's right, I take back my words. Mo Ran laughed and said, how can you just take it as you please? What do you want? I want Shizun to change his clothes. Chu Wanning coldly snorted. Let's decide the victor first. As he spoke, he poured his own powerful spiritual energy into his right arm, forcing the ghost to retreat. Then he suddenly rushed backwards, pulling away from Mo Ran. At the same time, a sword light flashed, and a sword chi swept through the air, chopping towards Mo Ran. Mo Ran had no choice but to raise his whip again. For a time, the willow vines and the long sword clashed in the air. Both weapons had not been fed with spiritual energy, so when they fought, there was no spectacular sound of flames and lightning colliding. However, each move was at the peak of perfection, flowing smoothly like water. Mo Ran was still holding the ceremonial robe that Chu Wanning had to change with one hand, so Chu Wanning only used his right hand to fight with him. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged more than 100 moves, and it was difficult to tell who was up and who was up. Chu Wanning's breathing was heavy. A drop of hot sweat dripped down from his dark eyebrows, straight to his eyelashes. However, he was competing with Mo Ran and could not be distracted. That drop of sweat seeped through his eyelashes and seeped into his eyes. He resisted the urge to blink. His eyes were like a fire in the night, flashing with a shocking light. The Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable's fighting spirit had been completely aroused by his disciple. He had always loved to fight and compete to his heart's content. Usually, he was indifferent and cold because it was difficult to find a worthy opponent. However, Mo Ran was like a fire. With a boom, he lit up this pool of liquor, and in an instant, the flames lit up the sky. Towards the end of their fight, the long sword actually couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and made an ominous creaking sound. In the end, as the two of them clashed in the air, the long sword actually buzzed and shattered into millions of sparkling and translucent iron powder between the two grandmasters. The sword is broken. Mo Ran said helplessly, "Do you still want to fight?" Chu Wanning's eyes were already filled with smoke. He threw away the sword hilt, and his white robe was slightly opened, which made his figure even more tall and straight. He said concisely and powerfully, "Fight." Before Mo Ran had time to withdraw his ghost seeing, Chu Wanning's figure was extremely agile. Like a drawn crossbow, or like a cheetah in the forest, or an eagle in the snow, he directly attacked Mo Ran. Mo Ran hurriedly withdrew his ghost seeing and raised his hand to block. The two people once again competed in a new way, and it was hard to tell who was better. Close combat was not the same as weapon combat. A person with a strong and tall figure would often have the advantage more easily. Moreover, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's skills were originally not much different, so this time, Chu Wanning was clearly at a disadvantage. Mo Ran laughed, "Shizun, don't fight. If you don't use your spiritual power, to be honest, you can't beat me." Chu Wanning was furious, "Arrogant traitor. I'm not arrogant, I'm not arrogant. If Shizun is angry, I'll let Shizun have 10 moves first. Mo Weiyu." Chu Wanning flew into a rage out of humiliation, and his punches and kicks became faster and more ruthless. The begonia flowers floated down one after another, as soft as snow in the wind. Under the tree, the master and disciple attacked with all their might, using all kinds of methods. After more than 80 rounds, Chu Wanning gradually felt that his physical strength was overdrawn. First, he had practiced his sword for an hour before Mo Ran came, and then he used weapons to fight more than 100 rounds with Mo Ran. He was really exhausted. But his eyes were very bright, his heart was beating very fast, and his handsome face was full of spirit and radiance. The more they fought, the longer they were entangled. Chu Wanning suddenly turned sideways, and his elbow chopped towards Mo Ran's chest, but Mo Ran caught it. The two of them were pressing against each other, and their arms were trembling. Chu Wanning's arm was held so tightly by Mo Ran that his coarse and slender fingers seemed like they were going to crush him and break his bones. Mo Ran's bestial nature and desire to conquer was also ignited in this hand-to-hand fight. He suddenly used his strength, and finally restrained Chu Wanning's strength. Then he suddenly turned his hand. Chu Wanning was shocked, and when he came back to his senses, he was firmly held in Mo Ran's sweaty arms. "Do you still want to fight?" Mo Ran laughed behind him. His back was pressed against Mo Ran's broad chest, and his heartbeat was undulating. The young man's chest was as hot as fire, and as firm as iron. It was like a burning rock that wanted to melt his entire body. Mo Ran's lips and teeth were pressed against the back of his ear, and the hot breath he exhaled all sprayed on his exposed neck. And because Chu Waning's hair was tied up in a high bun, there was no hair in the way, and he could feel the terrifying aura of the other party. It was a masculine aura that wanted to penetrate and tear him apart. Because of the sweat, there was a lingering feeling in the ruthlessness, as moist as spring water. "Shizun, do you still want to fight?" Chu Waning bit his lower lip, and his phoenix eyes were red. Damn it, he couldn't accept it. Just as he was about to fight again, Mo Ran's lips came down at this moment, and as if it was a coincidence, they faintly brushed past his earlobe. That rough and warm feeling gave him goosebumps. Chu Waning's hair stood on end, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Let go of me." Although his words were fierce, his body couldn't help but slightly tremble in Mo Ran's arms. Fortunately, because he was exhausted from the fight, Mo Ran couldn't tell why he was trembling. In fact, Mo Ran couldn't protect himself, so how could he be distracted to notice Chu Waning's abnormality? Chu Waning heard him speak in a low voice. His voice was hoarse, and it was very much like the voice of deep love. With a slight teasing smile, he said, "After I let go, will Shizun be willing to go back to the room to change clothes?" Chu Waning was provoked to the point that his phoenix eyes turned red, and he angrily said, "Let go." His avoidance was met with an even stronger and rougher clamp. Chu Waning's arm was almost dislocated from being pinched. His body went soft, and he couldn't help but let out a low groan in a hoarse voice. This sound was too much like a moan on the bed. Mo Ran suddenly stiffened, and his lower body immediately reacted. At this moment, his body and Chu Waning's body were very close together, and he was afraid that his Shizun would immediately feel his hot and hard anger. How could Mo Ran dare to let Chu Waning know? He almost subconsciously pushed Chu Waning away, and didn't dare to suppress the other from behind like this again. The moment he let go, Chu Waning was free, and his killing intent surged. He hugged his own arm that was in pain from being pinched, and turned around to give a fierce kick. He used real strength, and the unprepared Mo Ran fell to the ground. Mo Ran didn't expect this guy to suddenly kick him. His entire body was stunned by the kick, and he lay on the ground. He felt like his ribs were about to break, and he was in so much pain that he frowned. "Shizun, you're too, it was a little unfair to win." He didn't dare to say the second half of his sentence. Mo Ran forced himself to squint his eyes that were brimming with tears from the pain, and struggled to raise his head to look at Chu Waning. He saw that his Shizun's inner clothes were disheveled, and the white silk lapel had long been torn open due to the fierce struggle, revealing a firm and smooth chest, which rose and fell with the rapid breathing. Chu Waning gasped for breath, and he fiercely pulled at his own disheveled lapel. His forehead hair was in a mess, and his temples were scattered. Because of the fierce fight, the corners of his eyes were still slightly red. Chu Waning slowly straightened his body, and looked down at him from above. His chin was slightly raised, and his gaze was deep, dignified and proud. He calmed his breathing, and said, "You lost. It's useless to be tall." Mo Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and when he spoke, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't I lose? Even my bones were about to be broken by Shizun's kick." When he said this, Chu Waning felt a little weak. Just now, he was fighting to his heart's content, and he didn't remember if he had pulled back his last kick. He leaned over and pressed on Mo Ran's ribs. "Where did you kick?" "Here, does it hurt?" It definitely hurt, but he wasn't a 15 or 16-year-old youth anymore. How could he complain to Shizun in pain? Chu Waning saw that his complexion wasn't very good, so he reached out and took the stack of clothes. With his other hand, he wanted to lift Mo Ran up, but he didn't expect that he had used too much strength. Mo Ran was heavy and tall, so he didn't manage to lift him up. Instead, he fell onto Mo Ran's body. He heard the person below him groan in pain, and quickly sat up. He didn't have time to think too much, and went to check on Mo Ran's injuries. "Is it serious?" Chu Waning's face was pale. Mo Ran frowned, and put his hand to his forehead. "Get off of me first." Fortunately, he could still talk, so it seemed that he wasn't crushed to death. Chu Waning quickly prepared to get up, but people who were exhausted often couldn't get up so easily once they fell. Their legs were actually soft, and they often weren't very stable. They couldn't stand properly, and fell back into their seats in a somewhat embarrassing manner. This fall, he didn't fall on the spot, but on Mo Ran's waist. Chu Waning didn't notice at first, but he was wearing very little now, only a thin layer of silk, and this position was so awkward. When he moved, he almost immediately felt that there was a hard and large thing under his body. 149. Chu Waning was speechless. Mo Ran, almost in a panic. Chu Waning suddenly crawled up with an unknown strength. His lips were slightly trembling, and his face was alternating between green and white and red. He seemed to be extremely shocked, and also seemed to be frightened. The awe-inspiring elder Yu Heng was actually, truly frightened. Mo Ran's heart was in a mess. He was very uneasy. He clutched his aching chest and sat up. He carefully said, "Shizun," as if his tail had been stepped on. Chu Waning took a big step back. It must have been hard on him. To think that he could open his phoenix eyes so wide. "Looks like he's really shocked," Mo Ran smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, I'm not." But he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Chu Waning's mind was in a state of shock. What am I? What am I not? Why would Mo Ran react? Could it be that he was mistaken? But if there was no reaction, was it usually so hard and big? That would be, suddenly, he thought of that damned ranking board. There were 4 words written on it. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Chu Waning's face was completely red. Seeing that Mo Ran still wanted to say something, he suddenly raised his hand and said, "Don't say anything. Go back." Mo Ran only thought that he had made his master unhappy, so how could he stay any longer? He endured the pain and got up. When he got up, he maintained a half-kneeling position and said in a low voice, "Shizun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Chu Waning looked at him with a complicated expression. He looked like he was thinking about a lot of things, but in fact, he wasn't thinking about anything at all. His brain was already stuck on the words, "definitely not a vulgar thing," and wouldn't turn around. After Mo Ran left, Chu Waning stood in place for a long time. The fine hairs on his arms stood on end, and he seemed to be in a daze. He suddenly recalled that a long time ago, when they had gone to the Jinqing pool to ask for a sword, Mo Ran had accidentally tripped while soaking in the hot spring. At that time, he had also accidentally bumped into him, but the time they had spent together was too short. Chu Waning wasn't sure if he had sensed wrongly, but just now, Mo Ran had personally apologized. It wasn't intentional, which meant that just now, he had really felt desire, and it wasn't his imagination. Although he knew that men would sometimes be aroused by the sight in front of them, which was normal, Chu Waning asked himself honestly, he did not feel that he was attractive in any way. There were many people in the world who were more handsome than him. Could it be that Mo Ran would like him to be sweaty and have messy hair? What was there to see? Although she was confused, the goosebumps between her legs didn't fade away for a long time. Even through her clothes, it seemed so alive and so ferocious. In the midst of all these jumbled thoughts, he suddenly had an untimely thought. He couldn't help but think, if such a scourge was released, who would be able to withstand it? Chu Wanning gloomily gritted his teeth, but the flush on his face couldn't go away, and the content of his phoenix eyes blurred and messy. It was like he had a fever and was entangled by the heat. After standing outside for a long time, he returned to the room. Chu Wanning undid his hair bun, biting the hairband between his lips and teeth. He raised his hand to gather his long hair, and then tied it tightly into a ponytail. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at himself in the bronze mirror. His phoenix eyes were narrow, and when he wasn't smiling, there was always a sense of dignity and ruthlessness, which was not likable. The bridge of his nose was not too high, the curve was gentle, and the outline was not very vivid, which was not likable. His mouth, forget it, this mouth was the same as the words that came out of it, very thin, cold in color, without any warmth. Of course it was not likable. Who knew what was wrong with Mo Ran, to have such passion? Chu Wanning had always been extremely conservative and inflexible when it came to matters of the heart. He knew very little, and that kind of licentious book would dirty his fingertips even if he touched it, so he stared at the mirror and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure anything out. Forget it. Then he might as well not think about it. Elder Yu Heng, who had never experienced love before, thought to himself. After all, it wasn't necessarily that a man's body would only react when he was in love. Perhaps this was just a coincidence. The next day, Shui Xinyong and Madame Wang stood in front of the mounting gate early in the morning, waiting for the other 3 people to arrive. The first person to arrive was Shui Meng. He usually wore the blue-silver soft armor of the pinnacle of life and death, which always made him appear sharp and fierce. But today, he was wearing an elegant and solemn ceremonial robe, and his hair was combed simply, leaving only a jasper hairpin. His entire temperament was somewhat different. He was graceful, luxurious, and elegant. Seeing his parents, he actually felt a bit embarrassed. He tugged at the corner of his sleeve and said, "Father, Mother." Shui Xinyong couldn't help but praise, "Meng is really beautiful. You're practically carved from the same mold as your mother." Madame Wang's pair of beautiful eyes drooped. Her face was probably a bit red from her husband's praise. She waved her hand at Shui Meng and said, "Come, Meng, come here." Shui Meng stood in front of her. She looked up at him for a while, her eyes seemed to be filled with the passing of time. After a while, she lightly sighed, "This set of clothes suits you. It makes your skin look white. It's very good." Shui Meng smiled, "Isn't it because my mother gave birth to me well? You only know how to talk nonsense, just like your father." Madame Wang said, somewhat rueful, in the blink of an eye, "It's already been 20 years. Shui Meng seemed to have guessed what she was going to say next. Suddenly, his smile froze, and he subconsciously took half a step back. But what was the use of this half step? He still couldn't avoid his mother's nagging. Sure enough, Madame Wang pulled him and said earnestly, "Meng, today we're going to the Confucian Wind Sect to congratulate young Master Nangong. Look, you're about the same age as him. Isn't it about time to talk about marriage?" "Mother, I haven't thought about getting married yet. I don't have anyone I like." Shui Meng muttered. "Mother knows you don't have anyone you like, so when you go to this banquet, you have to pay more attention to other girls. They don't have to be rich, noble, or beautiful. As long as they're not bad and you like them, Mother will definitely take care of it for you and find someone to act as a matchmaker." Shui Meng's face reddened, "We haven't even started dating yet." "Mother, why are you directly thinking about matchmaking?" "Mother is just mentioning it, but I don't like anyone." "Mother, look at those girls we met in the cultivation world. None of them are as beautiful as me. If I were to marry them, wouldn't I be the one to lose out? I won't marry them, I won't marry them, I won't marry them." Shui Meng shook his head like a rattle drum. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and said, "Besides, why are you only urging me? Mo Ran is a year older than me. Why aren't you worried about him? There's also my master. What kind of realm is Elder Yuheng? Can you compare yourself to him? Madame Wang was a bit amused. All right, I won't force you. Mother is just saying. I want you to pay attention, but if you really don't like anyone, then forget it. Do you think I'll tie you up and force you to do the wedding ceremony? Xue Xinyong pondered for a while, then said, but I think Meng is right. Last time, I mentioned the matter of a Dao companion to Yuheng. Ah. Xue Meng was very surprised to hear this. Father, you mentioned this to Master. He didn't fall out with you. He did. Xue Xinyong smiled bitterly. He kicked me out. Madame Wang, Xue Meng laughed out loud. I knew it. My master has the bones of an immortal. If he's not a sky god, then he's better than one. A person like him has already cut off all feelings and desires. What's the point of having a Dao companion? Xue Xinyong sighed, clearly still unwilling to give up. Just as he was about to argue with his son, Madame Wang suddenly covered her mouth with her sleeve and said softly, Husband, don't say any more. Elder Yuheng is here. In the morning fog that had yet to disperse, Chu Wanning slowly walked over on the wet limestone floor. His robe was loose, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was wearing an embroidered robe. The robe was moon-white in color, and the edges were covered with golden threads. As he moved, the golden threads faintly flowed under the sunlight. His hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin, and the end of the hairpin was inlaid with a plum blossom carved from a ruby. His entire person was dyed with dignity in his simplicity, and there was a hint of aloofness in his coldness. At that moment, Xue Xinyong suddenly felt powerless. He opened his mouth and closed it. He thought that Xue Meng was right. What kind of woman would be placed next to such a person so that she would not be drowned by his brilliance and be covered by dust because of his aura? The sky god walked to the mortal world and stood in front of the mountain gate. He frowned and glanced at Xue Xinyong. My lord. Ha, Yuheng, the robe fits you well. Chu Wanning raised his hand, and a sachet with complicated patterns swayed in the air. He said, the sachet that came with the ceremonial robe is a little different from the usual ones. Ah, that was made according to Lini's rope technique. What's wrong? The high and mighty sky god Daoist frowned slightly and said, it's too difficult. I don't know how to do it. Please give me some pointers. Xue Xinyong was speechless. He taught Chu Wanning 3 times, but Chu Wanning still could not get around the knot. In the end, he simply gave up. Xue Meng could not bear to watch any longer. He volunteered to help his master tie the sachet. He put it on his waist in a few seconds. Chu Wanning looked at him and was surprised. He praised, not bad. Xue Xinyong could not help but change his mind. He thought, heavens, if this kind of person did not have a Dao companion, wouldn't he die in the end because he could not take care of himself? After a while, Mo Ran also came. His complexion was not too good. Yesterday, Chu Wanning's kick was too fierce. He was too embarrassed to ask someone to heal him. Others would definitely ask him who kicked him. He could not say that he was the one who took advantage of Elder Yuheng, could he? He could only meditate and heal himself. Now, he finally felt better. His chest was not hurting so much that it was difficult to breathe. However, he saw Chu Wanning standing beside Xue Xinyong, quietly waiting for him. This man was wearing a moon-white suit embroidered with golden silk. His collar was pressed high. He was both ascetic and solemn. What a proper and handsome man. Mo Ran felt his chest move. He finally managed to straighten his breath, but it seemed to be interrupted again. He could not breathe and was in a mess. Cough. This was really terrible. He fell in love with a man he definitely could not fall in love with. He swore that he would never touch a man again. The old man who had been reborn for 2 lifetimes was really like a young man in his early 20s. He was young and impulsive. He felt that the world was in chaos just because of a look or a change of clothes from the person he loved. From then on, happiness was related to him, sadness was related to him, heartbeat was related to him, and breathing was related to him. Even the moonlight shining into the window lattice, the ant walking alone in the moonlight, and the stamen that attracted the ant were related to that person. He felt tormented and sullen in this kind of love. Because every flower and leaf was his, but he could not get them. He could not pluck them. Damn it, the human world was making things difficult for him everywhere. Xue Xinyong handed over the sex affairs to Elder Tan Lang for the time being. He took the invitation card and set off with his wife. Whenever Chu Wanning went out, as long as they were not in a rush, they would usually take a carriage. This time was no exception. The group leisurely followed the official road to Lini. Along the way, they went sightseeing. When they encountered some small monsters, they would help to get rid of them. After traveling for more than 10 days, they finally arrived at Dai City. Dai City was famous for its rouge. Once they reached the city, Xue Xinyong took Madame Wang to buy some rouge. Xue Meng felt that they were an old married couple, so he rubbed his goosebumps and refused to follow them. He first found a tea stall with Chu Wanning and sat down while waiting for their parents to come back. Revisiting the old place, the 3 of them felt a little emotional. Xue Meng said, "It's a pity that Shamai is not here. Otherwise, it would be exactly the same as 6 years ago when we were seeking the sword. We could even go to the top of Shuiying Peak to play." Mo Ran laughed. "Aren't you afraid that the fake Gauchen is still waiting there? When he sees you, he will drag you to the bottom of the lake to reminisce." Speaking of the fake Gauchen, Chu Wanning frowned. He doesn't seem to have made any moves in the past 5 years. Mo Ran said, "It's hard to say. There were a few big incidents, but they were all unsolved cases related to Shenwu. I suspect that he is the culprit, but I have no evidence." Xue Meng played with the cup in his hand and looked at Mo Ran. "I feel that those unsolved cases have nothing to do with him. Think about it, a few years ago, he tried his best to find the essence spiritual body. You are the essence of the wood spirit, so he chased after you to harm you. Therefore, he should be looking for people, not weapons." Chu Wanning said, "But in the past 5 years, there have been no cases of living people disappearing continuously." Mo Ran raised his hand and said, "I didn't encounter any encirclement or trap either. However, it's also possible that my whereabouts have been uncertain in the past 5 years, so he doesn't know where I am." The 3 of them pondered in silence until the lady boss delivered the tea leaves and fruits they ordered. Xue Meng scratched his head and said, "Do you guys think that he did too many bad things and burned himself to death by playing with fire? Don't look at me like that. Normally, evil spells can easily backfire," Xue Meng mumbled. "Otherwise, why hasn't he done anything in the past 5 years?" Mo Ran suddenly said, "There is one possibility." "What?" "Look, Shizun hasn't done anything in the past 5 years." Before Mo Ran could finish his sentence, Xue Meng knocked him with his chopsticks. "What do you mean? Are you suspecting that the fake Gauchen is Shizun? Can you wait for me to finish?" Mo Ran said helplessly, "I'm just giving an example. I'm thinking that if the theft of Shenwu has nothing to do with the fake Gauchen, then he really hasn't done anything big in the past 5 years. Then, is it possible that he's like Shizun and has to stay in a certain place for some reason, such as being injured or some other reason?" When he said this, he suddenly thought of something and was stunned. "Shizun, what?" Mo Ran shook his head at first, as if he didn't believe this thought of his. However, after hesitating for a moment, he mumbled, "Master Huizue, in the past 5 years, he didn't know about the other experts, but it was obvious that there was one person who was trapped in the Red Lotus Pavilion like Chu Wanning and never left. Master Huizue." However, this thought was too disrespectful. No matter what, Master Huizue had taught Chu Wanning before. Mo Ran didn't know what kind of feelings his Shizun had for Huizue, so he didn't dare to be too rash. Chu Wanning said, "There's no need to think about it. It can't be him." He said it casually, but there was no hesitation in his words. Mo Ran immediately nodded. Since Chu Wanning wasn't willing to talk about the past when he studied under Huizue, then he wouldn't force him to ask. He continued to think, then, are there any other experts who haven't shown up in the past 5 years? Lone Moon's sect leader, Jiang 11. Xue Meng said, during the Soul Mountain Conference, all the sect leaders were present. He was the only one who didn't come because he was sick and rarely showed up. Mo Ran laughed, "That's your mother's Shixiang, right? Are you suspecting him?" Chu Wanning said, Jiang 11 thinks highly of himself. He was never willing to be under the Confucian Wind sect at Lone Moon's night, so ever since Nangong Lu became the head of the 10 great sects, he didn't go to any of the gatherings, not just in the past 5 years. Then he didn't. Xue Meng said, "Sai, forget it. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. There are too few clues. My head hurts from thinking about it." At this time, Madame Wang and Xue Xinyong came back. It was already late, so the 5 of them prepared to find a place to stay in Dai City. Xue Meng said, "I know a good inn that even has a hot spring pool." Mo Ran was speechless. He didn't need to think to know which inn Xue Meng was talking about. Wasn't it the inn where they stayed when they were young? Back then, when he was soaking in the hot spring, he fell into Chu Wanning's arms without thinking about this, he couldn't help but cough lightly and silently turn his face away. He didn't want others to see the slight blush and expectation in his eyes, but his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Xue Meng was a person who always exaggerated a little. He would do his best to support the things he liked, but he wouldn't give them a chance to make a comeback. But as the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Xue Xinyong felt that he could only believe half of his son's words, so he asked Mo Ran, has stayed in that inn before, right? What do you think?" Mo Ran coughed twice again and didn't dare to look directly at his uncle. "It's not bad. Then let's stay there." Xue Xinyong made the decision. Mo Ran's palms were sweating, and his fingertips were slightly curled because of the throbbing in his heart. He lowered his head and seemed to be docile and gentle as he said, "Millimeter," but in his heart, he was thinking, "Can I take a bath with Shizun like back then?" He couldn't help but recall Chu Wanning's tall and handsome body in the hazy steam. The lines of his body were sharp and tight, full of tempting tension. But if he really took a bath with Chu Wanning, in the hazy steam, could he really resist? After they finished discussing where to go, the others had already stood up. Xue Meng finished eating the peanuts in his hand and also stood up. He turned his head to look at his cousin who was still sitting in the same place with an unfathomable expression. "What's wrong? Let's go." Mo Ran's expression was a little strange. Maybe it was because of the setting sun, but his handsome face seemed to be a little red. He reached out to pour himself another cup of tea and insisted on not standing up. Instead, he continued to sit there awkwardly. He coughed a few times and said, "We ordered so much, but we still haven't finished it. It's a waste. You guys go first, I know the way. I'll come back after drinking the tea." 150, speaking of which, this town was famous because of Shuiying Peak. However, after that incident with the fake North Star Alliance, Jin Chench's weapons were all destroyed. Many years passed in the blink of an eye, and the town gradually became desolate. Many inns that provided lodging for swordsmen closed down due to poor business and changed to other businesses. However, the inn with a hot spring that the master and disciple stayed in back then stubbornly survived. Furthermore, because of Nangong Gong's wedding, the guests who came to congratulate the Confucian Wind sect would first settle down in Dai City. This inn actually regained its former vitality. Shizun lifted the bamboo curtain and stepped into the lobby. "Boss, check in. For people." Before Shizun could answer, he heard a low voice behind him. "No, 5. It turned out that Mo Ran had left in a hurry and coincidentally followed them. Shui Meng saw him and was somewhat surprised. "So fast?" Mo Ran was stunned at first, then his face darkened. He secretly said angrily, "Is it very slow for you to clear your mind?" Sitting in front of the tea stall and chanting a few words of the mind-cleansing mantra is something you can do. However, he also knew that what Shui Meng said was not the same as what he was thinking, so it was not good for him to lose his temper. He could only nod rather reservedly. "You swallowed all the melon seeds and didn't even spit out the shells, right?" Mo Ran was speechless. "Sir, there are 5 people. How many rooms do you want?" Shizun said, "I'll share a room with my wife. In addition, give me 3 rooms of the best quality, so there are 4 rooms in total." Hearing his uncle's arrangement, Mo Ran remained silent on the surface, but he was faintly restless in his heart. He actually secretly hoped that the conversation from back then could be repeated. The boss told them that all the rooms were full, so they had to squeeze a little. That way, he could forget it. In fact, he still couldn't do anything. However, if he could be alone in a room with Chu Wanning, he felt very warm in his heart. He felt a little uneasy, but also a little excited. After all, the blood that flowed in his veins was still the blood of wolves, tigers, and leopards. However, coincidences often didn't happen that often. This time, the shopkeeper happily said, "Okay, for rooms of the best quality." He flipped over to the cupboard and took out the key. He dragged out his voice and called out, "Sir, the 2nd floor, please." Mo Ran looked at him silently, his eyes gloomy. He thought to himself, "Idiot, why are you so happy about getting 4 rooms? What was there to be happy about? What was there to be happy about? What's there to be happy about earning more money? Rana, why are you pinching the counter?" Mo Ran calmly withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. The area where the board was facing down had already been cracked by him. He was afraid that it would break if he used any more strength. "It's nothing." After taking the key from Shizun and going upstairs, Mo Ran stood in front of his room and suddenly froze. He turned around and saw that Chu Wanning was also looking at him. "You live here?" Yeah." Mo Ran hesitated for a while. First he lowered his eyelashes, then he couldn't help but look up. His bright black eyes looked at Chu Wanning's face. "Shizun, do you still remember?" "Remember what?" Mo Ran pointed at his room and said, "When we came to ask for the sword, Shizun lived in this room." Mo Ran looked at him cautiously. His voice was very restrained, but he couldn't hide the faint expectation. "Shizun, do you still remember?" Chu Wanning thought, how could I not remember? Walking up to this floor, the past came up the stairs, creaking together with the old stairs that had not been repaired for a long time. The smell of wood that had been soaked in the passage of time slowly rose up. He could almost see the young Mo Ran pushing open the door with a cynical expression on his face. He grinned at him, his dimples very shallow and deep. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Mo Ran seemed to be a little disappointed. He lowered his gaze and said, "Maybe I remembered wrongly and mixed it up, that's right." Mo Ran suddenly raised his head. Chu Wanning looked at him and seemed to smile faintly. "You didn't remember wrongly. It's this room." This sentence was like a spark that lit up the darkness in Mo Ran's eyes. The corners of Mo Ran's mouth gradually turned into a sweet smile, as if he had eaten a very tasty candy. He pointed at Chu Wanning's current room and said, "Also, Shizun lived in the room that I used to live in." He was very happy. He said it frankly. But Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He stopped smiling and said angrily, "I don't remember clearly." As he said this, he pushed open the door and entered the room, shutting Mo Ran outside. What did he do wrong to make him unhappy? It was night. Mo Ran didn't dare to go to the bathhouse to soak in the hot spring. Some things were better safe than sorry. He felt that he was close to the limit of his desire. If Chu Wanning gave him a little more of spring, he didn't know if he could still resist being a gentleman and not pick this flower that was high up in the mountains. He lay on the bed, his head resting on his arms. He was really bored, so he began to think about how he should get along with Chu Wanning. He was not a very smart person. He felt that Chu Wanning was like a big white cat. He wanted to be good to Chu Wanning and take care of this snow-white cat, but he always stroked its fur twice in exchange for a claw from the white cat. It was as if it was uncomfortable to be stroked by him, and it was not what he wanted. He felt very guilty, but he really didn't know where he could touch the cat and where he couldn't. He was like a person who had just raised a cat and didn't know much about everything. He only knew how to hold the white cat in the palm of his hand and lick its fur. In exchange, he got a roar and another slap. Mo Ran turned over, blinked, and was very depressed. He suddenly remembered that in the layout of this inn, the bed in the next room and his room should only be next to a wooden wall. As soon as this thought appeared, Mo Ran couldn't sleep even more. He felt that his mouth was a little dry. Did Chu Wanning go to take a bath? Or was he preparing to? But he didn't hear any movement in his room. If Chu Wanning didn't plan to take a bath, then at this time, would he be lying down? Then they were actually very close to each other now. If there wasn't a thin wooden partition in the middle, separating them, they would actually be lying together. This thought made the young man's blood boil. It was like a sleeping volcano that was dangerously flowing, but it didn't erupt. He couldn't help but sleep closer to the wall. After all, the wall made of wood and mud was different. The wood was so thin, at most 3 fingers wide. Mo Ran thought that Chu Wanning was lying 3 feet away from him, taking off his clothes, or only wearing a thin undergarment. He closed his eyes and swallowed. He felt his heart burning through his whole body, burning to the corners of his eyes. He didn't open his eyes, but if he did, there would be traces of blood in them, a patch of red. Then he suddenly remembered another thing. This thing was too exciting. His whole body trembled and tightened, blood rushing to his lower body. He had once violated himself on the bed that Chu Wanning slept on. The memory was so damp, sinful and sweet. Mo Ran recalled this incident, and his scalp went numb. He remembered that year when he was soaking in the hot spring, he accidentally fell into Chu Wanning's arms. That dry and hot feeling couldn't go away. He could only rub himself against himself, his forehead against the wall, and just like that, he vented his love. Mo Ran opened half of his eyes slightly. His eyes were dark. The dark part was like a rock, but there was red lava flowing under the rock. He once again pressed his forehead against the wall. His heart felt like it was going to burst. How could he be so stupid back then? It was clearly such a bright desire and love. How could he not notice it? He pressed one hand against the wall, trying to restrain himself, but he really couldn't. When he thought that he didn't love, he could think of Chu Wanning to vent his feelings without restraint. But when he fell in love, he was destined to be with the person just a wall away. He couldn't get what he wanted. Even when he dreamed, he felt that it was dirty, that it was blasphemy to Chu Wanning. Restraining his desires, this was too torturous for a young and vigorous body. The tip of his nose was pressed against the wall, and his burning hot body was doing his best to press against that thin wall. His thoughts were in chaos, and his eyes were blurred. He even faintly felt a trace of an illusion in the lush tide of passion. It was as if Chu Wanning's breath, the faint begonia scent on Chu Wanning's body had already seeped through the cracks in the wood and seeped into his bed, tightly wrapping around him. Chu Wanning's scent was seducing him, pitiful him. Seducing his animal desires, pitiful his human nature. Seducing his burning desire, pitiful him, but he couldn't ask for it. Mo Ran, in such a seductive and pitiful state, painfully furrowed his brows. His hand pressed against the wall, his joints were distinct, and his veins were bulging. In contrast to his violent expression, however, he was almost sobbing as he begged. He softly murmured, "Chu Warning. Warning," but he didn't know that on the other side of the wall, Chu Warning actually didn't dare to bathe in the hot spring. He was indeed like Mo Ran thought, lying down a long time ago. Right now, he was also thinking of him, longing for him. Chu Warning's slender fingers were also stroking the slightly cold wooden board, and his forehead was also pressed against this emotionless wall. The two of them had such a deep misunderstanding in their previous lives, to the point that they were strangers on different paths, separated by a huge abyss. So in this life, they used their blood to fill the abyss into a sea of blood, swimming towards each other. But because of this layer of barrier, they couldn't see each other's surging emotions, and could only let their own love overflow. But they were clearly so close to each other. They were so close that Mo Ran felt as if he could hear Chu Warning's heartbeat, and Chu Warning felt as if he could hear Mo Ran's breathing. Dong dong dong. Mo Ran was shocked, and unhappily said, "Who is it?" When he shouted, Chu Warning next door was also shocked, and then he realized that Mo Ran really was sleeping with his back against the wall, so close to him that this low and hoarse voice sounded as if he was shouting next to his pillow. Chu Warning couldn't help but clench his 10 fingers, and a pair of phoenix eyes opened in the darkness. "It's me, Shui Meng," the outside said. The man outside said, "My mother said that she put me and your luggage together. Open the door quickly." "Really, I'm waiting for a shower." Of course, eavesdropping wasn't a good thing, but Chu Warning thought that he wasn't eavesdropping. The wood was too thin, the room's soundproofing was too bad, and Shui Meng was shouting too loudly. In any case, he didn't want to listen. Chu Warning thought this, wrapped himself in the blanket, and leaned against the wall. The sound of the bed creaking came from next door, and after a while, the door opened. Shui Meng's voice sounded again, "Hey, why are you already asleep? So early?" "I'm sleepy." Mo Ran choked a little. "Hurry, I was woken up by you in the middle of my sleep. Take your clothes, quickly go 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 go." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Shui Meng paused, and there was a hint of suspicion in her voice. "You unlocked the door so early in the morning, and you don't want to come out. You're so anxious just because I said a few words to you." "Are you? What am I doing?" Chu Warning suddenly opened his eyes wide, and unconsciously thought of the body brushing against Mo Ran by the lotus pond. That youth had too much passion and high spirits, and when he was ready to take action, it was as if he could take someone's life. A young man in his early 20s, who didn't practice the way of asceticism like him, how much boiling magma was hidden in his body? How often was it normal to release it? Chu Warning didn't know all of this. He had a pure heart and few desires for a long time. He didn't understand. Now, he wanted to know a little, but for the sake of his face, he couldn't let go of his pride. He was such a proud person, who could he ask this kind of question? He couldn't just randomly pull a disciple and say, "Sorry to disturb, I want to ask a normal man, how often should he release his desires?" Just thinking about it made him feel perverted beyond words. Of course, the Peak of Life and Death had books related to dual cultivation, but every book had to be registered. Chu Warning really couldn't imagine the following words in the book: "Legend of the ambitious man on the bed, drifting and sinking in the sea borrower, Elder Yu Heng, Chu Warning. Just kill him." 151, just as his thoughts were running wild, he heard Mo Ran say in a low voice from next door, "Where are you looking at? There's nothing going on. Take your clothes and get out of here." Shui Meng was stunned. "Where am I looking at?" Mo Ran. Shui Meng looked at his cousin's face and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry at the same time, and shouted, "What nonsense are you thinking about? What I wanted to say was that you locked the door because there were too many people in the bathhouse and wanted to take a bath by yourself in the room. Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. And you're blaming it on me." In the next room, Chu Waning's face darkened. His mind was full of dirty thoughts. Xue Meng sighed heavily and stared at Mo Ran from head to toe, then said, "I didn't think about that at first. Now that you said it, it reminded me." "Were you really? Weren't you taking a bath? Why are you talking so much?" "No, I suddenly feel that you're very suspicious." Seeing that the other party's tone was so unfriendly and his black eyes were burning, Xue Meng felt that something was wrong. "When you were just 20 years old, you always went to the brothel. All these years, you've been traveling everywhere, but you didn't have any romantic affairs. Why did you suddenly change?" Mo Ran seemed to be silent. Chu Waning waited in silence. He actually wanted to know how Mo Ran would answer. The longer the silence, the more anxious he became. Why didn't he say anything? Was it awkward? Regret? Or, you really want to know? Mo Ran opened his mouth. His voice was filled with anger. He actually had the face to be angry. Chu Waning clicked his tongue in wonder. He felt that Xue Meng's question was quite reasonable. There was no reason for him to be unhappy just because someone found out about his secret. Before he could finish thinking, he heard Mo Ran say, "I'm tired of F***king, I'm tired of F***king, I'm tired of F***king. All right, you can scram now." Chu Waning was speechless. Xue Meng, after a long period of dead silence, Xue Meng let out an angry roar that could probably be heard by the entire inn. "Mo Weiyu, you shameless dog. Stinking hooligan. Fine, whatever you say. Get out, get out. Don't F***king disturb my sleep. Don't touch me. Hateful. How am I annoying? You. Xue Meng stammered, his handsome face flushed red. He originally wanted to make things difficult for Mo Ran, but who would have thought that Mo Ran would shamelessly turn the tables on him? He couldn't help but recall that he was already in his 20s. At this age, Nan Gongsai was already married to the #1 beauty in the cultivation world. The fourth young master of Jiang Dongtang was already the father of 3 children. Kunlun's snow trampling palace's Mai Hanshue still hadn't died from venereal disease. It seemed like he was the only one who was inexperienced in love. Xue Meng felt very sullen. He wasn't sullen because he was lecherous. In fact, he wasn't lecherous at all. It was just that he felt that he was inferior to Mo Ran in this aspect. He was more than 10 streets ahead of him, which was why he was so angry. If Mo Ran didn't mention it, if he was deeply ashamed, then Xue Meng's attitude would probably be different. However, Mo Ran actually threw him a disdainful and impatient sentence. "I'm tired of F***king you, F***king you enough." Young Master Xue Meng felt that he couldn't take it anymore. His self-esteem had been hit. He said you, for a long time, then angrily roared at Mo Ran, "I just hate you. You're not human." After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Chu Waning also choked a bit. Although he was calmer than Xue Meng, he could hear that Mo Ran was deliberately bullying Xue Meng. However, his heart couldn't help but surge, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The words used by the guy next door were too crude. His low roar was like a lion in the jungle whose muscles were tangled and whose aura was bursting out. That low roar and the rough words combined into one was like a thick and hot poker, violently stabbing into his heart. Chu Waning's throat moved. His eyes were gloomy and flickering. In the past, Mo Ran had broken his precepts because he went to the brothel, so he naturally knew that Mo Ran wasn't as pure as Xue Meng. However, the previous Mo Ran wasn't strong enough to captivate souls. He couldn't help but ponder and picture that kind of scene in his mind. But at this moment, when the past was brought up again, Chu Wan couldn't help but think of the hot, smooth, smoky, and sturdy body that she had seen before. She had once been entangled with those charming, fair, delicate, and alluring young men, and had shaken on those delicate and tender gigolos. He felt his anger burning, but his heart was also like a feather scratching at his heart. In this kind of anger and desire, the corners of Chu Waning's eyes slightly burned red. In the dark night, there was a hint of the color of a begonia. Shui Meng came back. Open the door. What now? I only cared about arguing with you. Where are my clothes? On the table. Take them yourself. HMPH. Shui Meng hugged his clothes and left in a huff. This time, it was finally quiet. Chu Waning heard Mo Ran's heavy footsteps, and then the bed creaking. This time, he really heard the man next door lie back on the bed. He even felt the bed sway, supporting his mountain-like hot body. He felt very thirsty and wanted to get a cup of water. But when he heard Mo Ran lie down, he knew that if he got up, that person would definitely be able to hear the movement here. So he didn't move, like a rock that was cold on the outside but colorful on the inside. Next door, Mo Ran was actually a little uneasy. A man who wasn't satisfied with his desires would always be irritable. Shui Meng just had to choose this time to disturb him. After a while, he couldn't control himself. He didn't know if Chu Waning heard that shameless roar just now. If he wasn't asleep, he definitely heard it. He laid on the bed. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. He turned back and forth. Chu Waning was just a wall away, listening to his creaking, sharing his anxiety. After a while, Chu Waning heard Mo Ran's low voice, Shizun. In the end, Mo Ran was still tossing and turning. He couldn't hold back his anger, so he tried to call Chu Waning to see if Chu Waning had any reaction. Shizun, are you asleep? Can you hear me? Chu Waning's heart was beating like a drum. He felt that his heart was beating too loudly, and was a little embarrassed. So he quietly pulled the blanket over his head, trying to use a layer of cotton to cover his heartbeat that the other person couldn't hear. Shizun, but when he covered himself with the blanket, Mo Ran's voice was very close. It was as if they were lying on the same bed. If Chu Waning lifted the blanket, he would be able to see Mo Ran's handsome face and bare chest. He was leaning on his side and looking at him. That pair of dark and bright eyes were like a wolf or tiger, staring at him hungrily, wanting to swallow him whole. Can you hear me? Chu Waning made up his mind to pretend that he didn't hear him. He naturally knew that Mo Ran was asking this in hopes that he didn't hear him. Otherwise, when they met tomorrow morning, both of them would feel awkward. The other person called out to him a few more times with a deep voice. Seeing that Chu Waning didn't respond, he sighed softly. Mo Ran really thought that Chu Waning was asleep. He was relieved, but he also felt a little regretful. He wanted Chu Waning to pay attention to him. But Chu Waning didn't care, so he could only stroke the thin wall separating the two of them. First, he stroked it with his rough fingers, then closed his eyes, as if he was stroking Chu Waning's chest. Then, he put his burning hot lips on it and whispered softly, as if he was whispering to Chu Waning's lips. Mo Ran said, I don't want anything else. I only want you, but this voice was too soft. Chu Waning didn't hear it. He wrapped himself in the blanket and rubbed. His face and heart were very hot. After a while, he heard the bed next to him creak fiercely. It seemed that the person lying on it was very anxious and turned over angrily. He said, damn it. Chu Waning suddenly had a kind of animal sensitivity. He predicted that he might hear something. For a moment, he felt his hair stand on end and wanted to cover his ears. But he only moved the tips of his fingers and then dropped them down. He opened his eyes in a daze under the blanket. After a while, he heard Mo Rant's deep breathing outside the blanket. That breathing was rhythmic, violent and violent. Chu Waning's arms had a layer of goosebumps. In such a sound, he felt that his spine was numb and soft. Mo Rant's breathing was so sexy and so sinful. It was choked in his throat, oppressive and unrestrained. When he heard this sound, what else did he not understand? Chu Waning closed his eyes. He felt that he couldn't breathe. His lips were slightly open and trembling. He thought of the wet dreams he had many times. In the dreams, he had seen all of Mo Rant's body. So when he closed his eyes, he could clearly imagine the scene outside the blanket. He felt that Mo Ran was right beside him, stretching his strong body and lying on his back. Mo Rant's bright black eyes were narrowed, flashing with a blurred luster. Mo Rant's hand reached down and unbuttoned his pants. His penis popped out. Chu Waning didn't dare to think about the huge thing in detail. He could only roughly describe the outline and the fleshy red color of Mo Rant's penis. He held the life-threatening thing and stroked it. Mo Rant's protruding Adam's apple was rolling with it. He swallowed his saliva and didn't know who he was thinking about. He was passionately and painfully comforting himself. Chu Waning heard the low moan of the man next to him. It was rough and sexy. His scalp went numb. In the dark, his almond-shaped eyes were stained with lust. He couldn't take it anymore. Elder Yu Heng's slender and fair hand, after struggling for a while, finally reached down. With trembling hands, he reached in and grabbed his already scalding high spirit. That rough and hot touch made him feel ashamed but also excited. He raised his head slightly and suppressed a gasp. Under the cover of the blanket, his cold appearance faded. He rose and fell in Mo Rant's panting and was brought into the sea of lust. He was clumsy and rough with himself, hurting himself several times. In the end, he really couldn't take it anymore. He abruptly lifted the blanket and lay on it. He rubbed and rubbed, his slender legs trembling. His almond-shaped eyes were half closed and a few strands of sweaty hair fell down. His lips were open as he silently gasped for air. Maybe it was because he was suddenly exposed to the air, so he could hear more clearly. Or maybe it was because he was delirious, so he couldn't hear clearly. He seemed to hear the moist sound of water. He thought it was Mo Ran next door, but when he lowered his head, he found that it was the glistening secretion from the tip of his penis. It lubricated his palm and made an extremely obscene sound. Chu Waning's face became even hotter. He turned his head to the side and didn't face the wall. This way, he would feel that Mo Ran was right beside him. They were naked and mutually comforting each other and making love. Lust burned his brain. His loftiness and aloofness had long collapsed. He could only hear the panting next door and feel the blissful pleasure below him. Because he hadn't tried it before, he couldn't stand the stimulation of lust. Every inch of his skin was sensitive. He longed to be pressed against another hot body. He was like a dry well that had been dry for 100 years, hungry and thirsty. As the sounds next door became more and more urgent, Chu Waning felt his heart become hotter and hotter. His waist became weaker and weaker, and his legs almost couldn't hold on. The mucus below him had long soaked the sheets. He vaguely felt that all of this was ridiculous. It shouldn't be, but he couldn't help but feel that it was too comfortable. He hadn't tried it for so many years, so he didn't know that there was such a comfortable thing. If it was said that when he tried to relieve himself in Yuliang village for the first time, he was tormented by breaking his vow for the first time. He felt disgusted and disgusted. But this time, separated by a wall with the person he loved, he actually didn't feel that lust was so ugly. He was actually able to float and sink in the sea of lust. He felt more comfortable and not repulsed. He slightly opened his moist and misty eyes. A few strands of hair fell down, blocking his eyes. He gradually lost focus. He didn't know why, but strange and variegated illusions quickly flashed before his eyes. Or maybe they weren't illusions. They were the strange and overly realistic dreams he had in the past. In the dream, the bed and mattress were intertwined in gold and red. The smell of animal skin between the pillows was so clear that he seemed to be able to smell it. He was lying on the bed like he was at this moment. His forehead was dripping with sweat, his lips were slightly open, and his hair was scattered in front of his eyes. The candlelight didn't go out. The man behind him was urgently and fiercely thrusting. The two people's legs were intertwined. He could clearly feel that the man's muscles and bones were tense because of the stimulation. The sheets were dislocated. The man kept thrusting and thrusting. His throat overflowed with sexy and hoarse breaths. He heard the man behind him say, "Why aren't you saying anything? Call me out." The dream and reality overlapped. Chu Wanning clenched his teeth. Even if his desire was fierce and he couldn't control it, he was unwilling to open his mouth. He closed his eyes. His hands moved more and more violently. He closed his eyes, but couldn't get rid of the memories of those erotic dreams. After a few thrusts, the man secretly cursed and then withdrew. His strong hands forced Chu Wanning to turn over. Under the light of the lantern, he saw a handsome face full of lust. It was Mo Rant's face. Because he could clearly describe Mo Rant's appearance in his dream, Chu Wanning felt more and more tormented and excited. He shook his head guiltily, trying to get rid of the scenes in front of him. But it was no use. He heard Mo Rant's panting from the other side of the wall. It was the same as the rough and lingering man in his erotic dreams. It was low and muffled. He even shamefully recalled the details of that dream. Mo Rant turned him over. His wet and sticky sex organ was pressed against his back acupuncture point, which was already convulsing because of the dryness. His large penis was rubbing against the opening of the acupuncture point. He lightly poked, but didn't penetrate. In the end, Chu Wanning's other hand, which had never comforted his desire, tightly gripped the mattress. Shame. He felt extremely humiliated. How could he have such a dream? He clearly didn't, he had never seen such a thing. How could he have such a vivid dream? It was as if this body had really borne such hot and crazy, ugly and lingering lust. Could it be that this was the beastly nature of being born as a human? You're so stubborn. You think that by biting your lips and not making a sound, you can keep your innocence forever. In the dream, Mo Rant's eyes were full of tears. His expression was somewhat sinister, but also full of erotic desire. You've been done by me so many times. So what if you struggle? You're the one who willingly let me fuck you. You're the one who willingly submitted to me. Don't say anymore, in the dream, in reality. Both were whispering. So what if you're virtuous? You were still dirted by me. You sucked on me, opened your legs and let me fuck you. What flowed between your legs was what I gave you. Innocence. Don't be silly. From the first day you slept with me, these two words no longer had anything to do with you. Don't say anymore, innocence. No longer innocence. Arrogance. It was as if his clothes had been torn apart. You should really look at what's down there. Mo Rant's gaze moved down inch by inch, like a sharp knife cutting open the person below him. In the end, his gaze fell on the trembling and shrinking acupoint. The opening of the acupoint was still stuck with the saliva and blood from their intercourse. His gaze became deep and his Adam's apple moved. He cursed in a low voice. Holding his swollen genitals, he slowly pushed in again, fiercely pushing open the shrinking passage inch by inch. Speaking of which, it was strange. Chu Wanning, who was floating in the memories of this spring dream, seemed to really have an illusion. It was as if there was a thick and fierce blade condensed from flesh and blood, tearing his body apart and filling. Mo Ran pushed in completely, all the way to the bottom. Even his sack was pressed against the opening of the acupoint. He hated that he couldn't not go in. The huge genitals pushed him to the limit in an instant. He felt that he couldn't bear any more invasion. The shaft pulsed in his body. In the dream? Or reality? Finally, there was a groan. It was this groan that made Chu Wanning suddenly wake up. The dream quickly dissipated, vanishing into thin air. The last thing he saw was Mo Ran fiercely pushing against him. The two of them were madly intercourse on the bed. He heard Mo Ran's heavy breathing. His voice was hoarse and burning. "If you were a woman, I would fuck you like this every day. I'm afraid you would already be pregnant with our child." Our child, I'm afraid it should be called a bastard. Shame, excitement, animal desire, human nature. In the inn, Chu Wanning turned over, as if he wanted to get rid of the dirty image in his mind. He suddenly felt very wronged. His eyes were slightly red. Why was it like this? In the past, he would never dream of such things. He clearly had not seen anything that he should not have seen. He had not even seen erotic paintings. Why would he have such absurd and shameless erotic dreams? If others knew, what would he do? The memories of the dream dissipated, but the bed next to him suddenly shook. Mo Ran had been blaspheming himself for a long time before Chu Wanning. At this time, the pleasure was accumulating. When he wanted to spurt, he could not help but move his firm waist. He could not help but make a thrusting gesture. He had been holding it in for too long. He released it with a low growl. Chu Wanning heard his hoarse growl. He was stimulated. His eyes were almost wet and red. He violently stroked himself and could not help but ejaculate on the bed. He had never experienced such an exciting climax. The moment he ejaculated, he could not help but gasp and cry out, "Yen." After releasing, his vision was a blur. Chu Wanning did not know how he fell into the sticky web of love. He did not have the strength. He lay on the bed in a daze and panted. He was repulsed by desire. But he was willing to immerse himself in love. When desire and love were intertwined, lust did not seem to be so difficult to accept. Thus, it was not the same as the self-abandonment venting in Yuliang village. He still felt ashamed, but the shame was extinguished by the wetness in his heart. It was swallowed up by comfort and excitement. Suddenly, he longed for that wooden wall to disappear. The similarly sweaty Mo Ran leaned over. His undulating hot chest pressed against his back. Panting, he kissed his shoulder and neck. Chu Wanning lay down in a daze. He thought, if it was like this, then everything would be perfect. Then he would be enough. The next day, Mo Ran woke up early. This was Lini. Chu Wanning was not used to the taste of the dishes. The inn did not have any bland dishes, so he went to 11 City to buy some ingredients. He was going to borrow the kitchen to cook something for his shifu. In this world, there were some men who would use all kinds of tricks to chase someone. It would not be an exaggeration to eat a Manchu imperial feast for breakfast. But as soon as they saw that they could not win, they would immediately stop and turn around. There were so many beauties in the world. Why would they spend more time on an impossible target? But Mo Ran was different. He had spent 2 lifetimes chasing Shamai. Now that he understood his own feelings, he knew that he would never be able to have a relationship with Chu Wanning beyond that of a master and disciple. But he was still willing to treat Chu Wanning well day after day. He knew that he could not do it, but he still did it. This was something that had never changed in his life. "Gongzi, you came out so early to buy groceries. Look at these radishes, do you want to buy some? They are so fresh. Gongzi, look at the accessories here. Bracelets, necklaces, flower hairpins, everything is here. The craftsmanship is very good. Come, take a look. There are all kinds of spirit stones. It is essential to refine weapons. Come. Mo Ran originally planned to leave after buying groceries. But when he passed by a grocery store with a basket full of groceries, he saw a pile of beautiful small objects on the counter. His eyes were attracted by one of the objects. Unknowingly, he walked over and stopped in front of the counter. There was a man standing there. He was wearing a hood and was looking at the dazzling array of goods. The man raised his hand. Under the black sleeves of his robe, extremely pale, extremely delicate and beautiful fingers were exposed. Because of these 5 scallion-like fingers, Mo Ran noticed this person. He looked at the figure and thought that it was a man. But when he saw the hand, he felt that it was a woman. Thus, he turned his head and curiously sized up this person's appearance. However, he only saw a black veil covering the face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes were also hidden in the shadow of the wide hood of the cloak, so he couldn't see them clearly. The two people looked at each other. Mo Ran habitually smiled at him. That person withdrew his hand that was about to touch a spirit stone. Mo Ran glanced at the ring on his thumb from the corner of his eye. It had a silver snake pattern and dense scales. He suddenly felt that the snake pattern on the ring was somewhat familiar. When he wanted to take a closer look, that person had already withdrawn his hand into his sleeve. He glanced at Mo Ran indifferently. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and left. What a strange person. Mo Ran muttered. However, the Gongzi of the Confucian Wind sect was overjoyed. Wedding invitations were everywhere. Recently, all kinds of strange people were rushing to Lini. This person who was covered in a cloak was actually nothing special. At this time, Mo Ran heard the sound of wind chimes at the back door of the small grocery store. The curtain was lifted and the lady boss came out. Mo ran through the matter of the black-clothed man to the back of his mind. He smiled and pointed at one of the spirit tools. Lady boss, how much is this? 152. The lady boss had just loosened the door latch. She yawned and stretched lazily, preparing to do business. She was sleepy when she suddenly saw a tall and handsome man standing in front of her shop under the bright morning light. He had an imposing appearance and a tall and straight posture. He should be accompanied by a sword and a saber, walking coldly through the market, ignoring everyone. But this handsome man was smiling. The dimples on his cheeks were faint, and his eyelashes were thick and gentle. In his arms, he was holding a bamboo basket. The basket was not filled with spirit stones, spiritual materials, or spell scrolls. Instead, it was filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. The apples were bright red, the radishes were white and fat, and the lettuce was lush and verdant. The dew on the leaves was crystal clear. It was set off by his handsome face. The lady boss froze in the middle of her yawn. She stared blankly at the scene in front of her that was both iron-blooded and tender. She blinked and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Lady boss. Hey, what do you want? Just this. Mo Ran picked up a pair of light red crystal pendants. How much are you selling them? You have good taste, young master. This pair of pendants is made of the best dragon blood crystal. They were carved by the craftsmen of the Kunlun Palace. Although the material is not expensive, the pendants themselves are very special. You must know about dragon blood crystal. It will turn red as the wearer's body temperature rises. At this point, the lady boss smiled. Since the immortal monarch has taken a fancy to a pair, then you should want to share one with your Dao companion, right? Ayo, I wonder which fairy is so lucky to be able to get acquainted with you. If you buy the pendants, you won't lose anything. When you go back and wear them, it will be quite interesting to see them when you Dao partner. Mo Ran originally bought the pendants because he thought that dragon blood crystal was the best product to warm the cold body. Chu Wanning was afraid of the cold in winter, so it was best to wear it to ward off the cold. But when he heard the lady boss say this, his heart couldn't help but be moved. He thought of the pendant hanging around Chu Wanning's neck. Because of its owner's high body temperature, the pendant was bright red and dripping, like a trembling drop of blood on the tip of a knife. He coughed lightly and said, "I'll take this one. Wrap it up for me." In order to not let Chu Wanning feel strange, Mo Ran also bought a gift for Xue Meng, Xue Zhenyong, and Madame Wang. After returning to the inn, he put down the miscellaneous things and took out the small paper bag that contained the dragon blood crystal. The teardrop-shaped pendants inside had already turned crimson because of his body temperature. He picked one and hung the other one around his neck. When he was done, he adjusted his clothes to ensure that the pendant would not be exposed. Then, he picked up the remaining pendant and wrapped it up again. He touched his collar and felt that his heart was beating a little faster. He had experienced all kinds of absurd things in his previous life. Now, he was actually panicking because of this little secret hidden under his clothes. He couldn't help but feel surprised at himself. "For me?" During the meal, Xue Meng held the sword tassel that Mo Ran had given him and looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Why are you giving me this? Don't tell me that you want to apologize to me because of what happened yesterday." When it came to what happened last night, Mo Ran did not know that Chu Wanning was awake at the time, so he was quite calm and did not make a sound. However, Chu Wanning could not bear it and picked up the teacup in front of him. His throat moved, and he drank a few mouthfuls of herbal tea to hide his emotions. Only then did he adjust his expression. Mo Ran smiled at Xue Meng and said, "What are you thinking about? You were the one who provoked me first. I thought this was pretty, so I bought it for you to wear." He paused and said, "It's rare for us to come out together, so we should buy some things. I also bought things for Shizun, uncle, and auntie. They're all small trinkets that are not worth much." "We also got something." Madame Wang was very surprised. Auntie got a sandalwood powder box, uncle got a folding fan pendant. As Mo Ran spoke, he presented the gifts and finally gave the dragon blood crystal to Chu Wanning. "And this, it's for Shizun." "What is it?" "A pendant." Mo Ran's palm was warm and sweaty. "The dragon blood crystal can drive away the cold. Lini produces this kind of stone, so I bought it for Shizun to warm his body." Chu Wanning took it. This type of stone was not expensive, but it was very useful. He said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." "Shizun, why don't you put it on and take a look?" Chu Wanning glanced at Mo Ran, but did not see through Mo Ran's intimate intentions, so he naturally put it on his neck. The light red crystal shone brightly. Xue Meng looked and could not help but say, "It looks good. This is not bad, better than my sword tassel. Where did you buy it? I also want to get one to wear." Mo Ran said, "No, this is the only one in the entire store. I also want one, but I can't buy one." Xue Meng was disappointed. He picked up his own sword tassel and looked at it, then turned his head to look at the dragon blood crystal on Chu Wanning's neck. He muttered, "I don't believe it. In any case, there are many of these things in Lini. When we get to Confucian Wind Sect, I'll go ask Nangong Sai. He'll definitely have a lot, piled up like a mountain." Mo Ran ignored him and looked at Chu Wanning. He saw that after Chu Wanning put on the pendant, he did not put it in his body, but hung it outside his lapel. He could not help but feel anxious. After a while, he could not hold back and said, "Shizun, this pendant is not to be hung outside. It has to be put inside you." As he said this, he leaned over to help Chu Wanning put the pendant in. He was suddenly too close, and while speaking, his breath burned Chu Wanning's ear. Chu Wanning pushed him away. Chu Wanning lowered his eyes, his expression looking very cold. However, Mo Ran looked carefully this time. He saw that Chu Wanning's ear was suffused with a layer of crimson begonia flowers. It was both pitiful and cute, making people want to kiss it and suck on those trembling petals. Mo Ran was a little surprised. He was thinking, why did Chu Wanning's face turn red? He did not seem to have done anything excessive. If it was to help him play with the pendant, then it was not that big of a deal. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered what he had just said. It has to be put inside you. Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment, then his face suddenly turned red. If his skin was not so much darker than Chu Wanning's, he was afraid that his face would look even redder than Chu Wanning's. He swore that when he said those words, he really did not mean to make a pun. He immediately felt astonished. He thought to himself that if he did not think wrongly, how could such a righteous person like Chu Wanning think wrongly? Mo Ran pondered, but could not figure it out. Until Chu Wanning's ears were red, his face was dark, and he silently stuffed the pendant into his lapel, he still could not figure out the reason. The previous night, because of a wooden wall that was 3 fingers wide, the celestial treading monarch had missed too many exciting moments. He had missed the spring and the inexperience. He had also missed Chu Wanning, who had fallen into the swamp of lust. He did not know anything about what happened on the bed next to the wall, so of course he would not understand. At this moment, Chu Wanning was still wrapped in the mire of yesterday. He was throbbing because of lust, ashamed because of lust, and sensitive because of lust. Because of that dream, because of the words on the bed in the dream, because of the thoughts that he did not want others to find out, he acted out of character and misunderstood this simple sentence. Chu Wanning looked up at him and felt a little warm in his heart. Yesterday's evil fire had not completely subsided. He reached out his hand, the teapot's handle was held by Mo Ran. Drink less. This tea is cold, it's bad for the stomach. Chu Wanning did not make a sound. He looked at him, his hand still extended, indicating that he wanted to drink the herbal tea. I'll go get you a hot cup. No need, but Mo Ran had already gone to find the shopkeeper. After a while, he came back with a pot of freshly boiled hot tea and poured a cup for Chu Wanning. Shizun, drink this. Yes, Yuheng, drink hot tea. It's not good to drink cold tea. It really hurts. Chu Wanning had no choice but to take the cup of hot tea. He blew on it, but did not drink it. He put it by his hand. His heart was already very hot. If it continued to heat up, he was afraid that the last layer of thin ice in his eyes would melt. When that time came, the endless spring water would overflow. When he looked up and stared, he would no longer be able to hide those shameful thoughts. Then where would he put his face as the immortal of Northern Dipper? The group finished early. When they were preparing to leave the inn, a group of people came in. The leader was wearing a thick, light blue cloak with curly grass patterns. His face was covered, and he seemed to be very low-key. He wouldn't be noticed in a crowd, but when he entered the inn and saw Shui Xinyong, he took the initiative to walk over and bowed politely. Hello, Uncle Shui. You are. That person took off his cloak and hat. When Shui Meng saw him, he let out an and took a large step back. Shui Xinyong laughed. Aya, isn't this Han Shui? My Han Shui raised his face. He was born with white skin, a high nose, distinct eyebrows, and deep eyes. There was a kind of heroic handsomeness that was clearly different from the others. Moreover, this person's skin was extremely good. Even though the room was dim, it still emitted a faint light. Perhaps it was because he grew up in the extremely cold snowy lands of Kunlun, but his face was soaked in a frosty aura, appearing both pure and aloof. In short, just by looking at his temperament, no one would believe that he was that world-famous romantic seed, my Han Shui. Something happened in the palace. This one only came to Lini today. I did not expect to meet Uncle Shui here. My Han Shui's appearance was too cold. Although he smiled politely, his eyes were clear and indifferent, respectfully carrying a chill. This little nephew has come to pay respects to uncle and auntie. Very good, very good. Aya, if only Meng was as polite as you are. Unexpectedly, when Shui Meng heard this, he was not happy. From behind, he continuously shot small poisonous arrows at my Han Shui, each one more vicious than the last. He thought to himself, this grandson my Han Shui. One set in front of people and one set behind them. He was clearly a stinking hooligan who ate both men and women. Back in the peach blossom spring, he even reached out to touch his waist. Now, standing in front of his elders, he was serious and cut off all feelings like an eminent monk. This guy really can act. My Han Shui did not even look at his childhood playmate. He only lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Even the width of his lips was not large. He was extremely well behaved. Uncle is joking. Young Master Shui is a proud son of heaven. He is the #1 champion of the Spirit Mountain Conference. Naturally, he has his outstanding points. That's right, father. This guy is my defeated opponent. Meng, Madame Wang was quite embarrassed. She reached out to pull Shui Meng. This irritable phone finally hummed and did not utter a word. However, flames were still coming out of his nostrils. My Han Shui said, Uncle, are you going to Confucian Wind Sect? It's about time. It doesn't matter if we go earlier. In any case, Nangong Liu is not lacking rooms. Didn't he say that in the month before and after the wedding, Confucian Wind Sect will empty an entire immortal city for guests to stay in? Shui Jinyong said with a smile. Let's go take a look first. It's also good to let the younger generation have more contact with each other. As he spoke, he glanced at Shui Meng. The implication was that he wanted to find a wife for Shui Meng. Shui Meng, Han Shui, you're not going directly to Confucian Wind Sect. A Guard Master gave me some instructions. He wants to buy a lot of spirit stones, so I'll stay in the vicinity of Dai City for a few more days. I'll go the day before the wedding. It's not too late. Shui Meng whispered, you're obviously afraid that if you go early, those girls from the famous righteous sects who were disappointed by you will chase after you and beat you into a dog. Mo Ran's ears were sharp. He smiled and said, Meng, what did you say? What dog? Shui Meng snorted and crossed his arms. It's nothing. Where's the incantation method? Pfet, I'm afraid you're reciting the plum-breaking incantation. You're talking nonsense again. My Han Shui listened to them and finally glanced at them. Shui Meng's gaze met his and suddenly he was slightly startled. He felt that something was wrong. This my Han Shui was strange. The last time he saw him in the peach blossom spring, that grandson's eyes were filled with peach blossoms. Those eyes seemed to be smiling when they were angry. But this person in front of him, not to mention peach blossoms, there was not even a ripple in his eyes. His entire body was cold, neat, and restrained. Those eyes seemed to be angry when they were smiling. Shui Meng blinked and paused for a moment. He thought about how my Han Shui led the disciples of the Treading Snow Palace to help during the Heaven-Splitting War. In front of everyone, he was also acting like a dog. He could not help but become angry. How could this guy be so good at acting? How could he be so pretentious? He was really a beast in human face. Refined scum. Hey, Meng, where are you going? It's too stuffy in the house. I'll wait for you outside. Come out after you're done talking. Shui Meng said and strode to the door. He lifted the curtain and angrily walked out. This proud son of heaven was really wronged. He was puzzled. The house was full of scum. How come no one other than him could see it? So angry. 153. Although he was angry, he still had to hurry. After bidding farewell to my Hanshue, they went up from Dai City. After an hour, they finally arrived at the #1 sect in the world, Lini's Confucian Wind Sect. From the name, one could see that the Confucian Wind Sect was based in Lini. In this city, there were 72 immortal mansions of various sizes. Because these mansions were so large, it would take a horse to travel from the front gate to the back gate. Therefore, these mansions were simply called cities. The 72 cities of the Confucian Wind Sect each had their own duties and were clearly divided. Compared to the peak of life and death of a grassroots sect, the difference was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. Even though Xue Meng loathed the upper cultivation world, he couldn't help but be shocked as he stood in front of the city gate. The Confucian Wind Sect. These words weren't false. They had come to the main city, which was also the largest city of the Confucian Wind Sect. It had white walls and black tiles that connected the sky and the sun. There were towering towers in all four corners, and there were star palaces in all four directions. The main city gate was painted in gold and red, and the carriage road that extended out was 5 feet wide. It was a long road with no end in sight. The road was paved with high-quality chi refining stones. One didn't need to do anything with these stones. They only needed to stand on them to gather spiritual power. Although the amount of spiritual power gathered wasn't much, everyone understood the principle of sand makes a tower. Thus, each stone could be sold for thousands of gold coins. Xue Zhenyong sighed. It's really good to be rich, Madame Wang laughed. Even if you're rich, do you also want to pave an chi refining road at the peak of life and death? No, I've laid a square in every village in the lower cultivation world. These stones are full of spiritual chi, so ordinary ghosts and monsters don't dare to approach them. If we can lay one in every village, when we encounter demons and monsters, we can hide when our disciples can't deal with them in time. Xue Zhenyong muttered and counted with his fingers. Then, he shook his head and said, unfortunately, we can't afford to lay one. Xue Meng also sighed. The peak of life and death. Sigh, it's a bit poor. Yes. Xue Zhenyong nodded like he was pounding garlic. We're all cultivators, but I don't know where the Confucian Wind Sect got so much money. At this time, Chu Waning, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. High Lord, do you know how much it costs to hire an ordinary disciple of the Confucian Wind Sect to kill a devil? I've never asked around. How much do you want? Chu Waning stretched out 4 fingers. 400 silvers. Xue Zhenyong's eyes widened. That expensive? Chu Waning said, 4,000 taels. There are many rich merchants in the upper cultivation world. It's easy for the Confucian Wind Sect to make money. With Venerable Lord earning 80 silvers per commission, how could you possibly catch up to them? Besides, sometimes the High Lord doesn't even take a single cent, Chu Waning said, but his eyes were very gentle. Let's go. Let's go into the city. Great sects often treated people with rules and regulations. The Confucian Wind Sect's Bureau of Rights had been waiting at the city gate these days. Although they were all smiles to everyone, they were well aware of what kind of guests had come and what their status was. Individual and minor cultivators would accompany them to look around and then lead them to their residences. As for small sects with some status, they would be led to see the protector elders in charge and received by the elders. As for those who had reached the peak of life and death among the 10 great sects, the Confucian Wind Sect didn't put on airs and directly invited them to rest in a warm room. When the Confucian Wind Sect's sect master Nangong Lu finished his work, he would come to the warm room to meet the guests. The warm room was filled with a rich aroma of ambergris incense, and the soft carpet was so soft that one could almost sink half of one's foot into it. There were delicate and beautiful camellias in the room. There were 8 different colored camellias, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. There were white petals with spots of captivating red, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. There were white petals with spots of captivating red, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Shui Meng also didn't understand, but when he saw a white camellia blossom with a pair of black spots on its soft petals, he felt that it was very interesting and reached out to touch it. Chu Wanning said, "Don't touch it." "Why?" Chu Wanning didn't say anything and just shook his head. Madame Wang sighed and said, "A book like this can be sold for more than 10,000 taels of gold." Shui Meng's complexion turned ashen as he withdrew his hand. Then, he slumped into the cushioned taisha chair. He thought about the list of names he saw in the bookstall before. At that time, he was angry because he wasn't among the top 100 young elites in the cultivation world. But now, he felt that the book didn't deceive him. There was a big character on his forehead that was suffused with black chi, paw. But then again, he didn't know where that book went. He didn't even have time to finish flipping through it before he lost it. After a while, the red corals and freshwater pearls crisscrossed through the curtain made a rustling noise. 2 elegant and dignified female cultivators wearing the snow-white immortal robes of the Confucian Wind sect fluttered in. One on the left and one on the right, they lifted the bead curtain and bent their knees. Their voices were like the cries of orioles. "Sect Master Immortal Monarch has arrived." As soon as they finished speaking, a man in his 40s walked through the door with a smile. His appearance was ordinary and somewhat scholarly. He had an ordinary appearance that would immediately be drowned in a crowd. Besides his very fair skin, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Mo Ran, who was sitting there drinking tea, almost spat it out. "Oh, Sect Master Shui, I've been hoping for you to come to the Confucian Wind sect as soon as possible. Look, as soon as you come, you're full of heroic spirit and dignified appearance. Who can compare to you? That's great, that's great. My humble house is full of vitality. Good. Good. Good." Shui Meng, Mo Ran, the dignified sect master of the #1 sect in the world, actually spared no effort in praising the sect master of the Life and Death Summit, who was ranked last among the 10 great cultivation sects. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Each time, he was more generous and enthusiastic than the last. He praised Shui Xinyong so hard that Shui Xinyong naturally enjoyed it very much. He said with a smile, "You're too kind, Sect Master Nangong. I'm not being polite, I'm just sincerely envious of Sect Master Shui. Sect Master Shui is a hero of the generation, majestic and awe-inspiring. Look at me, you're just a middle-aged man who has no chi. You're already dead meat with only fat left. I'm really ashamed of my inferiority." Nangong Lu said enthusiastically. Shui Xinyong originally wanted to hold back, but he couldn't hold back his peacock tail anymore. He said, "You flatter me, you flatter me. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Sect Master Nangong is too modest." In his previous life, Mo Ran didn't have any dealings with Nangong Liu. When he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect, this person quickly ran away. Mo Ran was too lazy to pay attention to such a small fish. He didn't care whether he was killed by knives and spears in the end, or whether he escaped and lived the rest of his life in secret. In this life, this was the first time he met Nangong Lu so closely. But when he heard his tone, Mo Ran didn't like it. He lowered his voice and said, "So the sect master of the #1 sect in the world is amazing in his mouth." Shui Meng heard this and unexpectedly agreed with him. He said in a low voice, "That's right. Look at him. When he opens his mouth, he really has a glib tongue. I can't even smell the fragrance of flowers in the room anymore. TSK, only the sweetness of Nangong Liu's mouth is left." After Nangong Liu finished praising the old, he started to praise the young. Ayo, isn't this the proud son of heaven, young Master Shui? The poor young Master Shui Meng had a bad temper. He calmly cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Nangong. Heroes really come from young. Handsome. Amazing. Look at this nose, these eyes, tsk, spirit. Like father, like son. Shui Meng was speechless. Nangong Lu turned around and said to Shui Xingyong, Brother Shui, I'm so envious of you. Look, in the world today, which young master has half an inch of your son's spirit? If you want to talk about me, in this big world of cultivation, there are so many young talents. If your son is the second, then no one can be the first. Shui Meng was originally disgusted with him, but Nangong Lu didn't seem to see the alienation on Shui Meng's face at all. He threw a basket of warm praises at Shui Meng, knocking the good young Master Shui out. In the end, he even showed a smile. When he whispered to Mo Ran again, he said, although this sect Master Nangong is a bit exaggerated, he's telling the truth. What truth? Mo Ran found it funny and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. You said that you're the second in the world, and no one dares to be the first. What's wrong? I'm the winner of the Soul Mountain Conference, that's a competition. Many individual cultivators didn't participate. Do you really think that the heroes of the world can compete in that small competition? Shui Meng's face turned red. After a while, he muttered indignantly, Forget it, I know you're envious of me. If it was when they were young, Mo Ran would definitely laugh at him again. But now, when the words came to his mouth, he felt that Shui Meng was just a bit competitive and narcissistic. What was there to compete for? So, he nodded and smiled. Okay. I'm envious of you. You're the best. But when he looked up at Nangong Lu again, the smile in Mo Ran's eyes disappeared. There were many kinds of evil people in this world. Some people were rebellious and committed crimes that reached the heavens. The whole world hated that they couldn't get rid of them and be happy after killing them. But some people were very powerful. They relied on their glib tongues and flattering skills. They were obviously rotten to the bone, but they weren't despised by others. In his previous life, Mo Ran was the first kind of person. But the people he hated the most were not the good people in the world who opposed him. He didn't hate Mai Hanxue, he didn't hate Shui Meng. He even admired Yi Wangxi and pitied Yi Wangxi. He hated Nangong Lu the most. As long as there was something to be used, he would kneel on the ground and lick other people's hemorrhoids. Damn it, he was a person who licked others' hemorrhoids. Ever since Nangong Lu came in, Chu Wanning had been standing by the window, looking at the neat and tidy houses of the Confucian Wind sect. It was a magnificent scene. The wind was strong, blowing the soft curtains covering the window into a haze. Chu Wanning stood in the haze. Nangong Lu's warm and friendly face froze for a moment, but he quickly tidied himself up and walked towards the window. Grandmaster Chu Wanning didn't look at him. With an indifferent expression, he said, Sect leader Nangong, between you and I, we already know each other very well. That soft muslin like spring water took advantage of the east wind and kept brushing against his face. Chu Wanning was somewhat impatient. He raised his hand and fiercely blocked that irritating thing. He said indifferently, No need to exchange pleasantries. Nangong Lu smiled and said, I don't have any other intention. I just thought that I haven't seen Grandmaster for many years, so I came to give my greetings. That's all. Grandmaster, why do you keep people 1,000 li away? I came for Nangong Sai. Chu Wanning still didn't turn his head. Not for you. Sai will be very happy to see you. Although you didn't accept him as a disciple, you enlightened him. After you left, he often told me that he missed you. Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't rebuke him, Nangong Lu said again, Grandmaster, when the butterfly suppressed the heavens, you sacrificed yourself for righteousness. Later, you were saved by Grandmaster Huizue and returned to Yuanyang. However, I presume that your body hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Confucian Wind Sect specially prepared 20 best quality soul-nourishing pills for you to express our sincerity to Grandmaster on behalf of all the immortals in the world. Grandmaster, please accept. Nangong Liu. Chu Wanning finally turned his head to look at him, but the way he addressed him had changed. He withdrew his arm from the muslin and suddenly turned around. His tall figure seemed to blend into the large expanse of the sky. His eyes were like flames and lightning, his eyebrows were cold, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Don't put me on a high pedestal. How can a mere Confucian Wind Sect thank me on behalf of all the immortals in the world? Who gave you face? The corner of Nangong Liu's mouth twitched, but the charming smile on his face didn't fall. After a while, he said with a smile, look at you, why do you have to? Shui Xinyong knew that Chu Wanning and Nangong Liu didn't have a good relationship. The whole cultivation world knew that. When Chu Wanning was 15 years old, Nangong Liu became his guest. He ate, drank, and lived like a god. However, a few years later, Chu Wanning suddenly had a falling out with Nangong Liu in front of everyone in the Confucian Wind Sect's main hall. The two of them talked back and forth, saying things like, Jin Cheng Kai, Shen Wu, the request of the monster at the bottom of the lake, righteousness, long-term illness, and, Madam. Anyway, the bystanders were confused. However, everyone knew that in the end, Chu Wanning couldn't restrain his anger and slammed the table. At that time, he was receiving a salary of 10,000 taels of gold. Every month, he would receive more than 1,000 spirit stones and talismans, but he didn't take a single coin. He stood in front of the hall and took off the Qianquan pouch on his waist in front of everybody, returning all the remaining money. Then, with a calm face and without saying a word, he took off the highest grade jade crown that Nangong Liu gave him when he became a guest. His long hair fell down, and he returned the jade crown to the Confucian Wind Sect's ceremony officer. This was a scene that many storytellers in the lower cultivation world were fond of telling. Nangong Liu's expression turned ugly, but he still tried to mediate. Therefore, he said to Grandmaster Chu, Senior Immortal has served our sect for so long. Even if you want to leave, you still have to pay the bill. Confucian Wind Sect doesn't want to be accused of taking advantage of others. Grandmaster Chu said, in the past, I served His Highness only to repay Madame Rong's kindness with a meal. Now that Madame has passed away, I have no intention of staying in your sect because we have different moral principles. There's no need for money. I'm ashamed to live off the Emperor's salary. Finished speaking, he closed his eyes and left Confucian Wind Sect. Shui Jingyong originally thought that the storyteller was exaggerating the facts, so he tried to ask Chu Wanning how Confucian Wind Sect had offended him. However, Chu Wanning didn't like to talk behind people's backs, so he only shook his head and never explained. But now it seemed that the storyteller's words were not false at all. Madame Wang saw that the atmosphere was stiff, so she couldn't help but come out and mediate. She said softly, Elder Yu Heng, don't be angry. What if you hurt your body? Then she turned to Nangong Liu and bowed. Emperor Nangong, we appreciate your kindness, but the peak of life and death doesn't lack spirit stones and precious medicines. We can't accept your soul-nourishing pill. Ha ha, Madam is right. It's just a slight lack of consideration. Nangong Liu found a way out of this embarrassing situation and said, Elder Yu Heng, I've offended you. I ask Elder Yu Heng not to take it to heart. Mo Ran watched from the side. He thought to himself, this person has been splashed with cold water by Shizun, but he can still laugh so calmly. He's really amazing. Thinking this, he lowered his head and drank the Rizhao snow green tea in his cup. Who would have thought that while he was drinking the tea, Nangong Liu would arrive in front of him with a smile on his face? 154. This was not good. When Nangong Liu came in, Madame Wang, Xue Meng, and Xue Xingyong immediately stood up and greeted him politely. But Chu Wanning was not in the mood, so he still stood by the window. As for Mo Ran, in his previous life, Confucian Wind sect was just a shabby sect that he flattened. Even if it looked beautiful on the outside, he knew that underneath it was only a plate of loose sand, and there was nothing to be afraid of. But he really did not mean to embarrass Nangong Liu. He was just used to it, so he did not even think about standing up. This scene was a little strange. As the host and elder, Nangong Liu stood there with a pleasant smile. He was not angry, and his face was still full of warm familiarity. But as a guest and a junior, Mo Ran's lazy sitting posture was caught red-handed. He crossed his legs and leaned against the chair, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Xue Xingyong did not notice Mo Ran's movements just now, so when he turned around, he could not help but feel embarrassed. This Mo Ran was too unruly. This is the famous Grandmaster Mo in recent years, right? Mo Ran did not drink his tea. He closed the lid and looked up, saying, "Yes. Heroes really do come from." Mo Ran interrupted him and said with a smile, "Emperor Nangong, heroes come from the youth. You have already used this phrase on my cousin, so don't use it on me, okay?" His tone was gentle, and his smile was gentle, as if he was very polite. But the content of his words was not the least bit polite. He did not even stand up. After saying this, he picked up the teacup again, scraped the edge of the cup with the small celadon lid, and then blew away the mist that curled up in spirals. He lowered his thick and long eyelashes, closed his eyes, and unhurriedly took a sip of tea. He was young, handsome, tall, and calm. His bearing made it seem as if he was the true master of the Confucian Wind sect, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world, and Nangong Liu was nothing more than a dog beneath him. "Ha ha, you're right, Grandmaster Mo. It's just that I can't think of a better way to put it, so, what are you saying?" Mo Ran put down his teacup and looked up with a smile. Ever since Emperor Nangong entered this room, he has said a lot of good things. If the immortal emperor doesn't know how to speak, who can claim to know how to speak? Aya, I dare not accept Grandmaster Mo's praise. Who said I was praising you? Mo Ran looked at him with his bright black eyes and smiled. Sometimes, it's not necessarily a good thing to be too good with words. Xue Xingyong couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his voice and said, "Ran Tha." In his opinion, it was excusable for Chu Wanning and Nangong Liu to turn against each other. At least Chu Wanning had the right to do so, but Mo Ran ignored Xue Xingyong and said to Nangong Liu, "Emperor Nangong, save these compliments for the other juniors. I'm a rough man, so I don't understand and I don't want to hear it." Xue Xingyong was speechless. Mo Ran certainly knew that his uncle would be unhappy with his words, but he didn't regret it. There were too many disgusting things in the world. Chu Wanning had a fiery temper and was always willing to be the first one to stand out. A long time ago, when he was killing demons in Luo Xianxian's residence, Chu Wanning disregarded his own reputation and beat up Minister Chen, who was the client, because the Chen family bullied a weak woman. Chu Wanning didn't do anything wrong, but he was always criticized by others, saying that he was cold-blooded, reckless, and unreasonable. Mo Ran didn't want others to say that his master was impolite. Therefore, he would rather do more than Chu Wanning. He could only use such a stupid method to protect Chu Wanning behind him. Therefore, in this room, the three of them accepted Nangong Liu's flattery and kindness out of courtesy, but Mo Ran didn't. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. Ever since he knew that it was Chu Wanning who carried him back from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he had crawled back. Ever since he saw the wisp of human soul in the Meng Po lobby and the bowl of wontons. Ever since he went to the depths of hell and rescued Chu Wanning, he swore, as long as Chu Wanning was willing, he would stand together with Chu Wanning from now on. Nangong Liu touched the wall twice in a row. If it were another sex leader, he would have flipped the table in anger and driven the guests away. But Nangong Liu didn't. He just acted as if nothing had happened. He happily said a few words to Xue Zhenyong, which made Xue Zhenyong feel very embarrassed. He pulled Nangong Liu aside and apologized in a low voice, saying that he didn't discipline his nephew well. Nangong Liu laughed and said, "Oh, young people, who doesn't have some courage? I think Grandmaster Mo is really a man of character. He's very good." After meeting with Nangong Liu, the disciples of Confucian Wind Sect led the group to another courtyard to rest. Mo Ran sneezed all the way. Xue Meng turned to look at him. "Don't tell me you were cursed by sect leader Nangong because of your bad mouth just now. Go away, you're the one who's cursed." Mo Ran's eyes were filled with tears. Achoo, I can't smell the incense, that's too strong. That room just now, achoo. The smell of the incense was too, achoo. Too. It smelled too bad. Ah, master, achoo, Zun. Chu Wanning handed him a handkerchief and frowned in disgust. "Wipe it, it doesn't look good." With tears in his eyes, Mo Ran took the handkerchief embroidered with begonias with a smile. "Master still cares about me." "Thank you, master." Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed by his words. "Who cares about you?" "That's right." Xue Meng was unconvinced. "Who cares about you?" "Master clearly cares about me the most." Mo Ran was a little disdainful. "You're already so old, yet you're still comparing yourself with others." He turned to the handkerchief in his hand and said seriously, "Look, master promised to embroider an identical one for me. Do you have one?" Chu Wanning snatched the handkerchief and said sternly, "Mo Wei Yu." Xue Meng was stunned at first, then he became angry. "Only a fool would believe that master would embroider a handkerchief for you. Even in your dreams, you wouldn't do that. You're so shameless." As the group chatted, they arrived at the side courtyard that Nangong Liu had arranged for them. The side courtyard had 4 entrances. Xue Zhenyong and Madame Wang entered, while the other 3 each entered. The winding paths led to a secluded place, with the shadows of flowers dancing and the sound of running water ceaselessly echoing. It was elegant and unique. Mo Ran had been fine just a moment ago, but when he saw that he was going to live in this courtyard, his entire body froze. As he hesitated, his eyes unconsciously became clouded with a layer of grey. When he followed the group into the side courtyard and saw the bricks, tiles, grass, trees, and rocks, his mood became increasingly gloomy. This was one of the places that had left a deep impression on him in his previous life's Confucian Wind Sect. Now that he was here again, he couldn't help but think that if Chu Wanning hadn't exchanged his life for his in this life, perhaps he would still have taken his old path and become the Emperor Ta. Then, by this time, he would have led his millions of precious chess pieces and raised a generation of famous sects to the ground. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. For a moment, thousands of thoughts surged into his chest. Mo Ran closed his eyes. He was able to control his emotions. He was no longer the sharp youth of the past, so no one could see the haze shrouding his heart. They all returned to their rooms to rest. Mo Ran stood in front of the side courtyard that had been left for him. He stood there for a while with his hands behind his back, but he didn't push the door open to enter. The maid in the courtyard was a bit uneasy. She cautiously asked, "Is Immortal Master not satisfied with this room?" "Oh, no." Mo Ran returned to his senses and smiled. "I feel that this courtyard is very similar to a place I used to live in, so I was reminded of the place." "That's really a coincidence." This servant thought that Immortal Master didn't like this place. "If Immortal Master has other requests, you only need to tell this servant. This servant will do my best to do it for Immortal Master." Mo Ran smiled. I don't have anything to do. You can go about your business. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the 100-year-old cassia tree in the courtyard. The tree's shadow was like a ghost from his previous life brushing past his eyelashes. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, he turned around and called out to the maid who was about to leave. Wait. Does Immortal Master have any other orders? I want to ask you about someone. Mo Ran paused, then raised his eyes. His gaze was like a torch. Do you know, there's a, what? Forget it, let's not ask about this. Ask another question. Mo Ran said, do you know where Yi Wangxi is? The maid said, young Master Yi is Elder Shu's direct disciple. He lives in the same courtyard as Elder Shu. If Immortal Master wants to see him, you can go there. When Mo Ran heard this, he secretly sighed in relief. The last time he met Yi Wangxi was at the restaurant. Yi Wangxi begged Nangongsai to go back with him, but Nangongsai refused. Yi Wangxi said, if it's because of me and you don't want to go back to the Confucian Wind sect, then I'll go. He actually missed Yi Wangxi. He felt that Yi Wangxi had suffered enough in his previous life. Yi Wangxi and Chu Wanning were actually very similar. They were both gentlemen who would die 9 deaths without regret. It was just that one was reserved, while the other was passionate. However, neither of them had a good ending. Mo Ran felt regret for his past actions, so he hoped that Yi Wangxi could have a better life in this life. He couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Nangongsai wasn't so heartless as to drive Yi Wangxi away. Elder Shu's courtyard was called the Three Lives Courtyard. It was said that it was named after the meaning of drinking Mengpo's water, forgetting 3 lives. Elder Shu wanted to express how long a person could live in this world. The things that should be forgotten as early as possible. Don't let it add to your worries. In any case, after you die, you won't remember anything when you reach the bridge of helplessness. He sounded like a very pessimistic person. No wonder he taught Yi Wangxi, a taciturn god who couldn't even fart after being beaten with 3 sticks. Interesting. This parrot is really clever. Come, carry it a bit more. A bowl of food, a ladle of drink, in a shabby alley, he asked the guard to report the purpose of his visit. Before he could go around the screen wall, he heard a man's lazy laughter coming from the courtyard. Mo Ran took a few steps forward and saw a man in his early 30s standing in the middle of the courtyard full of sunlight. That man was wearing plain clothes with several patches on the corners of his robe. It was a cold day, but he didn't wear shoes. He stood barefoot on the cold stone floor, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand. He was playing with a snow-white, blue-eyed parrot with a long tail. The parrot flapped its wings left and right, swaying back and forth on the shelf. It seemed very proud of itself. It sang loudly, a bowl of food a ladle of drink in a shabby alley good, not bad. You are smarter than Xiao Yezi. When Xiao Yezi was little, he wasn't as good as you. He won't be able to recite this verse no matter how hard he tried. The man fed the parrot a handful of nuts. Come, your Laozi will reward you. This man called himself Laozi with a bird. Does that mean he is a birdman? The man turned his head and saw Mo Ran standing next to the screen wall. He first cracked a melon seed, then ate it. Then he suddenly smiled. His smile was brilliant, but there was also a hint of wilting. Under the bright sunlight, his whole person looked very confident. Mo Ran, Grandmaster Mo. He smiled. Nice to meet you. Mo Ran smiled and said, nice to meet you. After he smiled, he seriously looked at the man's face. He felt that he seemed familiar. When he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect in his previous life, he seemed to have seen this person. He was, foster father, why are you running around without shoes again? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. It was obviously a light sentence, but it sounded like thunder in his ears. Mo Ran suddenly turned his head and saw Yu Wanshi coming out from behind the half-moon arch. He was still tall and slender, with gentle eyes. He was carrying a pair of bright yellow satin shoes. He walked in front of the youth and bent down to put them down. "Father." Yu Wanshi's father, the blood in his heart rushed like a wolf and a boar. He could almost hear the cries and shouts from the other world, hear the clashing of swords and drums. "Father." A blood-stained face suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Yu Wanshi. Yu Wanshi was crying and shouting, his voice splitting the 9 heavens. Back when he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Liu ran away. The 72 cities were like a dragon without a leader, instantly falling into chaos. Later, the Confucian Wind sect's first protector, Elder Shu, stepped forward bravely and organized the scattered sand. He gathered the disorderly soldiers that Mo Ran could have destroyed in an instant and resisted together with Yu Wanshi. He was clearly not surnamed Nangong, but he did what a Nangong sect leader should do. As an elder, he lived and died with the Confucian Wind sect's 72 cities. He was clearly not Yu Wanshi's biological father, but when the sharp blade filled with spiritual energy was about to pierce Yu Wanshi's back, he stood in front of Yu Wanshi and used his flesh and blood to protect the child that he had raised with his own hands. At that time, Mo Ran was standing on the city wall and looking down. When he saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curved into a twisted smile. Heavens knew how jealous he was at that time. They were not related by blood, but there was actually someone in this world who was willing to die for another person. His narrow-minded heart was shocked and pained. He was so jealous that it was like he was about to go crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He was thinking, "Good, very good, Yu Wanshi is really lucky. Mo Weiyu. If in this boundless world, other than my mother, there is another person who is willing to die for me, Mo Weiyu, then how could I have reached this step today?" The heavens were good to everyone, but they were so stingy and vicious to him. He wanted to destroy all the people he was jealous of, and let these people who huddled together for warmth all roll to hell. Why was he the only one who didn't have a good day, and didn't have a moment of warmth? The only person who was gentle to him was already dead. He only had that little bit of warmth left. Who was she to take it away from him? He hated it. Thinking back, Mo Ran only felt that he had been so foolish back then. In this world of mortals, there was clearly someone who was willing to die for him. He was the one who missed it. He was the one who let her down. He was the one who didn't know. Mo Ran closed his eyes and calmed the surging emotions in his heart. Only then did he look up again. He knew who this man was. He was Yu Wanshi's teacher and also Yu Wanshi's adoptive father, Shu Shuanglin. On the second day after the slaughter of Rufeng men, he died in the flames of war while trying to save Yu Wanshi. Mo Ran turned his head. His heart was bitter. He couldn't bear to look at that confident and carefree person under the sun. He went to greet Yu Wanshi. "Young Master Yi." Only then did Yu Wanshi realize that Mo Ran was standing in the distance. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Ah, Brother Mo is also here. Long time no see. Long time no see." In fact, Yu Wanshi had only met Mo Ran a few times in his life. He wasn't very familiar with him, so he continued to smile and said, "Are you here to look for my adoptive father?" Mo Ran glanced at Shu Shuanglin. He was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to look for you. Little Yi, how long has it been since someone came to this courtyard looking for you? It's really not easy." Shu Shuanglin smiled lazily and stuffed another melon seed into his mouth. "Where did you meet Grandmaster Mo?" "I met him in the peach blossom spring." "That's very good, that's very good." Shu Shuanglin smiled and threw the rest of the melon seeds into the bird food bowl. He said, "You young people can chat. I'll go somewhere else first." Yi Wenshi pulled him back. "Adoptive father, why aren't you wearing shoes again?" "Oh, I forgot." Xu Shuanglin put on his shoes with a smile. He said, "This should be fine, right?" But Mo Ran saw from the corner of his eye that this man leisurely walked to a corner. Then he bent down and took off his shoes. He actually put them into his clothes and walked away leisurely. This father and son pair's appearance and temperament were really very incompatible. Because of his cultivation technique, Xu Shuanglin looked very young. His face stayed at the age of 30 and wouldn't age. He looked like Yi Wenshi's brother. If one looked at his temperament, this person was somewhat willful and mischievous. He didn't look like an older brother, but more like Yi Wenshi's younger brother. So that dignified plaque outside the door, 3 Lives Courtyard, was it just for fun? Yi Wenshi and Mo Ran walked side by side along the shaded path. This courtyard was planted with many flowers and fruit trees, but it was currently the middle of winter. Thousands of trees had withered, and only a few withered leaves hung on the treetops. When the wind blew, they swayed falteringly. "My apologies. Last time at the restaurant, I made a fool of myself." "It's nothing." Mo Ran said, "How have you been these days?" As soon as he said this, he felt a bit of regret. Because people like Yi Wenshi, even if they weren't doing well, they wouldn't say anything. As expected, Yi Wenshi smiled and said, "I'm all right. How about you?" "I'm pretty good." The two of them were actually not that close. Mo Ran came to find him only because he thought of the enmity in his past life. He felt bad, so he wanted to see Yi Wenshi, who was still alive. Now that he was really alone with Yi Wenshi, he didn't know what to say. Mo Ran knew Yi Wenshi's many secrets, but these secrets couldn't be said. He really didn't have anything to talk about. The two of them strolled for a while. Yi Wenshi asked, "How's Xia Xianai?" Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "You still remember this name? That's amazing. His name is especially easy to remember." "Haha, that's true. Xia Xianai also came this time. You'll be able to see him later." Yi Wenshi was slightly surprised, he also came. But the sect leader didn't invite him. "You still don't know who Xia Xianai is, right?" Mo Ran said with a smile, "Let me tell you, this is a long story." Thus, he explained the cause and effect of Chu Wanning being Xia Xianai. After Yi Wenshi heard this, he was stunned for a while. He sighed and said, "How lucky is young Master Mo to have this person as your teacher?" Mo Ran said, "How lucky is the Confucian Wind sect to have young Master Yi as your disciple?" Yi Wenshi was a bit embarrassed. He smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Mo is too kind." They walked to a small pontoon bridge painted with redwood. Along the way, there were only a few withered branches and withered leaves. Only this place was verdant and bright. The bamboo trees were proudly standing in the wind, their integrity unchanged. The Confucian Wind sect's water was infused with spiritual energy, so it wouldn't freeze. Thus, standing at the head of the bridge, there was a gurgling stream under their feet. Mo Ran turned around and saw Yi Wenshi looking down at the sparkling stream. His black eyes were constantly flickering. He was still the same person, but his face was haggard. In fact, anyone could see it. Nan Gongsai's marriage was really too cruel to him. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to see it. It was as if he saw Chu Wanning, who had sacrificed so much but didn't receive a single glance from others. Mo Ran asked him, "Young Master Yi, why don't you come to the peak of life and death?" "What?" He felt that his words were rash, but he also knew how Yi Wenshi would respond. Mo Ran sighed, "I was just asking casually." "Young Master, you don't have to take it to heart." Yi Wenshi smiled. Originally, his smile was handsome, 70% heroic, and 30% elegant. But now, he was the same person. He still had the same smile, but his cheekbones were slightly sunken. He was still 70% heroic, but 30% elegant had withered away. Only 2 pools of sadness remained. He wanted to hide it, but that sadness was too deep. He used all his strength, but still couldn't hide it well. He smiled and said, "So Brother Mo is here to poach people on behalf of the peak of life and death." "Ha ha, that's right, that's right. However, young master, ye probably won't come, so it's just a joke. Ian, my adoptive father is still here, so I won't leave. What does young master plan to do from now on?" Yi Wangshi's expression seemed to be pained, but he couldn't immediately answer. What did he plan to do from now on? He also didn't know. He felt like he was a moth, and Nan Gongsai was the light. He always wanted to follow the light, even if the consequences were to shatter into pieces. But Nan Gongsai didn't want him. "That's right, I'm still doing what I should do in the Confucian Wind sect." Yi Wangshi smiled and said, "Assisting the sect leader, assisting adoptive father, and in the future, assisting young master." He paused, his hands clenched into fists. His knuckles were as white as jade. Mo Ran was shocked that Yi Wangshi was actually able to calmly say the last half of the sentence. He was actually able to say it, assisting young madam. He finished speaking. As if he couldn't bear it any longer, he lowered his eyes. But only for a moment, he raised his head again to look at Mo Ran respectfully and gracefully. His face was still smiling, and his entire person was like a slender bamboo standing in the cold winter. Suddenly, a west wind blew, blowing up the snow that had accumulated in the bamboo forest. It fluttered in all directions like reeds. In that instant, Mo Ran thought, "No, Nan Gongsai can't marry Song Chietong." 155. The wedding day of the Confucian Wind sect's young master was getting closer and closer, but suddenly, a rumor began to spread among the guests of the various sects. "Young Master Zhong, I heard of a matter recently. It sounds ridiculous, but if you think about it carefully, it's most likely true. Do you want to hear it?" "What a coincidence, I also have a secret about the Confucian Wind sect. It's also shocking. Don't tell me it's the same thing you want to talk about." The other party raised his eyebrows meaningfully. "Young Master Zhong, are the secrets you know only related to 2 people?" "Indeed." The 2 exchanged glances. One of them lowered his voice and said, "Let's talk about me first. I heard that Yi Wangshi of the Confucian Wind sect and, when the other person heard this, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't even care about his demeanor as he burst out laughing. He slapped his thigh fiercely and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. That's it. The Confucian Wind sect's Yi Wangshi and Song Chietong have an affair. It's true that good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news spreads for 1,000 miles. I didn't expect that even someone like young master who doesn't like to listen to gossip would know. But when talking about this matter, you have to lower your voice. This is Lini. Wherever you go, you'll run into people from the Confucian Wind sect. I'm afraid the walls have ears." Whether the walls had ears or not was hard to say, but it was true that 3 people became a tiger. This matter was like cotton wool soaked in water, gradually expanding. Even if no one saw it with their own eyes, the more it spread, the more erotic it became. In the end, even the common people in the small villages outside Lini City who didn't cultivate knew about it. It was spreading in the fields. "Elder brother Gaudin, I'll tell you a secret." "You can't tell anyone." "What secret? Why are you so cautious?" "Tell me." "You know how I talk, so I won't leak it out." "Then you better listen carefully. The Confucian Wind sect has a shocking scandal. That Song Chietong, you know her, right? She's the woman who's about to marry Nan Gongsai. She's really a slut. Brother Gaudin, you don't know, but she's already been with Yu Wuxia behind her fiancé's back. How is this possible? Why not? Don't you know that back then, when Song Qiutong was auctioned off at the Xianyuan assembly, it was Yu Wuxia who thought that she was pretty and had those dirty thoughts of buying her back for dual cultivation? Li Gaodan was very shocked. His mouth was wide open, and only after a long time did he stutter, "Heavens, heavens! How could such a thing happen?" Li Gaodan's understanding of the world had been overturned. When he was sleeping at night, he hugged his wife and chatted. He said emotionally, "Spring flower, you're still the best." The villager, Zhao Chunhua, blinked. "What's the matter? Why are you suddenly talking about this? Look, although you're a bit ugly, a bit fat, and a bit short, you're hardworking and can give birth. You're not like some women who have an affair behind their husbands' backs." Zhao Chunhua was a bit annoyed. "How am I ugly? Isn't my face just a bit yellow?" Then she asked curiously, "Which family's wife has a broken shoe? How come I didn't know?" "It's not a villager. It's a group of Taoist nuns and Taoist masters who fly around on their swords all day long." Zhao Chunhua was shocked. "Who is it?" Li Gaodan said, "It's whoever's getting married recently." Zhao Chunhua subconsciously didn't think about Nan Gongsai. She stared blankly for a long time before suddenly understanding. She shot up from the bed. "Heavens, this is incredible. There's actually such a thing? Don't talk nonsense, right?" "Why would I talk nonsense?" Li Gaodan puffed up his chest. In order to make his wife believe him more, he said solemnly, "A friend of mine saw it with his own eyes. The Confucian Wind sect's Yu Wuxia and Song Qiutong were having an affair. The two of them were carrying Nan Gongsai and had already slept with each other. Love between a man and a woman was often one of the fastest things in the world. Whether they were rich or poor, whether they were cultivators or not, everyone was happy to talk about it." In the blink of an eye, the guests gathered at the Confucian Wind sect more or less knew about this scandal. By the time it reached Chu Waning's ears, the contents were already extravagant. Even Yu Wuxia and Song Qiutong's secret rendezvous were described clearly. It even said that Song Qiutong married Nan Gongsai at this time because she already had Yu Wuxia's child. However, Yu Wuxia was fickle and heartless. For the sake of her own future, she was unwilling to acknowledge the mother and child. "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Let's see if that child looks like Nan Gongsai or Yu Wuxia." Chu Waning understood Nan Gongsai, but he didn't understand Yu Wuxia and Qiutong. Thus, he wasn't sure whether it was true or false. He only felt very angry. However, for someone like him, although he was good at dealing with that kind of evil, when it came to this kind of erratic matter, he was helpless and didn't know what to do. On this day, Nan Gongsai came to visit him at the side courtyard. Chu Waning faintly gave her a warning, but Nan Gongsai didn't hear anything between the lines. She was still very happy to tell Grandmaster Chu about the interesting story of him raising the demon wolf, Neobeijin. "A few days ago, I mated with her, and everything went quite smoothly. That female demon wolf is due to give birth next month. I don't know how many pups she'll be able to give birth to in this litter." Nan Gongsai smiled and said, "If she gives birth to a pup that looks good, I'll ask my father to send one to the peak of life and death." When Chu Waning heard this, he felt that this was a good opportunity. He said, "Yes, but I'm afraid that the pup's bloodline isn't pure." "How could it not be pure? Neobeijin and that female demon wolf are both from the Snow Wolf clan. They are very pure. Are you sure that the female demon wolf hasn't mated with another demon wolf before?" Nan Gongsai was stunned for a moment. How could that be? That female demon wolf is raised by the Jade Pool Manor. There's only one in the entire manor. Even if she wanted to mate with another, she couldn't. She had to rely on our Neobeijin. Chu Waning felt that his hint was very obvious. He compared humans to wolves and hinted to Nangongsai to pay attention to the rumors. How could Nangongsai not understand? Chu Wanning thought for a moment and felt that maybe he didn't make it clear enough. He thought for a moment and said, although she's the only demon wolf in the Jade Pool Manor, when you bring her over to mate with Neo Beijing, she'll have to stay in the Confucian Wind sect for a while, right? You've raised so many demon wolves, do you think? No, no. Nangongsai laughed heartily, so that's what the Grandmaster is worried about. That female demon wolf and Neo Beijing are in the same cage. If they are locked in the same cage, how could other demon wolves have a chance? I'll let you die from your stupidity. Nangongsai didn't see Chu Wanning's gloominess at all. He stood up and invited Chu Wanning, Grandmaster, when you left, the Howling Moon drill ground hadn't been built yet. Now, it's been expanded twice. I'll take you there to take a look. Why don't you ride Neo Beijing? Chu Wanning said, no. Nangongsai seemed a little disappointed, why not? Other than horses, I don't know how to ride anything else. Chu Wanning said, you're going to be a husband soon. Don't be so playful. If you're not raising a wolf cub, you're messing around in the drill ground. If you have time, you should go back and accompany Miss Song. Humans and animals are the same. If you don't accompany her, you'll become estranged. No, Chirtong treats me very well. She's also very obedient. Then, if the Grandmaster feels that I'm neglecting her, I'll call her over as well. I've often mentioned you to her. She should be very willing to meet you. Hearing him say this, Chu Wanning thought that he didn't know much about Song Chirtong. How much of the rumors were true and how much was false, he didn't know. Before Nangongsai's wedding, it might be a good thing to know more about this young couple. Thus, he nodded and stood up, okay, then you go find her. I'll wait for you at the Howling Moon drill ground. Nangongsai left. When he left the courtyard, he coincidentally bumped into Mo Ran. The two of them bowed in front of the screen. Mo Ran entered the courtyard and saw Chu Wanning standing under the Osmanthus tree. In front of him was a small red clay stove that was steaming. On the stone table were 2 half-drunk cups of 8 treasures tea. Shizun, Nangongsai is looking for you. Yes, he wants me to go to the Howling Moon drill ground to take a look at his demon wolf. Chu Wanning said and turned to go back into the house. This set of clothes is not suitable for riding. I'll go change. Demon wolves are fierce. Even though Mo Ran knew Chu Wanning's abilities, he didn't feel at ease leaving him alone. Thus, he said, I'll go with Shizun. Chu Wanning stopped and glanced at him. Do you know how to ride a wolf? Mo Ran smiled, his black eyes very bright. Why wouldn't I? My horsemanship is good. Don't mention riding a wolf, I'm good at riding anything. Chu Wanning was just about to open his mouth to mock him when he suddenly felt that the words, good at riding anything, were a bit moist and ambiguous. He couldn't help but think of the scene that appeared in his dream. He thought of the two people's positions in the dream, thought of the sweat that gathered on Mo Ran's firm abdomen, and thought of himself lying on the bed powerlessly. It was as if he had really become a plaything under Mo Ran's body, being galloped by him. Chu Wanning's face suddenly turned red. He cursed in a low voice, shameless. He didn't know if he was cursing Mo Ran or himself. He turned around and slammed the door, leaving only the half-drawn curtain outside the door swaying. It was like the heart of the person hiding in the room, trembling. The Howling Moon drill ground was a vast and boundless grassland. Now that the weather was cold, the grass and trees were bleak, and the green and yellow fields were covered with a thin layer of frost. The winter sun hung in the sky, but because of the cover of the clouds, it seemed a bit cold. The sunlight that sprinkled down was even more perfunctory and lifeless. At the end of the field was the Confucian Wind sect's dense private hunting forest. The pine and cypress trees were luxuriant, and the needles were fluffy. From a distance, it was suffused with a layer of golden yellow, like the fluffy and soft feathers of a baby bird. Nan Gongsai stood in front of the wooden fence, talking with Song Chiotong. Suddenly, he saw two people coming out of the thin fog. It was Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. He couldn't help but be startled at first, then he smiled and said, "Grandmaster Mo, you worried about leaving your Shizun with me, so you also came." "That's not it." Mo Ran also smiled. "I came because I was afraid that Shizun would get angry at Nangong Gongzi if he encountered something that didn't go his way. That would be so unfair to Nangong Gongzi. That's why I'm here to be a doormat." Chu Wanning glanced at him and said coldly, "I think you're here to be a flaming knife and flint." Pfet, when Song Chiotong, who was standing behind Nan Gongsai, heard this, she let out a low laugh. She lifted her two feathery eyelashes and gracefully walked out from behind her fiancé. She was truly lovely and moving, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. She looked at Mo Ran and Chu Wanning and smiled gently. "I've long heard that Grandmaster Chu and Grandmaster Mo have a deep relationship. Today, it seems that it is indeed so." 156, Chu Wanning looked her up and down. Previously at the Xian Yuan Pavilion, he already felt that this person had a beauty that could topple countries. Now that he looked at her up close, he felt that she was as delicate as a lotus flower, as beautiful as the sun. Her ebony hair seemed to be able to illuminate the surroundings. She was indeed a peerless beauty, no wonder Nan Gongsai liked her. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but quietly look at Mo Ran, wanting to know what Mo Ran's reaction would be. Unexpectedly, when he looked over, his line of sight met with Mo Ran's. Mo Ran didn't even look at Song Chiotong, as if Nan Gongsai was standing next to him. Instead, he was staring at him. When their eyes met, Mo Ran gently smiled. Chu Wanning felt numb from his gaze, but he still pretended to be calm. He and Mo Ran looked at each other for a moment, then turned their gazes away. The howling moon drawl ground raises many demon wolves. The bravest one is near Beijing, I also like it the most. Nan Gongsai led everyone to the center of the empty field. She took out the jade flute at her waist and whistled 3 times. After a moment of silence, a demonic wind blew from the forest in the distance. A snow-white shadow leaped out of the forest like a whirlwind. Almost in the blink of an eye, a demon wolf with sparkling fur and golden claws leaped into the air, its body drawing a smooth arc. It let out a howl, its back reflecting the cold winter Sunday. Then it leaned forward and steadily stopped in front of Nan Gongsai. "Awoo!" Nan Gongsai stepped forward and stroked its fluffy neck. She turned her head and smiled. "Great Master, look, it's already grown so big. The year you left, it was still a little cub. The year I left, it was already as tall as a grown man." Chu Wanning said expressionlessly. "Ha ha ha ha, is that so? I always thought it was small, still a cub. Great Master, why don't you try riding it?" Nan Gongsai said and blew her flute again, summoning 2 more snow-white demon wolves from the forest. "Great Master Mo, do you want to play too?" The 3 of them flipped onto the back of the demon wolves. Nan Gongsai said, "Hold on to the rope or the neck fur. You also need to clamp your legs, it's not much different from riding a horse." After he finished speaking, he looked down at Cheong and said, "Cheong, you ride with me, I'll take you." Chu Wanning originally thought that she didn't know how to do it, but after climbing onto the back of the demon wolf and trying to walk a few steps, she felt that it wasn't difficult at all. In fact, because the demon wolf's intelligence was quite high, it could clearly understand the rider's thoughts, so riding it was much easier than riding an ordinary horse. "Run a lap." "Where?" Mo Ran smiled. "Is this a competition? Let's have a round." Chu Wanning glanced at Nan Gongsai, who was riding a demon wolf with Song Chiong. He thought that this was a good opportunity to improve the relationship between the couple, so he gladly agreed. Nangongsai smiled as he untied a spirit stone bracelet from his wrist, saying, "Since that's the case, we'll first run to the Lake Ganquan, which is north of the forest park. We'll catch 5 groupers there, and the first person to return here will be the winner. This bracelet will be the prize, how about it?" 7-star spirit stone bracelet, young Master Nangong is too generous. No amount of gold can buy my happiness. Nangongsai tightened the rope and lowered his head to Cheong, saying, "Sit tight, don't fall. If you run too fast, tell me." Mo Ran glanced at Song Cheong and smiled. "I'm afraid that young Master Nangong's bracelet will be taken out early." "Ha, don't look down on me. I grew up on the back of a wolf. Don't mention one more person, even if I brought one more, it would be a piece of cake. Let's go, I'll count to 3 and we'll start. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, 3 snow-white silhouettes pierced through the air like arrows piercing through the forest. Stepping on the desolate grassland, they instantly leaped to the end of the hunting park and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. At first, Chu Wanning slowed down and followed behind Nangongsai and Cheong. But later on, Cheong's screams would hit him from time to time. After listening for a long time, his ears would inevitably become tired. In addition to the girl's coquettish complaints, he really couldn't bear it, so he couldn't help but increase his speed and overtook them. As the screams of "Young Master, slow down" behind him gradually faded away, Chu Wanning also gradually felt some pleasure from riding the demon wolf. This kind of spirit beast was extremely intelligent. He only needed to slightly move his fingertips, and Neo Beijing would understand his intentions and immediately respond. It was no wonder that Nangongsai was so fond of these animals. The winter wind brushed past his face, but he didn't feel cold. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked at the scattered and mottled sunlight in front of him. It stretched out endlessly, passing under his feet, and then like a torrent, rolling away into the distance. He couldn't help but smile, feeling that this galloping could be said to be delightful. So he urged Neo Beijing to run wildly, the wolf's claws stepping on the thick coniferous forest, raising clouds of dust. And behind him, Mo Ran rode the black-clawed demon wolf, following closely from beginning to end. In that instant, Chu Wanning's heart gave birth to a trace of indescribable pleasure and peace of mind. He suddenly felt that he finally had the power to willfully move forward. It was as if no matter where he ran, there would be such footsteps behind him, such a person, constantly echoing and never separating. Chu Wanning arrived at Lake Ganquan at almost the same time as Mo Ran. There were ripples, the lake water was clear as a mirror, and the spiritual energy of the water was extremely rich. Because of the nourishment of the spiritual energy on both sides of the lake, the flowers and fruit trees were not affected by the 4 seasons. Even in the middle of winter, the orange trees were still lush with branches and leaves. Behind the dark green leaves hid countless golden fruits, and the wind also filled the air with a sweet citrus fragrance. Steadily landing on the ground, Chu Wanning looked around and said, "This is a good place for spiritual energy." Mo Ran led the black-clawed demon wolf, walked over, and asked with a smile, "If Shizun likes it, when we go back, we'll plant many fruit trees at the peak of life and death. We'll use spiritual energy to nourish them all year round. If we want to eat them, we can pick them." Chu Wanning snorted, but didn't comment. He walked to the lakeside and raised his hand to summon Heaven's Inquisition. Mo Ran saw that something was wrong, and stopped him. "What are you doing?" "Catching fish." "Don't tell me that Shizun wants to turn on the wind and catch all the fish in the lake. What are you thinking about?" Chu Wanning glared at him, swung his hand, and threw the golden vine into the lake. Then, he said lightly to the lake, "Which one of you is tired of living? Those who are willing to take the bait." After saying this 3 times, Chu Wan Ning took back Heaven's Inquisition. On the golden leaf, there really were a few fat-headed fishes rolling their eyes and looking at the sky helplessly while spitting out bubbles. Chu Wanning looked, and turned to ask Mo Ran, did he say that he wanted groupers? Yes. Do you know what groupers look like? After Chu Wanning finished speaking, he felt that this question might be too roundabout, so he simply picked up Heaven's Inquisition and showed the few fish that he caught to Mo Ran. Are there any among these? Let me catch them for Shizun. Mo Ran caught 10 fish, and put them into the Qianquan pouch on the necks of the 2 demon wolves. Chu Wanning put the few fishes that didn't want to live back into the water, and said lightly, life is short, please bear with it for a while. Hearing this sentence, Mo Ran only felt that this man was funny and cute. He put away the last grouper, turned around, and saw Chu Wanning walking towards the shore from the edge of the icy jade lake. The lake water behind him rippled, soaking his white figure, making it soft and hazy. All at once he felt a strong desire to stride over to Chu Wanning, to take her in his arms, to kiss her, to caress her with the utmost tenderness, to crush her, to drag her into the orange grove, to press her against the tree, to lift her legs, and to invade her with infinite violence. He watched as Chu Wanning walked closer and closer, and was shocked to find that his desire was so contradictory and so strong. The softest and the roughest were both born from fate. Ah, love, love. Isn't it like this? Hard heat is the fiery blade that cuts you open. Warm and soft is the tenderness of spring water that wraps you up. Nangong Sai is really too much. Chu Wanning didn't see the uncertainty in Mo Ran's eyes. He walked in front of Mo Ran, and checked the Qianquan pouch on Neobajin's neck. You're running so slowly with a girl. Maybe you're doing something else. Mo Ran's head was a little hot. He stared at Chu Wanning's exposed neck like a wolf's eyes, and felt a burst of heat in his abdomen. Without thinking, he muttered in a low voice. Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Mo Ran finally reacted. He felt that he had said something wrong, so he coughed dryly and turned his head away. Nothing. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, understood. His eyes suddenly widened, and then narrowed dangerously. He appeared to be very angry. What are you thinking about? Get on the horse and go back. Mo Ran's lips moved. He wanted to say, not get on the horse, but get on the wolf. But when he saw Chu Wanning's gloomy face and flushed ears, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He watched with some regret as Chu Wanning mounted Neobajin swiftly and fiercely. He was really outstanding and handsome. He didn't have a narrow desire. He thought that if only Chu Wanning was his person, then he would make him soft. He wouldn't be able to get on the horse's back, and he wouldn't be able to get on the wolf's back. He would only be able to get into his arms. He immediately felt shocked and guilty at this thought. He subconsciously shook his head. This movement was coincidentally seen by Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning asked him, "What's wrong? Why are you shaking your head? Did I say something wrong about you?" No, Shizun's teachings are all correct. I'm thinking too much. But he wasn't thinking about Nangong Sai and Song Chiotong. The person I'm thinking about is you. Then Mo Ran thought, Sai, if only he could break Neobajin's legs. That way, even if Chu Wanning doesn't have a wolf to ride, he might still give him face and be willing to get on his black claw. He really wanted to hug him again. Like a person on the verge of dying of thirst, he missed the sweet dew that he had once wasted. Mo Ran couldn't get rid of these random thoughts as he followed closely behind Chu Wanning. When they returned to the Howling Moon draw ground, they saw that Chiotong and Nangong Sai were already waiting there. Song Chiotong was sitting on the ground. Her sparkling jade-like ankle was stretched out. There were bloodstains on it. It turned out that in the middle of running, she had forgotten that Nangong Sai had warned her to tighten her legs, so her skin was cut by the thorns. Although it was a small injury, Nangong Sai wouldn't leave it unattended. He brought her back in advance to have her wound bandaged. Mo Ran glanced at her legs. Those legs could be considered good-looking, but compared to Chu Wanning, they were far inferior. To think that he had liked Chiotong's legs so much in his previous life. He was really blind. He now felt that everything about Chu Wanning was good. It didn't matter if he looked at him horizontally or vertically. Even that pair of cold, unfeeling, and disdainful eyes, he felt that was arrogance, that was temperament. Chu Wanning should be like that. He was really very good looking, very good looking. He was so good looking that when he glared at him, when he scolded him, when he rolled his eyes at him, he would feel elated. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Nan Gongsai was very happy. He casually handed the 1,000 gold chain to Chu Wanning. This is for the Grandmaster. Chu Wanning looked at the chain and said, 7-star spirit stones are good for nurturing spiritual cores. I really do need it. Thank you. Mo Ran didn't feel good when he heard this. He muttered to himself, next time, I'll buy you a better one. What? Chu Wanning didn't hear clearly and turned to look at him. Mo Ran saw that his pair of phoenix eyes was so close to his own. His own face was clearly reflected in those eyes. That kind of distance made the bitterness in his heart fade slightly. Mo Ran smiled and said, I said, next time I see something more suitable for Shizun, I'll buy it for Shizun. Okay. Chu Waning's straightforward answer made Mo Ran even happier. He even peeked at the Nan Gongsai, but the Nan Gongsai didn't care about that at all. He even competed with the Nan Gongsai, proudly wanting to let the Nan Gongsai know that when Shizun received something from him, he would politely say thank you, but when he received something from him, he wouldn't. You see, he didn't regard me as an outsider at all. Chu Wanning said, remember to ask the boss to write a receipt. I'll give you the money when the time comes. Mo Ran, 10 freshwater groupers were taken out from the Qiankuan bag. Nan Gongsai took them to the hunting cabin at the edge of the Howling Moon Droll ground. Outside the cabin was a grey-black stove with pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. However, the cabin looked mottled and old. Compared to the magnificent grassland, it didn't look like it was built at the same time. Chu Waning's fingertips brushed the fence and stopped in front of a bunch of rope tied to the fence. The rope had weathered countless storms and was no longer as gorgeous as it used to be. Nan Gongsai came out of the cabin with seasonings. Seeing Chu Wanning looking at the rope, he smiled and said, that was the year the Grandmaster left. The rope I tied here is almost all rotted away. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He just sighed softly and sat down on a stool made of wood. When he was working for the Confucian Wind sect, Nan Gongsai was still a child. He would often bring him to the Howling Moon Droll ground. This hunting cabin was left behind from that time. The fire was quickly lit. The grouper was skewered on a fruit tree branch and roasted. The fatty fish fat sizzled from the crispy skin and flesh, emitting a rich meaty aroma. Nan Gongsai gave 6 to the demon wolves squatting by the wooden fence. The remaining 4 were sprinkled with salt and distributed to everyone. Chiotong only ate a few mouthfuls before passing the roasted fish to Nan Gongsai, who had already eaten a whole fish. She said, I don't want to eat anymore. Gongzi, please share some for me. Chu Wanning glanced at them. He saw Nan Gongsai take the roasted fish and happily eat a second one. He thought to himself, this Chiotong looks like an obedient and gentle person. He's very considerate. He's completely different from the rumored woman who's unfaithful. Rumors really can't be taken seriously. Just as he was thinking, a lotus leaf was passed over. The fish meat on it was carefully divided. The main bones were all removed, and the tender white meat was emitting steam and a charred aroma. Chu Wanning was slightly surprised. He turned his head and saw Mo Ran putting away the short silver dagger that he always wore. He smiled and said, Shizun, eat this. Where did you get the lotus leaf? I picked it when I was catching fish by the lake. Mo Ran passed the fish meat to him, eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Chu Wanning took the lotus leaf. Ripples appeared in his heart as he said, "Thank you." He really didn't like to eat fish bones. The processed grouper melted in his mouth. Chu Wanning ate it piece by piece without feeling tired. After he finished eating, the tea on the fire also boiled. Song Chiotong stood up and took down the iron pot. She poured a cup for everyone and offered it with both hands. "Grandmaster Chu, please have some tea." Her slender jade hand held the small white porcelain cup. Her arm was like the moon, and there was a dot of cinnabar on her wrist. Chu Wanning suddenly remembered that during the auction at the Xian Yuan Pavilion, the pavilion master said that she had a dot of chastity sand on her wrist. Presumably, it was this dot. Since there was a dot of chastity sand on her wrist, then the matter of Song Chiotong and Yi Wangxi having an affair was even more ridiculous. Thinking of this, Chu Wanning finally heaved a sigh of relief. Nan Gongsai was a pure and simple-minded person. He was like a wild horse in the grassland, like a lone wolf that insisted on going his own way. He was simple and handsome. Chu Wanning didn't dislike such a person. Therefore, she didn't want Nan Gongsai to meet someone unworthy of him. Song Chiotong's tea was offered to Mo Ran. Mo Ran took it, but didn't drink it. He put it aside and said with a smile, "Miss Song, I have something to give you." 157. While speaking, he took out a thin bracelet. The bracelet shone brightly, made of mother-of-pearl from the East Sea and Shiha crystal from the Zhuang Mountain. It was obviously an expensive item. You wrote a letter asking for the carp crystal, but unfortunately, that crystal has already been taken by my cousin to make a sword. I didn't prepare any other gift, so I bought this waterfire bracelet. It should fit you. This is too expensive. I'm afraid Chiotong can't accept it. How can you not accept a gift? Mo Ran smiled. Besides, the waterfire bracelet can also suppress fire power, but it's only suitable for women. You can wear it and accompany Prince Nangong in the future, more or less. It can calm his spirit flow. It's a practical item. Song Chiotong turned around and looked at Nan Gongsai. After getting the nod, he took the bracelet with both hands, bowed respectfully and said gently, "Thank you, Grandmaster Mo." The four drank tea, then sat and chatted for a while. Chu Wanning was concerned about Nan Gongsai's marriage, so he asked him to pay more attention to the details of the wedding ceremony, to make sure that everything was arranged properly, so that there wouldn't be any problems. Nan Gongsai finished his tea in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, then played with the empty cup in his hand, then smiled and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry, I go every night. I'm not the same as when I was young anymore. I know that there are some things that should be taken care of. Yesterday, I found that Chiotong's dress was missing a pearl, so I immediately asked someone to redo it." When talking about the wedding ceremony, his usually unruly face actually showed some shyness. He glanced at Chiotong, then smiled and said, "Chiotong will be very beautiful." When these words fell into the ears of Chiotong's husband in her previous life, Mo Ran absent-mindedly poured himself another cup of tea. Of course, he knew that Chiotong was an outstanding beauty, but so what? That year at Shuiying Peak, the Emperor Ta married the first empress of the Shizun world. On the wedding night, the phoenix candles were shining brightly, but he did not stay in the bridal chamber. That night he drank too much, and when the red candles were burning and the veil was falling down, he lifted the bride's blushing face and stared at it for a while. Before the important ceremony of life, it was always easy for people to feel the vicissitudes of life. Even the Emperor Ta was no exception. He suddenly felt that it was so unreal. His gaze seemed to pierce through the charming red in front of him and fall into the snowy sky many years ago. When he was naked in the cold wind. When he was about to die of hunger and thirst, he was pitied and licked the rice soup that person brought to him. When he first came to the peak of life and death, he was anxious. When he stood on tiptoe to pick begonias under the moonlight. When he knelt in front of Chu Wanning and was touched by the willow vines, He had never thought that there would be a day when he would trample over all the immortals and become the ruler of the world. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Her red lips slightly opened, her eyes focused, and the breath she exhaled was sweet and extravagant, just like his high status today. He seemed to have everything: beauty, status, power. What was there to be dissatisfied with? He couldn't think of anything to be dissatisfied with, but he felt very empty. His whole person seemed to be standing on the peak of a steep mountain, surrounded by only a few faces, blurred and indistinct. He walked through these flattering faces, they praised him, they knelt in front of him, they fawned over him, they all had the same face. He heard someone calling him charmingly, her voice was soft like peony petals. "Husband, husband." He felt disgusted, he wanted to get away from this tide of fans, but this sweet voice wrapped around him like sugar water. He suddenly pushed Song Chietong away. The charming bride couldn't resist the force. She fell on the scarlet red bed of the bridal chamber, her head full of gold and silver ornaments trembling, her footsteps swaying. In the illusion of jewelry, Mo Ran felt that everything was so distorted, so unreal. The golden light was like a will-o'-the-wisp, the bright red candles were like tears of blood. He felt so disgusted, but he didn't know who he was disgusted with, Song Chietong. Or did he become like this? He rushed out of the door. In his previous life, few people in the world knew that on the day of the Emperor Ta's wedding, Empress Song Chietong was neglected. Mo Ran, dressed in a red and gold robe, pushed open the door of the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. He walked in, and after a while, the candles in the pavilion were extinguished. Song Chietong's new husband stayed in there for the entire night. Until the evening of the second day, when Xue Meng rushed to the peak of life and death to cause trouble, Mo Ran lazily opened the door, tidied up his messy clothes, and walked to the front hall with a satisfied face. What happened in the Red Lotus Water Pavilion that night was completely unknown to outsiders. After saying goodbye to Nangong Sai, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran returned to the courtyard where they were staying. Chu Wanning suddenly asked, "Just now, Nangong said that Chietong was beautiful, why were you staring at her in a daze?" Mo Ran said, "I was thinking about how she would look in her wedding dress." Chu Wanning suddenly felt a burst of jealousy. He flicked his sleeve and his expression was extremely cold. "Don't think about indecent things. She is someone else's fiancée. What do you have to think about?" Mo Ran smiled. "Who said I was thinking about her? I was thinking about how she would look in her wedding gown. I'm not even half as good as Master." She had a stomach full of anger and wanted to vent, but she was caught off guard and had her palm licked by the little wolf dog. Chu Wanning's face alternated between red and white. For a long time, he couldn't say a single decent word. Finally, he waved his sleeve and said, "Ghost MC's illusion is a ridiculous matter. From now on, don't mention it again." Mo Ran sighed in his heart. "I didn't want to mention it, but you asked me. I didn't want to lie to you. I praised you for your good looks, but you still scolded me. But being yelled at by you makes me feel very sweet. When I think about how I lost you, I feel like being scolded by you for the rest of my life is like being soaked in a jar of sugar. Chu Wanning, what should I do? I can't stop myself from longing for you." The days passed very quickly. There was only one more day before Nangong Sai's wedding. The Confucian Wind sect was already filled with guests from all over the world. Regardless of whether it was the sect masters or the young masters of the large sects, the individual cultivators of the Jianghu, or even some rich merchants without spiritual power, everyone who didn't arrive early was in front of the main city of Xianji on this day. For a time, there were luxurious canopies, carriages, and horses. There was an endless stream of men and women dressed in splendid attire. The silks and pearls on their bodies reflected the light of the Confucian Wind sect. Xue Meng was dragged by her father to greet the female cultivators around her age. "Master Wang Xian, long time no see. Nice to meet you." Oh, isn't this little Mantor? You've already grown up. You're so beautiful. Come, Shuemeng, come and say hello to your Uncle Wang. Shuemeng moved over unwillingly and said, Hello, Uncle Wang. Shuexinyong slapped the back of his head. He smiled, but gritted his teeth and said, It's Uncle Wang, not Uncle Wang. Ha ha ha, you're the same. You're the same. You're really handsome. Old Shue, you're so lucky. After a while, Shuemeng was pushed to stroll in the garden with Little Mantor. Little Mantor was 16 years old this year. She was 16 years old, but she seemed a little cold. After walking side by side with Shuemeng for a while, she said, Young Master Shue, I'm sure you understand why the elders pushed us out together. Yes. But I'll say this first. We can take a stroll, but I don't like young Master Shue's temperament. So don't think about anything else. Oh? Shuemeng was shocked. He suddenly stopped and waited for Little Mantor with a dark expression. Little Mantor raised her chin arrogantly. She looked at Shuemeng's face and said coldly, I already have someone in my heart. Even if you're in love with me, are you crazy? Shuemeng exploded. Me. He pointed at himself with his finger, his face full of shock. Fall in love with you? Otherwise, why did you pull me along a deserted path? Don't tell me you're not guilty. Why don't you say you're the one with a hole in your brain? Shuemeng's temper flared up. He was furious, and his eyes were burning with anger. He kept repeating, I like you. I like you. Why did you say you like me so many times? You lecher. Little Mantor was very unyielding. She stomped her foot, raised her head, and slapped Shuemeng's face. Shuemeng was already so angry that he felt dizzy. After being slapped by this little hand for no reason, he almost vomited blood. If Madame Wang hadn't taught him to be courteous to women, he probably would have pressed Little Mantor to the ground and beaten her into a flower. At this time, a man with light eyes and a high nose came from the distance. When Little Mantor saw him, she was stunned at first. Then, tears filled her eyes. She said, Young Master Mai. She ran towards the man. The man who came was my Hanshue. He didn't expect that he would meet someone else on such a remote path. He was obviously stunned for a moment. However, he saw Little Mantor flying towards him. He raised his hand and a barrier fell from the sky. With a bang, the girl was blocked outside. The girl was caught off guard and hit the barrier with the power of thunder and lightning. She cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. My Hanshue didn't plan to help her. He looked down at her and frowned. Girl, you've got the wrong person. How could it be wrong? How could it be wrong? That year, you promised me a golden sachet and said that you would never forget it after seeing me. When I was 18, you would marry me. Have you forgotten? My Hanshue, young Master Mai, you've really got the wrong person. My Hanshue didn't say anything more. He just shook his head and left such a sentence. He walked past the girl with tears in her eyes. When Shuemeng saw this scene, he felt both angry and relieved. He was angry because of my Hanshue, this romantic seed. He really didn't recognize people when he put on his pants. It was no wonder that he only dared to walk on this kind of occasion. It was good to vent his anger because he didn't expect that Little Mantor would actually like my Hanshue. My Hanshue was the same as his name, flowery and heartless. It was said that before and after hooking up with a woman, they were two completely different faces. Little Mantor fell in love with him. That was really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. My Hanshue walked in front of him, narrowed his light-colored glass-like eyes, and looked at him sideways for a moment. Shuemeng thought to himself, what are you looking at? You actually dare to look at me like that? You're famous all over the world. My name is famous in the 9 regions. I can't lose in momentum. So he proudly raised his head and swept my Hanshue with the tail of his eyes like an idiot. He was prepared to let out a rather dignified and disdainful snort when the two of them completely crossed shoulders. Why is your face swollen? Unexpectedly, my Hanshue walked halfway and stopped. Her footsteps stopped and she stood in front of him. She looked at him indifferently from a distance. It's quite swollen. Xue Meng couldn't catch his breath, but he still couldn't stop the car. He proudly snorted. My Hanshue. Xue Meng's face quickly turned red. He fiercely turned his head and murderously said, "Why do you care about me? I accidentally fell when I was walking." Then you should watch when you walk in the future. My Hanshue calmly said, "It's not easy to fall like this." After saying that, she left, leaving Xue Meng standing in place for a long time. Then she angrily stomped her feet and said, "My Hanshue. You dog-hair grandson. You just wait for me. You and I are irreconcilable." After suffering a stomach full of grievances, Xue Meng ran out of the garden with red eyes. He ran too fast and unexpectedly bumped into a person's chest. Xue Meng was furious and scolded, "What the hell? Don't you have eyes when you walk?" When she looked up, she saw a tall and confident man dressed in green. His clothes were embroidered with the pattern of Duruo embroidered with golden silk thread. His head was tied with a green jade crown of lone moon night. His 2 curtains of long and soft eyelashes covered his eyes. When he looked up, there was a hazy Jiangnan drizzle. What a captivating face. The man pushed Xue Meng away and straightened his clothes. He seemed to be in a bad mood. His slender fingers smoothed out the wrinkles in front of his lapel. Xue Meng saw the black tortoise-back pattern silver ring on his index finger. He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he was shocked. Jiang 11. Lone Moon Knight's head, the richest person in the world, Jiang 11. This person's age was about the same as Xue Zhenyang's, but his mental cultivation method was different. Jiang Xi's appearance was also in his 20s. This person was rich and noble, and his appearance was also extremely beautiful. He was truly the darling of the heavens. During the Seoul Mountain Conference, Jiang 11 was absent from the 10 heads. At that time, Xue Meng was still thinking about it. He wondered what this absent fellow looked like. Today, when he saw him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He stared at him fiercely. Jiang Xi's face was calm, but he didn't have a good temper. Is the name of the head of a sect something you can call? Ridiculous. When Xue Meng heard this, he only felt that the humiliation was 100 times worse than what my Hanshue had just suffered. He immediately said angrily, "What's wrong? You're old and you don't allow others to call you by your name. Do I have to call you Sect Master Immortal Monarch? Nangong Liu isn't as arrogant as you are. How unruly." Jiang 11 said coldly. "Whose disciple are you? Why should I answer when you ask? Who do you think you are? Those monkeys in the Lonely Moon Night listen to your orders. Do you think I have to pay you? I won't tell you. I think you're just a Meng. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Xue Meng suddenly shut his mouth. He moved away from Jiang 11 and looked behind him. At some point, Madame Wang had come over. She probably heard Xue Meng's unruly words just now, so her face was pale and anxious. She quickly stopped him and said, "Meng, don't talk anymore. Come here. Come to mother's side." Xue Meng fiercely glared at Jiang 11 again. He shook his hand and walked toward Madame Wang. He respectfully bowed his head and said, "Mother." Jiang 11 stood in place for a while, then slowly turned around and narrowed her eyes. That pair of beautiful eyes, however, flashed with a malicious light. He looked at the mother and son beside the white wall and said coldly, "Oh, this is God's favored one, Shuizhengyong's good son, Shuemeng, right? Madame Wang was speechless. Jiangxi's eyelashes trembled for a moment. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were full of mockery. As expected of Shuizhengyong's son. How well-mannered. Don't insult my father. Meng, ah. Madame Wang immediately grabbed him and pulled him behind her. Then, with a pale face, she curtsied to Jiang 11. My son, Shuemeng, is used to being willful. Please don't take offense, Sect Master Jiang. Ha, Sect Master Jiang. Jiang 11 was like a poisonous snake. He slowly swallowed the words between his wet lips and teeth. Then, he said, it's okay. He has at least half of your blood in him. Based on seniority, I can take him as my godnephew. Who wants to be your godnephew? Why don't you take a look at your ugly face? Scram. Meng, Jiang 11 smiled coldly. He stared at Shuemeng for a moment. Then, his eye slowly moved to Madame Wang. Madame Wang lowered her eyes and said, please don't joke with me, Sect Master. I am no longer Lone Moon's disciple. How can I still talk about seniority with you? Okay. Jiang 11 nodded and said coldly, good, very good. Today, I have seen an old friend and her son. It's really an eye-opener for me. I don't know how people are raised in this filthy place at the peak of life and death. How can a good magnolia be stained with mud? Jiang 11. King say that again. I'll tear your mouth apart. When Shuemeng heard this person insult his mother in front of him, blood immediately rushed to his head. He wanted to charge forward without a care for anything else. Madame Wang couldn't hold him back. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the sky. A bright firework exploded, and bells and drums rumbled. The Confucian Wind Sect singing official used a sound amplification technique to spread a sentence across the 72 cities in an instant. The 100 Families Welcome Banquet will begin at the Hall of Poetry in the evening. We respectfully invite all distinguished guests to attend. Jiang 11 glanced coldly at Shuemeng, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left. 158. When a big sect got married, the banquet would be held for 3 days. The first day was the welcoming banquet, which was held the night before the wedding. As the name suggested, it was a welcoming banquet for the guests. But that night, the most lively event was not at the banquet table, but at the hunting ground. According to the rules, in the evening, before the sun set, there would be an elder of virtue and prestige who would release 3 spirit antlers tied with red silk into the garden. Then, the father of the groom would select 22 unmarried men and women and let them compete for the deer in the garden. There were 3 spirit antlers, and if a guest could hunt one, they would be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. In the end, this was just a gimmick played by rich sects like the Confucian Wind Sect and the Lone Moon Knight. The Hall of Poetry was high up in the air, its tiles flying. Looking down from the hall, not far away, the hunting forest was shrouded in the afterglow of the setting Sunday. The guests arrived one after another and congratulated Nangong Liu. Nangong Liu, no matter how high or low the guests were, politely returned their greetings and respectfully invited them to the banquet table. After bustling for an hour, all the guests were finally seated. With the chime of the Sila Pavilion, the banquet officially began. I wonder which guest sect leader Nangong will let go down to the garden to compete for the deer. Didn't they say they would draw lots? If it were up to me, those who were chosen would be especially lucky. Think about it, the person who hunted the spirit antler would be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. The others who didn't hunt the spirit antler would also be rewarded with other spirit beasts or immortal fruits. How could there be anything better in this world? While the lively discussion was going on, the door of the hall suddenly opened. Nan Gongsai and Song Chiotong walked up the stairs together. The two of them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, walked hand in hand to the sect leader. Nan Gonglu stood up and nodded with a smile. In a clear voice, he said, "Honored guests come from all over the world, from all the big immortal sects and mansions. To be able to take time out of your busy schedule to come to the Confucian Wind sect and participate in my son's wedding, it is truly a great honor." The guests below all flattered. Sect leader is really too polite. Young master and young madam are a perfect match. They are really a rare couple. Yes, yes. These flattering words were almost exactly the same as what his fans had said to him on his wedding day in his previous life. Mo Ran felt a wave of irritation as he listened. His gaze subconsciously swept through the crowd, and soon found Yi Wangshi sitting next to elder Shuanglin. Yi Wangshi's eyes were downcast. She was still dressed simply and focused on eating the food in her bowl. She did not raise her head to look at Nan Gongsai. Whether it was his expression or his actions, everything was the same as usual, or even calmer than usual. Perhaps it was because he had always lived a very difficult life, so this kind of person already knew very well that he was powerless to fight for his life. Mo Ran looked at him and suddenly remembered a pagoda lantern that he liked very much when he was young. The lantern was exquisitely made, and every tile was outlined. However, the price of the old artist was not low, so even though the lantern was good, it could not be sold. Of course, Mo Ran could not afford it, but almost every night after the night market opened, he would go to the stall to look for a while. The shadow of the pagoda lantern flowed, and the solemn light illuminated the dark eyes of the child. Until one day, a young man and a young woman came. They were dressed in silk and satin. The young woman took a fancy to this pagoda lantern at first glance. She only said that she liked it in a spoiled manner, and the man beside her took out money to sell the lantern. The pagoda was taken away. Mo Ran looked up and watched the old artist take it down from the wooden shelf that had been hanging for a long time. He handed it to the young girl with both hands. The flickering light finally illuminated Mo Ran's longing face, and then disappeared with the pair at the end of the night market. Mo Ran felt very uncomfortable at that time, but he was obedient and calm. He was the same as Yi Wangshi now. In fact, when they first saw the pagoda lantern, they knew that such a luxurious thing was destined to not belong to them. In fact, every night when they were illuminated by the pagoda lantern, they had already rehearsed the scene of losing this light thousands of times in their hearts. It was not that they could let it go or feel relieved. Rather, from the beginning, they knew very clearly what the ending would be, so they never dared to pick it up. Come, 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 draw lots, draw lots. The manager of the Confucian Wind sect came to the front of the seat of honor with a big smile on his face. He held it over his head and presented it in front of Nan Gonglu. Sect leader, the auspicious time has come, please draw lots. Good. Come. Sect leader Nangong, come and catch one. Nan Gonglu smiled and said, then I will respectfully accept. Draw 22 lots. The young heroes who are chosen, please do me the honor and participate in the night hunt. If there is anyone who does not want to go, please tell me in advance. Many thanks, many thanks. After waiting for a while, a few girls from small sects with low cultivation and timid courage asked their parents to go up and ask sect leader Nangong to remove their names from the lantern in advance. Xu Shuanglin glanced at Yi Wangshi and asked with a lazy smile, Little Yi, do you want to go and play? If you want to go, I will do something for you and open a secret door. I'm not going, Yi Wangshi said, adoptive father, I'll have to trouble you to tell sect leader to remove my name from the lantern as well. How can that be? What if you win and get 10 million gold? Yi Wangshi, Xu Shuanglin's temper was far more unruly than his adopted son's. He thought for a while, then the corners of his mouth curled up into a withered smile. He said, if you don't want to go, then I will go. Adoptive father, you are already in your 40s this year, what do you think? I look young. Wait until I catch those 3 deer, then I will get 30 million gold. If I don't take the windfall, the earth will destroy me and the heavens will punish me. Xu Shuanglin stubbornly insisted on going his own way. He didn't see his adopted son's depression at all. He tugged on his shoes and went to find Nangong Liu with a smile. He whispered a few words into Nangong Liu's ear. Other people would only think that he wanted to take Yi Wanshi's lot. Who would have thought that he loved money as much as his life? He also wanted to go in and play. Nangong Liu quickly picked out the guests who were going to compete for the deer. Shenfeng, Lin Sheng, Chu Yangran, Elder Shuanglin stood to the side and took the lot from sect leader's hand. He reported the names one by one in a leisurely manner. Oh. This is quite impressive. The favored one, Shuemeng. Soon, all 21 people were chosen. There was only one left. Elder Shuanglin was extremely thick-skinned. He raised his hand with a smile and said, "The last person is me. I am already an old bag of bones. Please advise me." Nangong Liu knew his sect elder's temperament and didn't stop him. He only smiled helplessly and gave each person a signal. "Dear Chaser, the signal will be used as proof. After the signal rings 3 times, it means that all 3 spiritual horned deer have been caught. The hunt will be over." Nangong Liu said, "At that time, we will personally welcome you back at the Howling Moon Draw Ground. The winner will be rewarded with 10 million gold." Everyone heard the commotion and applauded. They were all cheering for their acquaintances. Nangong Liu smiled and said, "In addition, my son asked me to add another rule. The winner will be rewarded with 10 demonic wolves. They will form a blood contract and bring them home." Demonic wolves. Such precious spiritual beasts were hard to find even on the black market. 10 of them. The hall boiled over. Someone couldn't help but stand up and shout to the selected fellow disciple, "Senior Marshal Brother, we're counting on you. If you get first place, I'll give you a year's worth of boots." The hall burst into laughter. A female cultivator wasn't convinced. She shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother, beat them all. If you win, I'll agree to dual cultivate with you." Wow, this is good. This is amazing. Ha ha ha, which fairy is so spicy? For a moment, the hall of poems was filled with laughter. Those who were originally uninterested had some expectations in their eyes. They held their wine cups and watched this grand bustle. Mo Ran left the banquet amidst the laughter. He said to Chu Warning, "Shizun, I'll accompany Shuemeng to the hunting ground first. You sit down and eat well. Wait for me to come back." Chu Warning said, "Go. Remind Shuemeng to be careful. He's too reckless." Okay. Mo Ran and the other 20 people walked down the brightly lit hall together. Chu Warning watched the handsome and tall figures of the young men and women disappear into the boundless night. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He felt that he would have enough money to build a spiritual stone road in the lower cultivation world after he returned from the peak of life and death. He had the most confidence in his disciple. 30 million taels of gold was within his reach. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ran had sent off Shuemeng. Before he could return, the first bright red firework exploded in the sky. Nangong Liu clicked his tongue in wonder. He sighed and said, "Truly amazing. I haven't even finished my cup of tea, but someone has already hunted the first deer. I wonder whose disciple it is. Such divine bravery is admirable." Bittern Village's Li Wuxin was sitting next to Nangong Liu. Hearing this, he twirled his beard and said with a smile, "If everyone is in the mood, why don't we make a bet? Among these 22 young talents, who will emerge victorious?" Li Wuxin will bet 50,000 taels of gold to liven things up for sect leader Nangong. Everybody seconded his suggestion. Thereupon 22 wooden sticks with names written on them were placed on the long table. Under the sticks were red handkerchiefs. Those who wanted to place their bets came forward one after another to write down their chips and sign their names. Shuizhengyong turned his head to Chu Wanning and muttered, "Why did Bitten Village only bet 50,000 taels? That's so little. Could it be that the old man surnamed Li is very poor?" Chu Wanning said, "Small bets are fun, big bets are harmful to the body." Shuizhengyong chuckled and asked Chu Wanning, "Then why don't we also have some fun?" Chu Wanning looked at him with a sharp gaze, but didn't say anything. Shuizhengyong felt the hair on his neck stand on end under his stare. He shrank back and said, "Fine, fine, fine. I know you don't like it. Then, what's fun?" Elder Yuheng took off his money pouch and slapped it on the table. He said expressionlessly, "If you want to bet, then it's harmful to the body." Shuizhengyong stared at him for a long time as if he had seen a ghost. Then he asked, "How much?" 300,000 taels. So much? What if you lose? You can't lose. Chu Wanning said, "Didn't you want to build the Spirit Stone Road? If you can gather more money, you can build more roads in those villages with especially bad miasma." Shuizhengyong said, "Are we really going? What if Shuemeng loses?" "He won't lose. You should know your son better than I do." Seeing that Shuizhengyong was still on tenterhooks, Chu Wanning said straightforwardly, "If you lose, it's mine. If you win, it's yours. Go." The handkerchief was filled with names one after another. The small sects that originally didn't want to bet felt their hearts itch. They couldn't help but spend some money to try their luck. Nangongsai also felt that it was fun. He got up and wanted to bet. Song Chietong called out to him, "Husband, why are you going?" "I'll win some money to buy you some jewelry." Song Chietong didn't say anything. She lowered her lustrous face and a few strands of black hair fell in front of her forehead. She looked particularly shy and pitiful. Chu Wanning inadvertently glanced in that direction. Seeing the sweet appearance of the newlyweds, he felt awkward and quickly turned his head back. Thus, he didn't see the faint uneasiness on Song Chietong's face. Nangongsai smiled as he picked up the brush and walked around the long table. He was just about to pick a candidate and write down a wager when he suddenly heard a sharp sound behind him. In a split second, Nangongsai's reaction was as quick as a wolf's. He suddenly leaned to the side and dodged backwards. A streak of snow-white light brushed past his cheek. With a pang, it fiercely pierced into the main pillar of the great hall made of Phoebe Jinan wood. Powder flew everywhere and pierced into the wood. "Who's there? Assassin! Be on guard! Blow the martial law whistle!" The sharp sound of the whistle instantly resounded throughout the 72 imperial residences. The Hall of Poems, which was still filled with the sound of the karaoke, was suddenly in chaos. Swords were drawn everywhere. Nangongsai's eyes were dark and gloomy, faintly flowing with a fierce light. He fiercely wiped away the traces of blood on his cheek and strode to the front of the pillar. He raised his head to look. It was just an ordinary arrow, but it actually pierced into the depths of the hard cedar. There was a small bamboo tube attached to the arrow. Nangongsai pulled the bamboo tube out with a sullen face. He bit down on the wax seal with his ferocious fangs and a letter fell out. Nangongsai opened the letter and read the first paragraph with a straight face. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. He clenched his fingers and read it again in disbelief. This time, his whole body trembled slightly and his fingertips even tore through the letter. What's wrong?" Nangongsai raised his head. His nose wrinkled and his face ferocious, almost transforming into a leopard. "This is simply a rumor." As he spoke, he was about to destroy the letter. Nangong Liu was one step faster than him. He raised his hand and trapped his son with his spiritual power. He said in a low voice, "What's going on? Give me the letter." "Father, there's no need to read it. It's just a piece of nonsense." Nangong Lu didn't listen. He waved his hand and asked his men to take the letter from Nangong Sai, who couldn't move. He took the letter and lowered his head to read it. He quickly glanced at Chiotong and the color of his face instantly became extremely ugly. Before anyone could react, he raised the letter to the fire and burned it into ashes. He then laughed dryly and said, "My son is right. It's really full of nonsense. I don't know who did it, but they actually made such a crude joke. This is really... What is it?" A low and hoarse voice suddenly came from the corner of the eaves. Everyone's expression changed. Yi Wangxi pulled out his sword and stood in front of Nangong Sai. Chu Wanning also stood up and stared at the place where the voice came from. It must be known that when the Confucian Wind sect organized such a grand event, the disciples in charge of the martial law were all high-level disciples. This person unexpectedly came to the top of the Hall of Poems without anyone noticing. Moreover, when he spoke, no one noticed. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person and couldn't be underestimated. "Sect leader Nangong, I kindly reminded you not to let your son marry a fickle woman for no reason. Not only did you not listen, but you also said that I'm full of nonsense. This is really an eye-opener." Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed. When the others saw him clearly, he was already standing in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was standing in the middle of the crowd. "Ah! Run, run quickly!" The people who were close to him turned pale with fright. Like a tide, they suddenly fell down and formed a circle around him. The senior brothers protected their junior brothers and junior sisters, the sect leader protected his disciples, and the strong men protected the young. The man in black was wearing a ferocious bronze mask and an ink-black cloak. He said indifferently, "Why are you running? If I wanted to hurt you, this hall would have been filled with blood by now. Just stand still." 159, Nangong Liu looked calm, but beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead. He estimated this person's strength in his mind and felt that what he said was true. He couldn't help but become more and more flustered. However, because of the face of the number one sect in the world, he braced himself and said, "Who are you? Why are you breaking into the Confucian Wind sect at night?" "I already said, I just want to remind you not to let your son marry someone he shouldn't marry." As soon as he said this, the guests around couldn't help but secretly look at each other. The affair between Yi Wangxi and Song Chiotong of the Confucian Wind sect had already spread throughout the streets and alleys. Everyone knew about it. Perhaps only Nangong Sai and Nangong Liu didn't know about it. However, the wedding invitation had been sent out and the marriage certificate had been issued. If they backed out now, what face would the Confucian Wind sect have left? Nangong Liu's lips trembled for a while before he let out a cold snort and said, "Who my son marries is fine as long as he likes her. Outsiders don't need to worry about it." The black-clothed man laughed and said, "Sect leader is very broad-minded. You don't care whether Song Chiotong's heart belongs to your Nangong clan or his Yi clan." Song Chiotong was shocked and angry. His face turned pale and his beautiful eyes opened wide. He shouted, "You're slandering me. How am I slandering you? You and Yi Wangxi, don't you know what good things you two have done?" Yi Wangxi didn't expect to be mentioned. He was stunned for a while before he realized what the black-clothed man was talking about. However, his first reaction was not anger, but laughter. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes." The black-clothed man spoke clearly and logically. "You didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to rescue Chiotong from the Xian Yuan pavilion. This is known to all cultivators in the world. You spent a lot of money to buy a beauty back. Young Master Yi, what is your intention? I saw her pitiful and couldn't bear to just stand by and watch. You saved her and set her free. Why did you keep bringing her along with you? You even let her return to the Confucian Wind sect with you and took her as your attendant. That's right. You saved her and set her free. Why did you keep her by your side? Miss Song is one of the butterfly bone beauties. This is something that everyone knows. If I let her go, she will immediately become the target of evil people. Therefore, I brought her back to the Confucian Wind sect and gave her a place to stay. What a good place to settle down. Young Master Yi is truly a virtuous person. You spend all day with such a beautiful woman, yet you don't overstep your boundaries at all. The black-clothed man's words were full of mockery, but Yi Wangxi was not ashamed at all. He said, I have a clear conscience. Although he said so, no one believed him. Ordinary people were always willing to measure the breadth of mind of others with their own knowledge. Most of these people came from the upper cultivation world. If they obtained one of the butterfly bone beauties, even if they were badly injured, they would protect her in their arms for dual cultivation or stew her to eat. Who would believe that Yi Wangxi was innocent? Therefore, the group of people exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions couldn't help but be filled with disdain. In the originally anxious atmosphere, there was a clear sense of pleasure from prying into someone's privacy. Nan Gongsai gloomily said, I see that you are purely looking for trouble. You are taking advantage of this time to smear the name of my Confucian Wind sect. What does it have to do with you who I marry? There's no need to say anything. Scram back to where you came from. Young Master Nangong, you really don't know how to appreciate good intentions. The black-clothed man paced back and forth in the main hall. He walked in a circle and suddenly stopped not far in front of Song Chiotong. He smiled at her and said, Miss Song, your husband trusts you so blindly. No wonder you can stand in this place without blushing and without skipping a beat. You even consider yourself the wife of the Confucian Wind sect's young master. Song Chiotong was far from being as calm as the other two. She nervously said, Don't insult my innocence. What innocence do you have with young Master Yi? The black-clothed man spoke with assurance, not long after you were saved by him, you voluntarily served him. When the two of you met in secret, you thought that no one was around to see, but you didn't know that I was watching in the dark. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it, Song Chiotong suddenly shouted and interrupted him, You're talking nonsense. If I'm talking nonsense, why are you trembling? I'm being bullied. She looked at Nan Gongsai in panic. Young master, Nan Gongsai returned to her side and protected her behind him. He stared at the black-clothed man with a pair of gloomy and cold eyes like a wolf. Don't slander me. Whether I'm slandering you or not, I'll tell you one thing and you'll know. The black-clothed man smiled. Young master Nangong, your beauty Song has a red mole on her left thigh, right? Nan Gongsai was startled. It's about the size of a grain of rice. The color is bright. It's not dark red, but blood red. If I didn't see her and young Master Yi having fun with my own eyes, how could I know such details of her body? This, young master. Song Chiotong was at a loss. She pulled Nan Gongsai's sleeve and said with tears in her eyes, No, he wronged me. He must have taken advantage of me when I was bathing. What's so nice about you bathing? The black-clothed man was somewhat unhappy and interrupted her. Why don't you go to the peak of life and death to see Elder Yuheng bathe and change clothes? The matter of Elder Yuheng being peeked at by a female disciple was also an anecdote that the cultivation world took delight in talking about. Now that it was mentioned, everyone felt it was a bit funny. Some of the braver ones even glanced at Chu Wanning but were shocked by the shocking killing intent on Chu Wanning's face and lowered their heads again. The black-clothed man circled around Nan Gongsai and Song Chiotong. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He rubbed his palms and said with a smile, That's right, I suddenly remembered something. When young Master Yi bought Miss Song had the chastity cinnabar on her wrist. If Miss Song is truly as pure as ice and as pure as jade and I'm full of filthy words to slander her, then she definitely still has that cinnabar on her wrist. He paused and then smiled at the deathly pale and trembling Song Qiutong, saying, Miss Song, if you really want to prove your innocence, why don't you show that chastity cinnabar for everyone to see? Nan Gongsai suddenly understood and turned around to comfort Song Qiutong. It's fine. You show it to everyone, you. But when he saw that Song Qiutong's lips had already lost all color and her entire face was as white as paper. She was trembling, he couldn't help but stare blankly. After a while, he asked with some doubt, What's wrong with you? Song Qiutong let go of Nan Gongsai's hand and retreated a step. She clutched her sleeve and shook her head with tears in her eyes. No. I can't. Nan Gongsai's eyes suddenly widened as if she already knew what had happened. She was actually unable to speak. The black-clothed man sneered, What's wrong? You don't dare. No, it's not like that. I also don't know. Song Qiutong collapsed to the ground. In an instant, tears fell like rain. She mournfully said, I don't know, I also don't know. I beg you, let me go. She tightly clutched her sleeve so that no one could see clearly. But this kind of attempt to hide the truth was no different from telling everyone that the chastity cinnabar on her wrist had indeed disappeared, as the black-clothed man said. She was a virgin but was not yet married, and the red mark on her hand had already disappeared. This time, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. The black-clothed man was about to say something when he suddenly heard a cold and stern voice from not far away. Under the light, Chu Waning's tall and straight figure said, The chastity cinnabar on Miss Song's wrist was still there a few days ago. It doesn't match with the date you said Song and you were having an affair. I'm afraid you deliberately harmed her. For some reason, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a trace of speechlessness. That aggressive aura also inexplicably disappeared when he turned around to face Chu Waning. After a while, the black-clothed man sighed. Some of the people present felt that they seemed to have heard wrongly. This man who just verbally threatened to force the black-clothed man to a dead end seemed to have some connivance in his tone. Grandmaster Chu is right. But I did not say that Song and you were having an affair before. I only said that the two were having an affair. If we really want to talk about the time of the affair, it would only be a few days ago. Yi Wangxi muttered. This is ridiculous. Chu Waning's face was cold and his aura was dignified. Empty words have no proof. Whether what you said is true or false, please allow me to verify. As he spoke, a golden light flashed from Chu Waning's fingertip. The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrank. He dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the swift and fierce Shenwu Tianwen. Grandmaster Chu, what are you doing? The black-clothed man was both helpless and amused. His movement technique was extremely good. Chu Waning's vine whip couldn't wrap around him for a while, and he didn't fight back either. Just like that, he was chased around by Chu Waning's willow vines. The originally tense and treacherous atmosphere suddenly became somewhat comical, faintly revealing a bit of affection. Don't hit me. I haven't finished speaking yet. If you want to complain, why don't you take off your mask first? Chu Waning frowned and said sternly. If you want me to take it off, I will show you later. Not now. Why not? I don't look good. Under the light, I will scare everyone. The black-clothed man had been hiding from Tianwen for a long time. Seeing that Chu Waning's technique was getting fiercer and fiercer, he could not help but feel that something was wrong. He dodged to the back of the wooden pillar and dodged Tianwen's attack. He shouted, Yi Wangxi, aren't you a gentleman? Today, I will let the world know your true colors. You bought a woman for dual cultivation and forced Song Qiutong to serve you. You disregarded human relations and bullied the Lord's wife. You are a beast in human clothes, with a human face and a beast heart. Yu Wanshi was furious. Nonsense, what are you talking about? Did I say something wrong? How did Song Chiotong's chastity mark disappear? Don't you know? The black-clothed man shouted while dodging. 2 days ago, she knelt in front of you and said that she was Nan Gongsai's fiancé. She asked you to give her a way out and stop pestering her. But you insisted on not listening. You even said, Yu Wanshi's face was green with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, what else did I say? You made it up. You've already forgotten what you said, and you still need me to remind you. At that time, you said, the man in black cleared his throat and changed his tone, imitating Yu Wanshi's tone. Miss Song, I threw away a lot of money, but I made clothes for others. Now that you've won the favor of young Master Nangong, you want to retreat from me unscathed and cut off all ties with me. You're thinking too much. In the end, he even laughed out loud 3 times. That tone was completely like that of a local ruffian. Yu Wanshi. 160. When the surrounding guests heard this, many of them revealed looks of disdain. Their gazes shifted between Yu Wanshi, Nan Gongsai, and Song Chiotong. Someone softly said, what a scum, young Master Nangong is actually not angry. So Miss Song was forced to. You can't blame her. She's just a girl. What can she do in front of 2 young masters who are in the limelight? The black-clothed man had learned to be unruffled and was unexpectedly hit by Heaven's Inquisition. Fortunately, he dodged in time and wasn't seriously injured. He also wasn't entangled, but his cloak was still torn and blood splattered. He groaned and didn't dare to be negligent. He dodged Chu Waning's willow vines even more diligently, but his mouth still didn't let Yu Wanshi off. Young Master Yi, Miss Song didn't dare to admit what happened 2 days ago because she was worried that it would hurt your relationship with young Master Nangong. But the sky has eyes and a mirror hangs high above. Don't tell me you don't have the slightest bit of shame. Don't you plan to lower your head and apologize in front of everyone? Yu Wanshi was extremely angry, but also found it laughable. He said, what crime did this Yi commit? If you didn't commit any crime, then could it be that Miss Song is the only one who committed the crime? Although she didn't resist, I think it was only because she was threatened by you. Don't tell me you want to say that she actively solicited you. And that you didn't force her. At this time, Nan Gongsai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned around and lowered his head to look at Song Chiotong. He reached out to help her up. Song Chiotong thought that he was reaching out to confirm the chastity mark on her wrist. When she woke up this morning, she discovered that the cinnabar on her wrist had disappeared. She was extremely flustered, but this kind of matter would only make things worse. She couldn't explain it clearly in a short period of time. She thought about how she and Nan Gongsai were going to consummate their marriage very soon. At that time, the cinnabar would disappear on its own. Thus, it was better to not say anything for the next 2 days to avoid causing misunderstandings. She didn't expect that someone would slander her like this. She thought about how she had indeed been saved by Yu Wanshi, and how she had once been Yu Wanshi's attendant. Then she thought about how her cinnabar had been used up, and how the red mole on her leg had been clearly pointed out by someone else. She had no way to defend herself. For a moment, her mind was buzzing, and she did not know what to do. Amidst the chaos, she raised her moist eyes and looked at the vast crowd, only to see those people looking at her with disdain and pity, whispering and discussing spiritedly. She then saw Yu Wanshi standing alone with a sullen face, being condemned by 1,000 people, spurned by the guests. The man in black was still being chased around by Grandmaster Chu's willow vines. He kept yelling, Yu Wanshi. You and I have accumulated resentment for a long time. Today, I will expose you. You are a hypocrite. You secretly conspired with the young mistress and forced yourself on a good girl. How vicious. Song Chiotong was stunned, and she practically abruptly understood what she should do. It was already impossible for her to clear her name. Based on the black-clothed man's tone, that person seemed to have a deep enmity with Yi Wangxi, and he was using every possible means to destroy Yi Wangxi's noble reputation of being a gentleman. She couldn't bear the crime of having an affair, but if she followed the black-clothed man's words and said that she was forced by Yi Wangxi, then at least, she shouted almost hysterically, "He's the one who set me up." Nan Gongsai's hand suddenly froze. He stood in place and looked at her in shock. He didn't seem to believe that his fiancée was really defiled by his father's right-hand man. He was completely stunned. Song Qiutong covered her face and sobbed. She said in a choked voice, "Yes, it was Yi Gongzi who humiliated me. He forced me." "I never agreed." Nan Gongsai stared at her. The candlelight flickered. His eyes were gloomy. After a long time, he put down his hand that was holding Qiutong's hand. His voice was hoarse and sparks flew everywhere. "Do you know what you're saying?" Seeing his anger, Song Qiutong became even more anxious. She cried and said, "Gongzi, I'm sorry. I was afraid that Gongzi wouldn't accept me, so I didn't dare to say it. I was even more afraid that if I said it, it would make Yi Gongzi and Gongzi become enemies. He's so important to the sect leader. If you two become enemies, how could the Confucian Wind sect be any better?" As she spoke, she lowered her body. Her long sleeves touched the ground. Her slender shoulders couldn't help but tremble. It was a sad and lamentable sight. Qiutong really didn't know what to do. "I didn't dare to ask the sect leader for help. I could only hide the humiliation I suffered. Gongzi, Qiutong is guilty to you, but she is sincere to you." Nan Gongsai's face was pale. He stepped back and shook his head. He repeated, Do you know what you're saying?" Song Qiutong's fine black hair spread over her shoulders. Under the shadow of the candlelight, it looked like silk. It made her look even more delicate and pitiful. She sobbed and said, "It's Qiutong's fault. I shouldn't have hidden it from Gongzi. But I'm lonely and helpless. Nan Gongsai suddenly shouted, interrupting her, "Do you know what you're saying?" Song Qiutong's whole body trembled. She looked up, her beautiful face was wet. Her beautiful face was full of tears. Her lips were trembling. You actually did such a thing? You actually dared to do such a thing?" When the crowd heard Nan Gongsai's words, they couldn't help but frown. They exchanged glances with each other. Some people couldn't help but whisper, "I've long heard that the Confucian Wind sect values men above women, but I didn't expect that something like this would happen." Nan Gongsai didn't blame Yi Wangxi, but Miss Song, who was humiliated for no reason. "It's really disappointing." "That's right. He really can't distinguish between good and bad." Chu Wanning had already retracted his willow vine when he heard Qiutong admit it herself. At this time, seeing Nan Gongsai's reaction, he was also somewhat at a loss. In his memory, although Nan Gongsai was occasionally arrogant and willful, his conduct was upright. He definitely wasn't an unreasonable person. If this matter was true, then no matter what, he should blame Yi Wangxi and not Song Qiutong. But now, it seemed that Nan Gongsai's anger was all directed at Song Qiutong alone. How could this be? Among the guests, only Mai Hanxue was sitting peacefully at the table, drinking while watching the bustle. If Xuemeng was here at this time, he would find that Mai Hanxue was completely different from what he saw just now. At this time, he had the same attitude as the romantic seed in the peach blossom spring. The corners of his eyes held spring, and his every movement was very elegant. Qiutong was still sobbing and complaining, pushing all the ugly things to Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi was probably shocked by her accusation, but he couldn't say a word. He could only open his eyes wide and stare blankly at the woman he had bought from the Xian Yuan pavilion. It was Chiotong who was weak and didn't have the courage to prove her innocence before young Master Yi took advantage of her. Chiotong's duckweed body, everything she obtained was bestowed upon her by young Master. Now that I know I was wrong, I await young Master Yi's punishment. After Nangong Sai finished listening to her sobs, he suddenly raised his head and closed his eyes. The originally lively and warm lantern light now shone on his face, but a dark shadow rolled over and over. His eyelashes trembled, as if he was suppressing something with all his might. His palms were clenched into fists, completely devoid of flesh. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, just like the stormy waves in his heart. He endured, his cheekbones cold, the veins on his forehead bulging. He endured, his bones trembling, his blood flowing like a raging fire burning his heart. He endured, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. With a furious curse, he stood up, pulled out his sword, and slashed the table in front of Song Chiotong in two. The cups and plates were a mess. Song Chiotong, do you know? In my life, what I hate, and cannot tolerate the most is lying. After he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, Yi Wangshi. Young Master. Yi Wangshi, come here. He suddenly turned around, his eyes red and moist, come here. Yi Wangshi walked over. The people watching the show felt that in the next moment, Nangong Sai's sword would probably stab straight into Yi Wangshi's chest, directly cutting open the beast's stomach, pulling out his heart and throwing it on the ground. They held their breaths, nervously watching everything in front of them. Nangong Sai gasped for breath, stared at Yi Wangshi for a while, and said in a hoarse voice, You, undo the voice-changing technique. Voice-changing technique. Everyone was stunned, looking at each other. What does this have to do with the voice-changing technique? Yes, Sai, but it's strange, why does this Yi Wangshi want to use the voice-changing technique for? Is his original voice so scary that it will scare others? Or is there something shameful about his original voice? Yi Wangshi lowered his eyes and said, Young Master, it can't be undone. Nangong Sai was stunned, and stared at him. What did you say? Since this Yi was 13 years old, this Yi has been using the voice-changing technique all day long. This voice has been used for 10 years, and the voice-changing technique has been deeply ingrained in my spiritual core. Yi Wangshi paused, and said calmly, I can't restore my original voice anymore. Nangong Sai took a step back, greatly shocked. After a while, he looked up at the man sitting on the high seat with a cryptic expression, and muttered, Father. Nangong Liu finally spoke, Sai, this is indeed a pity, but the voice-changing technique was done by Yi Wangshi willingly. Now that it has come to this, it is also unexpected. You don't have to think too much about it. But Nangong Liu walked down the high platform and stood behind the crowd of guards. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, Father knows that you have a friendship with Yi Wangshi, and that he has been loyal to his duty all these years, so I am very grateful. But this is a separate matter. He secretly colluded with Chiotong Song, disregarded human relations, and bullied his superiors. This is a capital offense. Never would he have thought that Nangong Liu would say such words. Nangong Sai said in shock, Father. Nangong Liu waved his hand, and a blue light flashed. Nangong Sai was immediately enveloped in a binding enchantment. At first, he was stunned, but then he angrily roared and smashed the enchantment. However, this enchantment was the Confucian Wind Sect's enchantment, which had been passed down for generations. Because the Confucian Wind Sect once had a case of patricide, the sect leader's son had signed a blood contract with his father when he was young. This enchantment was specially used by the father to detain his son. It could last for half an hour. Even if Nangong Sai's martial arts were superior, he would not be able to break free. The words he shouted inside the enchantment were completely sealed, so he could not be transmitted to the outside world. Now that things had come to this, it was better to admit that Yi Wangxi and Song Qiuteng had an affair than to reveal the other secrets of the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Liu arrived in front of the black-clothed man, cupped his hands, and said politely, "Although I don't know what kind of grudge Mr. has with Yi Wangxi, I am grateful for Mr.'s advice today. Otherwise, I would have really brought misfortune to my family." The black-clothed man said indifferently, "Sect leader Nangong is too courteous. Men, immediately take down Yi Wangxi. Wait." The black-clothed man suddenly stopped him, causing Nangong Liu to feel uneasy. However, his face was still smiling as he said, "Mister, what other advice do you have? I was thinking, your son only said a few words about the sound change technique. Why is sect leader Immortal in such a hurry to imprison young Master Yi? This is a private matter of my Confucian Wind sect, so it's not convenient to talk about it here." The black-clothed man smiled and said, "For the sake of the Confucian Wind sect's face, sect leader Immortal Monarch is really clear about what it means to abandon a pawn to protect a chariot. Poor Miss Yi has risked her life for your sect for more than 10 years. Now, in order to protect your family's dignity, you have implicated her innocently." As soon as these words were spoken, before the others could react, Nangong Liu's expression suddenly changed. Under the seat, Mai Hanxue smiled, poured another pot of wine, took a sip, and put it down again. Nangong Liu's face looked somewhat sallow under the candlelight. After a long while, he asked with a fake smile, "What Miss Yi?" "Mr. You." The black-clothed man's eyes were bright, and his voice echoed clearly and loudly in the hall. Every word was shocking. "Yi Wangxi is not a man at all.